Aku ọláwẹ̀, aku Ramadan, àròwó dájọ́ ṣùgbọ́n arọ́pẹ́dá. Mọ́rí àbábíkà yá Ramadan, gbogbo ẹnu ló máa gbẹ bí àsìkò Harmattan. Olúwa dákun jọ gbẹ́bẹ̀ mi, benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi. Ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà. Bíbẹ̀ kọ́ agba lámbà bí Olúwa bọ́nà. Báríkà yá Rasulullah, máàkì mi, pàdé lọ kí jù máa jù. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà ìlàlà. Báríkà yá Rasulullah, máàkì mi, lọ kí jù máa jù. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà ìlàlà. Àwẹ̀ tán ojú tajọ̀sán, Ọlọ́run ló mọye ládá 30 bag. Nothing should tamper with my ego, èmi mo lẹ̀sìn mi sẹ́ mo lè fi brag. Ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run tóbi, Allahu Akbar. Ẹyọ̀ ń bá nábì, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Olúwa ló ń ṣọ́ wa, àwa ò ní ìdí ajá. Tí Fọlárìn bá mú bí ìtàyà bí ti ajá. Torí ìdí gan lébè wọ́n fẹ́yìn bí ìjì àwa. Fùrọ̀ tí ò bá ti tóbi tó fùrọ̀ ìfánà kò lè fíríkì àwa, kò dẹ̀ lè fíìtì àwa. Tinúkẹ́ ń tó pitì, ó ń gbé màlúmi tìwotìwo ló dìndì. Irú àyẹn níbo ló ti rí, ta ló tún fẹ́ fi jọ òbí tó bí ni. Wọ́n ló ń dó yásì, bó ń dó ṣéke, bó ṣe ń jó disco ló ń jó rékè. Fún anábà jẹ́ ká patronize ẹ̀, sọ̀rọ̀ owó ká mọ price. Jẹ́ ká ṣe lọ́wọ́ déédé, ìwọ náà mọ̀ mi ò kéré. Mo mọ̀ pé mi ò hólì, ìbọn ọmọ wòlíì ni mi béèrè lọ́wọ́ délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo. Ọmọ ìgbà wo ló jáná? Gbogbo scope mi ló ti ká tán. Ọmọge wá ná, I go chop before I chop you, ṣe lè dáná. Ó mọ̀ pé mo kó ẹ̀jẹ̀ bíi ti sushi, gbọ́n ẹ̀ mú bíi ti squishy. Ọmọ ẹ̀lẹ̀ tó dùn bí.
See this guy with the dance, with the leather jacket. No be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time when you got the shake. You dey feel like you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you self you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop out something with the top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he self on a shop vlog. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't they smile, feel like say your head is on bug. He self he dey feel the way I just dey go. The flow is dope. He self he don't dey feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me self on the bad. Who be this your fight baby like this waiting for your man? Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say you self you dey with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact one-on-one. You dey get am out, or this your girl she fine. Be like say you pack it down, but everybody don't dey feel am. They know say you bad. Everybody don't dey see them. Know say yes he do. Collect the fight, my guy. You self God, you know you choke. Collect the fight, make it no come dey make me hanging. It's not like they don't know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy because he be loving how I'm sounding. Everybody they see him, they know say the thing they boss. This is way everybody they carry babe come. Also find me one babe now so that I go drop it. No, this one are your babe. All those catches you know say me self I don't want to make it. Make it no come be like say me self I come here come the toast. When I go come stop me for the road, come they ask me how far waiting come they walk me. All those catches are waiting me self I don't want on the low. But I know say yes the girl she fine, she get the thing way man they fine, but the gun design, God the day design, I know the lie. She get the thing like this way the man they fine. But fine girl come now, make her toast first. Make it no come be like say me self I jobless. But today with man, this catching I know they want yeah. Make it find another person where they sing go, make we mingle. This when you don't they feel flow. Savage on the beat, you know it's still dope. They don't they clap for me, they don't they feel the boss. Hey, fine girl, what's up? This is where they call you Gadus. Come now, make me now, make me. Come now.
Karka bari su kashe maka sanda kake nema ba mai taya maka ruwa na dukan ka su ko suna daka in baka ci ba su ci maka kai da kudin ka kana haka abu ma sai an saya maka in ka samu kawai ka kashe kutuma kura uba yau akwai kura uba ban balaga ba amma sai jaraba in abincin akwai dadi sai na daba kutuma kura uba yau akwai kura uba ban balaga ba amma sai jaraba in abincin akwai dadi sai na daba wayo Allah wayo Allah na wayo Allah wayo Allah na wayo Allah wayo Allah na
Ebulo sanya sadika wo.
Okay now.
Tupese bi fi mai pe. Asipada wata lo weni boge mewo.
Okay.
Ọkọ yẹn ló fi fi. Nwanne ìdílé anya. Mama mo si na nwa metogo kwa. Maka na nwa mo jelo mba.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé.
Ebulo sanya sadika wo.
Okay now.
Tupese bi fi mai pe. Asipada wata lo weni boge mewo.
Okay.
Ọkọ yẹn ló fi fi. Nwanne ìdílé anya. Mama mo si na nwa metogo kwa. Maka na nwa mo jelo mba. Owe bute ike. Aga n'ilu na-ebute ile nwanne m. Ọta mewe nke ya dịka akpa ya jọkwa.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pa Jíṣà padà dẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìdàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. There it is absolutely categorically right there. So there it is right there. Good day to you and all that. Apologies for the period of non-transmission, non-broadcasting. Apologies for my absence. I went away for the weekend to go and attend the wedding. Maybe I'll show you snippets of the or just I'll show you little snippets maybe later, but I went away to a place called Windsor. A lot of you may be familiar with it. Actually, that's where the royal family live. So I went to Windsor for a wedding. That's what happened there. But good to be back and good to be in your company. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. So yes, good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. You know, I've just 3 days away and I've lost the what's it called, the whatever it is that I do. I have to recalibrate myself somewhat. But good day and all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just at my invitation to do so. Not already subscribed, please correct that immediately. Please subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation onto the screen. So if you click on that, it will put you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and I'll invite your thoughts. So that's how that goes. So it's a participatory sport. It's an interactive session. It's an audience participation sort of a thing. So that's how it's done. But good day to you and all that. As you are coming in, say hello so I can acknowledge your presence here. Agbado Omo Tinubu, of course, he has now transmitted to Agbado Omo President Tinubu. So always the first thing. So that's Agbado right there. That is Ademi Tobi Lola, Ademi, whatever. We know him as Solly. So that's Solly right there. So that's Solly, of course. That's Choma already commenting on the session. And who else is present? So as you are coming in, say hello in the comment section so we can acknowledge that you're here. So that so yes, click on the like button, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink. And there, of course, that's Adriana right there. Good to see you, Adriana. Maybe one of these days, Adriana will actually. I'm actually curious to sample your thoughts, Adriana. So whenever you summed up sufficient enough of the courage to come and join us, please do. I think we'd all like to hear from you. So that's it's me, Adriana, right there. Yes, what should I say? Click on the like button just at my invitation to do so. If you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. Of course, you have to do that. Come join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. You know that format. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. Those are the calls to action that we invite all the time. Still inviting it at with this session as well. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. So all those things. So do all those things. So let's just get started. No time to dilly-dally. So let's just get started. We get started and we kick it off with this one. So we get started, we kick it off with this one. 2027, coalition submit requests to INEC to register new political party, name, other details emerge. So it's slowly taking shape then. This somewhat rudderless coalition are a conglomeration of the deplorables, and that seems to be the general consensus. If you look at the characters that are cobbling together a rescue plan to rescue Nigeria, then you know that we're in deep waters without any hope of not sinking. Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, El Rufai, these are the characters then that are telling us that this guy was the one here, this one, Atiku Abubakar, they're all bald-headed, apart from El Rufai, who always wears a cap. I don't quite know, maybe he has a bald patch. So these are the characters that told us that are telling us now that they have a rescue plan to take us to that Narnia place, to that space of peaches and cream. These are the rescue team. Atiku Abubakar of the Halliburton fame, he has a corruption judgment against him in America. This Atiku Abubakar, Halliburton and all that. In fact, I think he was even involved as high up as the there was a big name character in America that went down off the back of corruption from Atiku. So there he is right there. And there's Peter Obi, of course, of the infamous Pandora Papers fame. This one that stole 250 million in raw cash. And this one here, El Rufai, that was paying bandits to kill Christians in Kaduna. So this is the trilogy then that has the rescue plan to rescue you from it's unbelievable stuff. You couldn't make it up, you know, you could not make it up. Yeah, good to see you, Izon. So you couldn't make it up. So a basket of the deplorables, as Hillary Clinton said. So to the basket of the deplorables, 2027 coalition submits request to INEC to register political party, name, other details emerge. The Nigeria National Coalition Group, NNCG, I hope that's not the name they are submitting, though. The Nigeria National Coalition Group, NNCG, has formally applied to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, seeking to register a new political party ahead of the 2027 general elections in Nigeria. The request was contained in an application letter dated 19th of June 2025 and was stamped received by INEC on the 20th of June 2025. I thought Rotimi Amechi told us that they'd already applied and INEC rejected them, but they, of course, are pathological liars. We know Rotimi Amechi. Correspondents report that the name of the proposed political party is All Democratic Alliance, ADA. My goodness me, you couldn't make it up. All Democratic Alliance. According to Vanguard, the letter was signed by the association's pro tem national chairman, Chief Akin A. Ricketts. I'm not quite sure who this guy. Let's see if we can dig him up. I'm not quite sure that I've ever come across. It sounds like a Lagos name anyway, because it's usually these Lagos names that are always European sounding. Let's see. I'm not quite sure that I've ever come across this guy. Let's check him out. Just let's put him in Google. See what that brings up. Let's just see. Akin A. Ricketts. It'll be Cricket soon, very soon. Ricketts. Maybe that's a fortuitous name. Who knows? What's this? We'll see what sort of it doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. Who is this guy? It doesn't even have a Wikipedia page, you know, but I will get to know him soon enough anyway. But there it is. That's the chairman of the Atiku party. So that is to tell you then the direction that they want to point the party, because traditionally, historically, if the chairman of a political party comes from a region of the country, then their presidential candidate comes from an opposite region of the party, just for counterweight and counterbalance. And that was what led to the scuffle that we saw in our PDP in the last cycle, because Atiku tried to break that cycle and that party punished him. So traditionally, historically, if the chairman comes from a region, then the candidate comes from an opposite region. So that is to tell you then that the alliance, this now new conglomeration that they are putting together, is looking then to cede the presidential tickets to the north. So it's still an article play. This is what is coming out. Just from the top again, this time at speed, 2027 coalition submits request to INEC to register new political party, name, other details emerge. The Nigeria National Coalition Group, NNCG, has formally applied to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, seeking to register a new political party ahead of the 2027 general elections in Nigeria. The request was contained in an application letter dated the 19th of June 2025 and was stamped received by INEC on June the 20th, 2025. Correspondents report that the name of the proposed political party is All Democratic Alliance, ADA for short, the acronym. According to Vanguard, the letter was signed by the association's pro tem national chairman, Chief Akin A. Ricketts. The request contains the acronym, slogan, logo, manifesto, constitution, and ideology of the proposed party. So they've done the heavy lifting, it looks like. The letter reads in part, Application for registration as a political party. We respectfully write to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, requesting the registration of our association, the All Democratic Alliance, ADA, as a political party. I thought ADA was the first female child within the Igbo pantheon. I thought that was the from the sublime. It just gets more farcical as we go on. I'll play you a clip after this actually that speaks to that space. Baba Ahmed, not Kim Baba Ahmed, or the older one, he's come out to speak on all this. So I'll play you that clip in a moment, but let's just read through this one first. Sorry, one last time from the top. I hate it when I break the flow. That's why I always go back to start all over again. The Nigerian National Coalition Group, NNCG, has formally applied to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, seeking to register a new political party ahead of the 2027 general elections in Nigeria. The request was contained in an application letter dated the 19th of June 2025 and was stamped received by INEC on the 20th of June 2025. Correspondence reports that the name of the proposed political party is All Democratic Alliance with the acronym ADA. According to Vanguard, the letter was signed by the association's pro tem national chairman, Chief Akin A. Ricketts. The request contained the acronym, slogan, logo, manifesto, constitution, and ideology of the proposed party. The letter reads in part, application for registration as a political party. We respectfully write to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, requesting the registration of our association, the All Democratic Alliance, ADA, as a political party. This is sequel to the decision taken by the Nigerian National Coalition Group to sponsor our association for full registration. The name of the party shall be All Democratic Alliance with ADA as our acronym and Justice for All as our slogan. The National Secretariat of the party is as stated at the bottom of the association's letterhead used in this application. We have also herewith attached our logo describing in details the symbolism of our party colors and their configuration and the corn, maize. So I think they are using Agbado. Actually, it gets juicier. They are using Agbado corn as their symbol. You know, in a similar way that APC has a broom as their symbol, Atiku now is using Agbado as a symbol. It just gets richer and richer. We also herewith attach our logo describing in detail the symbolism of our party colors and their configuration and the corn, maize. We have further attached our manifesto encompassing details of our party ideology and our constitution, providing the legal framework that defines our identity, structures, and organization, regulates our affairs, and guides our action in alignment with Section 40 and 222 of the Constitution, Section 75 of the Electoral Act, and global democratic principles and objectives. Please find attached the following documents: our party flag depicting our name, acronym and slogan, manifesto, constitution, and minutes of meetings. While we eagerly await further action from the Commission on the next step forward towards attaining our desired goal, please accept the consideration of our highest respect. Thank you, yours most sincerely, Chief Akin A. Ricketts, Pro Tem National Chairman. So there it is right there, and so it begins, So that is where it all starts off. So actually, let me play you this clip where let me play you this clip where Akim Baba Ahmed with the other one, whatever his first name is, the older Baba Ahmed where he's speaking to all this. If I can just find it, I have a whole bunch of clips here. And if I don't have it, I don't. Aha, there it is. Let me play you this.
You have a very prominent member of the PDP, a founding member of the PDP, a vice president for 8 years. He competed 3 times, contested 3 times, President Atiku, highly respected person. Would you respect, and I've made this public, would you respect to him? I think he should be a hero of democracy, but I don't think he should aspire to even lead this country. I think he should be a father figure. He should be involved in the building of an alternative to APC, but he should bring in new blood, new perspectives, new people, and say, the future belongs to you. We will stand behind you. Amechi should do the same thing. Verify if he feels he can handle his own ego, should be part of this thing. But those faces should not be the ones that are telling Nigerians, give us power and we will do different.
So you expect them to be at the background?
Absolutely. And look, if you have contested for vice president for presidency for 3 times, and you don't get it, and you're approaching 80, for goodness sake, I mean, something should tell you that it's time to be a father. In Africa, being a father is a great thing. You decide, literally, my gut feeling is, if Atiku would say, I will call it quits as far as aspiring to be president is concerned. But I have a condition. I, maybe in consultation with a few people, will decide a set of people who step in our place. And if I do that, I want you and you and you, the key people involved in this thing, all of us stand down. None of us is going to contest for the presidency. We want younger people, more energetic people, healthier people, not people who have just simply been so exposed to power they can't live outside power. If you give those people power, they're just going to be like President Tinubu's government. What is going to be the difference? What are they saying to Nigeria? And this is what is missing. Tell us what this whole coalition, today we're this, tomorrow we move here, today. What is this thing about? It's just simply to create an alternative.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. In not so many words, it's essentially repeating the words of Hillary Clinton back in all those years ago, a basket of deplorables. So that's the basket of deplorables then are converging into one single portal. So that's the basket of deplorables. So look at the main actors in this space, actually. We are talking about people like Rotimi Amechi. We are talking about Atiku Abubakar. You are talking about Peter Obi. You are talking about El Rufai. And they are the ones that are telling you that they can bring good governance to Nigeria. So what have they been doing for the last, 40 years? That they've all sat at the top table of that country 40 years solid. Atiku has been, He's been in this game for at least 40 years. He has never done anything meaningful or useful. Peter Obi has been in that game for 30 years. He has never done anything meaningful or useful. El Rufai has been in that game for a long time. All he has ever done was to kill people. So, and these are the people then presenting you the rescue plan. But still with El Rufai, Tinubu will be lucky to come third in 2027. So that is the short little man, the mini-me from Kaduna State, the mini Hitler from Kaduna State who likes to pay bandits to kill people. El Rufai, of course. Tinubu will be lucky to come third in 2027. The short little man from Kaduna State, former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El Rufai, has said that President Bola Tinubu's chances of re-election in 2027 are so slim that he will be lucky if he is third. Tinubu can't win. In fact, he will be lucky if he's third. El Rufai said Monday night on a live interview on Arise TV, dismissing the recent wave of defections into the ruling All Progressive Congress APC as lacking real significance. President Tinubu, who emerged winner of the fiercely contested February 25, 2023 presidential election, secured victory with 8.79 million votes, defeating former Vice President Atiku Abubakar of the PDP and Peter Obi of the Labour Party, and then they go on to give us their scores. The election saw Tinubu carry 12 states, including Lagos. He didn't carry Lagos, so Rivers and Borno, but also suffered surprising defeats in strongholds like his home state, Lagos. Despite that 2023 win, El Rufai argued that Tinubu's administration has rapidly lost public confidence, particularly due to worsening insecurity and economic hardship. For the last 15 months, 100 billion is deducted from the federal account and sent to security agencies. Why has there been no improvement? In 2024, over 2.2 million Nigerians were abducted. 615,000 were killed. When we're listen to this, this is what El Rufai is saying. In 2024, over 2.2 million Nigerians were abducted. So this is a lie, of course. 615,000 were killed. This is what El Rufai is saying. So this is why it's just a criminal. Is when I call these people pathological liars, truth averse people that the truth is anatomic to persons like El Rufai, Obi, Mechan. Their body breaks out in pause anytime that the truth tries to come out of their mouth. It's incapable of saying anything that is of substance or fact. Listen to this. In 2024, over 2.2 million Nigerians were abducted. Where is that coming from? That's beyond ridiculous. 615,000 were killed. Is Nigeria at war? These numbers are worse than the 8 years of Buhari in just 1 year. This is data from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. It is government data, El Rufai stated. He alleged that those deductions amounting to 1.5 trillion were made without legislative approval. So that's, of course, another lie. This is money taken from the federation account without appropriation by the National Assembly. So the entire deduction and spending is unconstitutional. It is an impeachable offense. Where has the 1.5 trillion naira gone? Why is the security situation getting worse? I suspect that the security situation is getting worse because the bandits that we all know that El Rufai is friendly with and they are on his payroll, he has increased their wages. So he is best positioned to tell us why we all know that he pays bandits. This is money taken from the federation account without appropriation by the National Assembly. So the entire deduction and spending is unconstitutional. It is an impeachable offense. Where has the 1.5 trillion naira gone? Why is the security situation getting worse? Why is this government asking communities to defend themselves? I'm not yet sure that I've heard that call. We used to hear it a lot under Buhari, of course, under the Buhari El Rufai administration. On political moves ahead of 2027, El Rufai clarified that the opposition coalition, which includes figures such as Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Kwankwaso, has not yet settled on the All Democratic Alliance ADA as its final platform. Though an application for registration is currently before INEC, you don't go to war with only one platform. A brand new political party has no legacy challenge. It, however, takes time, he noted, but the existing new political parties have been infiltrated by the Tinubu administration. We don't believe that and is El Rufai going to yet again leave the SDP and then go join this other group now? That's the thing. And what structure is this other group going to use to prosecute that election? That's the bigger question. You know, what's the structure? What's the reach? You know, it doesn't even make any sense where We're about 18 months to the elections, and they still not registered a political party, El-Rufai, Rotimi Amechi, etc. On political moves ahead of 2027, El-Rufai clarified that the opposition coalition, which includes figures such as Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Rabiu Kwankwaso, has not settled on the All Democratic Alliance ADA as its final platform, though an application for registration is currently before INEC. You don't go to war with only one platform. A brand new political party has no legacy challenge. It, however, takes time, he noted, but the existing new parties have been infiltrated by the Tinubu administration. We don't believe that under Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, INEC will register a new political party, but they did though. They registered Showore's party. Yakubu isn't Atahiru Jega, and Tinubu is not Jonathan. Those were the people in charge when APC was registered. So there it is. And that is even another lie still, because of course, like I said, I think, yes, of course, the Showore party was registered under Mahmoud Yakubu. So that's it right there. So that's the shape then that the 2027 election is taking. Let's go on to this. I'll only probably give you this as a headline. NNPCL raises petrol prices to petrol price to 945 naira in Abuja, 915 in Lagos. So if you are wondering about the differential, it's all down to the logistics of transporting the because there's a there's a 30 naira difference between Lagos and Abuja, and that's all factoring in the expense of the logistics of transporting the petrol to Abuja and places like that. And if you're wondering why, you shouldn't really wonder why the price is going up, or if you are paying attention to what's going on in the Middle East, then no one needs to explain to you why the prices are going up. Yeah, but we have our oil in Nigeria now, and we have refinery too in Nigeria now. So what has Iran got to do with us? That is what they'll be seeing in Abakaliki, but what do they know in Abakaliki is the question. Let's go on from that to this. Airpeace to begin direct Abuja Heathrow flights on October the 26th. This is Festus Kiyamo. If there's anybody that has enjoyed then the benefit of support from the Tinubu administration, it is certainly Alan Oyema. So they're keeping that quiet, of course, in the southeast. Airpeace to begin direct Abuja London Heathrow flights on October the 26th. This is the Minister of Aviation, Festus Kiyamo. Mr. Festus Kiyamo, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development. So what has he got to report then on the second half of his portfolio? What sort of aerospace development is taking place in Nigeria at the moment? Mr. Festus Kiyamo, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, has announced that Airpeace will commence direct flights from Abuja to London Heathrow October the 26th. The disclosure was made in a statement issued on Sunday in Abuja by the Minister's Special Assistant on Media and Communications, Mr. Tunde Moshood. According to him, the landmark achievement follows sustained. And by the way, it's a big thing, because previously it was Gatwick that they gave Airpeace, which is some ramshackle airport somewhat in comparison to a place like Heathrow. So I think it's the push of Festus Kiyamo that has opened up Heathrow for Alan Oyema. I wonder if he'll ever get it. He'll probably get abused for doing that. That's what we know that culture for. Mr. Festus Kiyamo, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, has announced that Airpeace will commence direct flights from Abuja to London Heathrow starting October the 26th. The disclosure was made in a statement on Sunday in Abuja by the Minister's Special Advisor on Media and Communications, Mr. Tunde Moshood. According to him, the landmark achievement follows sustained diplomatic effort by the federal government to to enforce reciprocity in international air travel agreements. Anyway, that's that. That tells us then what all of, and by the way, there's no one in the studio. Let me send the link again. If you want the conversation, you come in. If you don't want it, then that's fair enough too. It's not you're not held at gunpoint to to conversate. Let me just send the link to the comment section again. Oh, all right. So that's that. So that's Festus Kiyamo then doing a yeoman's job for Alano Yema. So back to 2027 elections. Kwankwaso may replace Shettima as Tinubu's running mate. It's getting almost clear now that Shettima's, if you look at Shettima's body language as well, there's every possibility that he would not be on that ticket. In fact, I'll be surprised that if he is. As soon as they announce Tinubu, he'll probably just announce Kwankwaso. There are indications that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu may opt for Rabiu Kwankwaso to replace current Vice President Kashim Shettima in 2027. So that would be a real leap, because Kwankwaso is not even a member of the APC as far as I'm aware. So how quite the long-standing members of the party get abandoned for him then to pick the red cap man from Kano. There are indications that President Bola Tinubu may opt for Rabiu Kwankwaso to replace current Vice President Kashim Shettima in 2027. Correspondents gathered from various reliable sources in Abuja that this may have contributed to the reasons why Abdullahi Ganduje, the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, did not endorse Vice President Shettima at the recent stakeholders meeting in Gombe State last Sunday. A source close to the party told correspondents in Abuja that the choice of Kwankwaso has received strong backing among some party stakeholders to help seal Tinubu's chances in the 2027 presidential election. The source, who refused to put his name in print, said negotiations were on, adding that Kwankwaso is being wooed to return to the party and has visited the president, but we need him to join early enough. So he needs to join almost immediately within the week. It really is what he needs to do if this is ever going to be viable. He has what the president and our party needs to ensure smooth re-election of President Bola Tinubu. Our source also revealed that Kwankwaso is seen as a great asset, as a result of the experience and huge support base across the north, especially the Kwankwansia movement. Kwankwaso, who was governor of Kano State, and then goes on to give us his backdrop. Kwankwaso also served as the Minister of Defense under the regime. I wonder why they use the word regime rather than an administration. I think that's that's defiance resistance, isn't it? A regime. It's an administration, not a regime. Hold on. Right, it's an administration, not a regime, because we often usually ring-fence the word regime to military administrations. And for whatever it is that you think of the Obasanjo administration, certainly was the military. Kwankwaso also served as Minister of Defense under the regime of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, the NMPP national chairman, who is seen as the strong man of Kano politics, also served as the senator representing Kano Central Senatorial District 2015 to 19, and is said to be needed by the president to help consolidate APC's base in both Kano and many parts of the north. During the 2023 presidential election, his party, the NMPP, came a distant fourth. Well, but a fourth, nevertheless, it's still better than Showore now. Correspondents gathered that President Tinubu's political strategists are banking on the size of Kano, made up of 44 local governments. In the 2023 general election, Kano had a total of 5.9 million registered voters, which is second only to Lagos State, which had a total of just over 7 million registered voters. Already, information from the grapevine has revealed that political heavyweights like Atiku Abubakar, the main opposition People's Democratic Party presidential candidate in the 2023 general election, Peter Obi, the Labour Party candidate in the election, are working together to wrest power from the incumbent president. So that is all right. It still goes on. It is not immediately clear if Peter Obi will abandon the Labour Party, but correspondence checks revealed that the decision as to which party Obi will work with will depend on what he is offered, as the obedient movement has vowed to resist any plan to make him a running mate to any candidate. With the latest development, however, President Tinubu is said not to be taking things lightly and is working to ensure that he leaves nothing to chance. The coalition is also intensifying its plans with a recent meeting in Abuja during the week where they agreed to register a new political platform to be known as the All Democratic Alliance, ADA. Correspondents gathered that the coalition has already attracted the likes of David Mark, former Senate President John Odigo Oyegun, Rauf Aregbesola, Nasiru El-Rufai, Aminu Tambuwal are all former governors. So those are still basket of deplorable elements. Others include Abubakar Malami, so that's where the money is coming from, former Minister of Justice, and Babachir Lawal, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation. The former PDP National Chairman Uche Secondos Osita Chidoka, former Aviation Minister, and Nena Okeje have also thrown their weight behind the coalition. They also, it's an essentially a Fulani Igbo setup with a Yoruba guy as the house Negro, you know, the whatever chief Ricket that they are using as the token black man in the whole menagerie. The former PDP National Chairman Uche Secondos Osita Chidoka, former Aviation Minister, and Nena Ukeje have also thrown their weight behind the coalition. They recently approved plans to approach the National Electoral Commission INEC to register the All Democratic Alliance as the political platform to wrest power from President Tinubu 2027. Correspondents gathered that the group has perfected their documents to seek registration following their inability to collapse into one of the existing political parties. The group had set up a platform committee consisting 15 members and mandated it to form an association for the purpose of applying to the Independent National Electoral Commission with a view to registering a new political party. I thought Abiti told us that's already been rejected, but that's data. It was gathered that series of meetings were held, subcommittees were constituted, and reports have been submitted to the platform committee. Correspondents also gathered that Ononuga was reacting to questions on the recent controversy that trailed the meeting of the APC stakeholders in the Northeast, where it was rumored that the party had kept mum over the fate of current Vice President Kashim Shettima. Ononuga who refused to be drawn into the politics of running mates, noted that under the presidential system, the candidate is nominated before selecting a running mate. The presidential spokesman dismissed insinuations of a rift between the president and his deputy. I am not aware of any issues between the president and his vice president. From what I know, they have an excellent working relationship. All the speculations are just bare parlor gossip, he said. So there it is right there. So Tinubu Kwankwaso ticket it seems to be altogether more potent than a Tinubu Shettima ticket. So there's just no equivocation about that. And by the way, the link is there. No one in the studio. If you want the conversation, you have to come in. All right, so let's go back to El Rufai again, who I think is still spewing whatever it is that is spewing. Tinubu will be lucky. Okay, I think we did that, didn't we? Tinubu will be lucky to come third in 2027. I think there's another El Rufai one that I had lined up. I think he had a media outing with Charles Anyagolu, the Arise TV man. So that's where all of this is coming from. El Rufai mentions what he actually did for Tinubu. I contributed to this country's problem. Not that you contributed, you are probably the country's problem even, never mind what you contributed to. Nasir El Rufai, the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, has claimed to have orchestrated the emergence of President Bola Tinubu as the Nigerian president, whilst expressing regret for his contribution to the All Progressive Congress APC in the 2023 general election. The former governor made the comment while speaking on Arise TV program on Monday, June the 23rd. He said he felt he had contributed to the Nigerian problems by supporting President Tinubu in the 2027 election. His statement reads, hold on. Let me just do something quickly. Just stay there for a moment. Let me just do something quickly. His statement reads in part was what I was just about to say. So we found out what his statement reads in just a microsecond. So his statement reads in part. Hold on. Should I even play you a bit of music? Is that what I should do? I'm only doing something for like 30 seconds, so I'm not quite sure that needs a musical filler. Yeah, just talk amongst yourself. Gist in the comment section. How come we're not seeing chats go on in the comment section? Is that not what it's meant for? Just give me 1 microsecond. Just needs to do a little bit of something. Let's do that. We may well take that entirely all over again. Let's do that. And then let's do this. Is anybody watching the World Club Cup, by the way, taking place in America? I've been watching snippets of it, but it doesn't seem to engage that much. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, all right, back to it. Where were we? Yes. All right, let's take it from the top again. It's El Rufai talking gibberish, isn't it? Yes. El Rufai mentions what he actually did for Tinubu. I contributed to this country's problems. Nasir El Rufai, the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, has claimed to have orchestrated the emergence of Bola Tinubu as the Nigerian president, whilst expressing regret for his contribution to the All Progressive Congress APC in the 2023 elections. The former governor made the comment while speaking on Arise TV program on Monday, June the 23rd. He said he felt he had contributed to the Nigerian problems by supporting President Tinubu in the 2023 elections. His statement reads in part, I just feel like I contributed to this country's problems by bringing the evil Tinubu into power. I should do the last lap by removing him. Oh God, hell had no fury, like a diminutive Fulani man scorned. El Rufai says Nigerians lost interest in APC. The former governor further maintained that Nigerians are no longer interested in the ruling APC and that 91% of the people are against the ruling party. He said the Nigerian people want alternatives who can put away their differences. So, El Rufai presents no alternative, nor does Atiku Abubakar or Peter Obi. They're the same people in different suits. So only an absolutely retarded person will imagine that Nigeria under the stewardship of Atiku Abubakar will be an improvement from Nigeria as we have it now. Only somebody that is retarded in the brain would think that. Atiku is a criminal. It's one of the worst elements out. It's as bad gets. It's just a narcissistic, egomaniacal sort of opportunistic chancer. It's a criminal. You know that, I know that. Peter Obi is a criminal. You know that. We've documented, and I'll document some more, by the way. There's just an abundance of evidence of this guy's criminality. I can even play you another clip of him stealing money. Peter Obi is a known criminal. El Rufai is a known criminal and a terrorist. So how does that constitute a rescue plan from anything? It's from frying pan to fire, isn't it? The former governor further maintained that Nigerians are no longer interested in the ruling APC and that 91% of the people are against the ruling party. He said the Nigerian people want alternatives who can put away their differences. El Rufai, who is one of the leaders of the coalition movement that just moved to register a new political party known as ADA, explained that individuals from various political and ideological backgrounds have come together with one goal. So this in itself, there's a desperation and a disingenuity to this particular statement right there. A desperation and disingenuity born out of desperation is a better way to put it. So just listen to this statement and it reeks of desperation. El Rufai, who is one of the leaders of the coalition movement, has just moved to register a new political party known as All Democratic blah blah blah, explained that individuals from various political and ideological backgrounds have come together with one goal. So that is to tell you that it's a desperation for power. If there's an ideological chasm within them, but they still converge. So who is collapsing their ideology for the other? Who has reached an ideological epiphany for them to pivot to another ideology? So that is to tell you then that they're not led with anything or by anything meaningful or wholesome. It's just a desperation for power and money. That's just what it is. El Rufai, who is one of the leaders of the coalition movement that just moved to register a new political party known as the All Democratic Alliance, ADA, explained that individuals from various political and ideological backgrounds have come together with one goal to register the new political party. According to El Rufai, the movement is not about parties, stating that the group consists of members from the camp of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and former ministers under the ex-president Muhammadu Buhari. He declared that he was not representing the Social Democratic Party SDP. He noted that there are chances of the movement becoming a single political party if there is a need for it. He said he and others can leave their group and join a political party. He said they are encouraged by the party of coalition. The former governor said they were all like-minded people. So how is El Rufai and Rauf Aregbesola El Rufai, Rauf Aregbesola, Kenneth Okonkwo? How are they? We all know them individually. At least we know their public presentations, and we followed their trajectories for decades. What is the alignment? What aligns together somebody like Rauf Aregbesola, somebody like Kenneth Okonkwo and El Rufai? Where is the convergence? What converges them? The only thing that converges them is the desperation for power and money. That's all it is. The former governor said that they were all like-minded people and their primary objective was to fix the country. So El Rufai wants to fix the country. Rotimi Amechi, do you remember that clip of Rotimi Amechi that has stolen billions and the House of Rep was probing him? And Femi Gbajabiamila told them to leave him alone because he shared the money amongst them. These are the people, these are the unbelievable stuff. It's just, you almost want to throw yourself out of a window when you read some of these things. He noted that there are chances of the movement becoming a single political party if there is a need for it. He said he and others can leave their group and join a new political party. He said they are encouraged by the party of coalition. The former governor said they were all like-minded people and their primary objective was to fix the country. He claimed that the country was currently under urban bandits. He expressed confidence in defeating the ruling party in the next general election. You must be a joker. El Rufai then drew parallels between the events that led to the fall of former President Goodluck Jonathan 2015 and the current political milieu. Or is it milieu? How do you even pronounce that word? So that's El Rufai right there, being the short little mini Hitler from Kaduna State that we know him for. The short little mini Hitler from Kaduna State like we know him for. I want to show you a clip. This is nothing to do with politics. So, well, it's politics, but it's of sorts. I won't even play you the audio. I'll only show you the clip. There is trouble in paradise in Yoruba land, and it's an age-old trouble, by the way. Is who has preeminence is really where the trouble is. Let me show you this clip. So in this clip here, you are going to see the true preeminent Yoruba monarchs, the Alaafin of Oyo, of course, and then the Ooni of Ife. You all know the Ooni of Ife, and you are getting familiar with the new Alaafin of Oyo now. But watch very closely this clip. So that's the Ooni right there making the rounds, meet and greet and all that. So that's the Ooni right there making the rounds. So there he is shaking hands with one Oba or the other. There he is shaking hands with another Oba or the other. And right there, the man dressed in the brown and gold ashoke. That's the new Alaafin of Oyo. So now see now, this is the battle line being drawn in the monarchical structure of Yoruba land right here. Let me just take it back a notch. So look out for it now. So I've signaled it to you. So look out for it now. So the man dressed in the gold and brown ashoke is the Alaafin of Oyo, the new now coronated crowned Alaafin of Oyo. Everybody knows the imposing gait of the Ooni of Ife. So all the people sitting down there, they're Obas. They're Obas in one form or the other. They're kings. So as he goes up to meet them, see how they greet. But then when it gets to the Alaafin of Oyo, see how they greet. So watch this. So even before he gets to the Alaafin of Oyo, you can already see the gait of the not the gait, but the posture of the Alaafin of Oyo. It's footed. let me actually play you this clip. I need to play you this clip to give you an understanding. This is what is start play. Remember when I played you this clip a while ago, and I told you that this clip is a war footing clip. So this is a war footing clip right here. So what you are going to see in this little Bata song clip is what's playing out in that clip in this video that you're watching. So this clip that I'm about to play you now, because you have to know that the Alaafin of Oyo, his deity, the progenation of his deity is Shango. So it's a Shango stance, and this is a Shango sort of dance. So what this? This is what is at play. But watch this little boy kick his foot, and that way. If you are nuanced enough, you will understand then how this clip plays into that. But watch this. It's getting somewhat convoluted, but visually it will pull together. Sorry, I'll play it again. Watch every single movement of that little boy, because those are maneuvers and war footing and a war footing dance, and that is what is playing out between the Oni and Alaafin right there. But watch this. Right. So what you just saw that little boy carry out right there, it's a Shango, it's a war dance. It's a Shango, and it's spirit led, by the way, because that boy is being conduited by some sort of entity. So those movements are movements of an entity, and that's a war footing right there. So that's a war dance. And what you see play out between the Oni and the Laughing right here is war footing. Is war footing. So look at this Chioma Omode Omogun Pelefo. In Oyo Laughing, where I come from, if you want to disparage somebody, you say Tani Babare. Tani Babare. You know? Do you know what that means? It means who is his father? You know? Not in a polite asking inquiry to know that what stock does it come from? Tambabare. So Tambabare is what the Alaafin of Oyo is saying to the Ooni of Ife, right? There's no other way to look at it other than like that. So here it is. So it goes on and on. It grabs hands all the obas. See that posture right there? That's the Alaafin right there. So that's already a war footing. You see, it stamps his staff of office about 3 times on the floor. It looks not to the ground though, but it looks motionlessly in defiance, in anticipation of then this Ifa priest that has been parading himself as the king of Yoruba land to come and pay homage to him. Watch this. And by the way, we also saw the king of Lagos do that to the Ooni of Ife. So, and I feel that this Ooni of Ife, he parades himself around a bit too much, and they're somewhat now disparaging him. So there it is right there. There's trouble in paradise. There's something in the state of Denmark. What's that phrase again? There's something rotten in the state of Denmark. Is that what it is? But all that, what else do I have for you? Actually, I've been away so long. There's been so much in the news cycle. I couldn't bring you all of it, but hopefully, if the conversation does take place, the conversation brings with it present. So let's let's hold on. All right. Let's rattle through the clips. The link is in the comment section. Anybody that wants to come on. The link is in the comment section. So let's do a little bit of it's never a one-man session, is it? If we don't do a little bit of Peter Obi bashing. So let's commence with a little bit of Peter. You know, anytime you hear Peter Obi speak, you wonder then that is this guy actually are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Is just a thought that comes to your head. In fact, it's so ludicrous, the Peter Obi commentaries, that we have a special song that intros anytime Peter Obi wants to speak. So let's do a little bit of Obi bashing, as is the signature of this platform. A little bit of Obi flogging. I'm just talking to line things. So all right, let's do a little bit of Obi talk, Obi bashing.
Animal talk, don't start again.
If your man talk say we never become anything now.
But
no. You see, when well, you know yourself. Fairness is fairness. We have regions. We even have in our constitution what they call federal character. Now they say if they eat this food, everybody go get here equal. Now they say if you reach Jesus, make you reach this person. Even if say na mumu will be, he treat us like human being. If mumu, okay, mumu come do your own. Let we come do our own mumu go. But this year they go treat you say you no be anything. And now we be Nigeria pass so.
Why you talk to her? How you be Nigeria pass? You be Nigeria pass me.
So if you go for any
So that's Peter Obi right there in his actual true colors. So it's not turned into a national figure, but his actual instinct is what you saw playing out there. Still on the Obi bashing.
Animal talk, don't start again.
I walk 24 hours. If you come to my desk 3 a.m., you see me walking.
And there it is right there. Obi works 24 hours. There he is right there.
Animal talk, don't start again.
Because if you look at one of the biggest drain to our foreign exchange, which is affecting both our reserve and our exchange rate, is the foreign exchange.
So the foreign exchange is affecting the foreign exchange, according to Mr. Gbadue from Oka.
Animal talk, don't start again.
My sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the beavers. The beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the beavers is from this to this.
Need I say more? That's the man that wants to be president. I don't really have the words, but maybe Fela Kuti does.
Animal talk, don't start again.
And there it is right there. Animal talk, don't start again. And still with the theme of animal talk and ethnic jingoism, let's go to the north and let's go to the north and sample how they jingle out there.
I think what the average northerner needs is somebody who is from the north and who also understands the other parts of Nigeria and who has been able to build bridges across the rest of the country. This is what the northerner needs. He doesn't need a Yoruba candidate or an Igbo candidate This is what the Northerner needs. So I believe I stand before you as a pan-Nigerian of Northern origin.
And that is Nigerian politics right there. Nigerian politics is, was, and always will be about two strands, ethnicity and religion. There will never really be a time, maybe in 100 years' time, if Nigeria still exists as an entity, maybe we'll start to evolve. But Nigeria, the politics of Nigeria is all about ethnicity and tribe. So that's the politics that people play. And then they overlay it with a nationalistic appeal, and that is what wins you the presidency. So you are of an ethnic stock, and you hold your ethnic base, and then you somewhat try to put a veneer of a national acceptability on your tonality. That's what won Tinubu the elections. That they hate Tinubu because the Northerners cannot abide that a Yoruba man is ruling them. The Southeasterners cannot abide that a Yoruba man is ruling them, and that's why they hate Tinubu. Buhari was hated because the Yoruba man could not abide that Mala was ruling him. The Southeasterner could not abide that Mala was ruling him. And if Peter Obi was the president, they would hate him because the Northerners will not. We all know that that's the backdrop, that's the heavy base that the Nigerian politics is built upon. Ethnicity predominantly, and religion as an overarch and a veneer of national appeal, if you're able to pull it off. And that's Atiku Abubakar right there. But still staying with Atiku, do you remember how Reno Omokri used to tell us that it was the one that actually chose Peter Obi as his running mate when it was Atiku versus Buhari all those years ago? So Atiku speaks, and it speaks to a different storyline. Watch this.
And then went straight to Abeokuta to meet my boss, President Obasanjo, and told him, Mr. President, I have got the ticket. So he asked me, he said, okay, from where is your running mate going to come from? I said, of course, it's either southeast or southwest. He said, no, leave southwest. Because I was there for 8 years. Go to southeast. I said, okay, sir. Do you have anybody in mind? He said, yes. The first person he suggested was Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. So I told him Ngozi was not a member of our party. I believe if I forward the name to the party, they will reject. I said, okay. He said, what about Soludo? I said, Soludo too was not a member of our party, so they will not accept. He now said, what about Peter Obi? I said, Peter Obi is a member of the party. He said, okay, take him. I said, okay, sir.
And there it is right there. If he had gone with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, maybe even I would have voted for him. But there it is. Do you remember how Nigerians like to, imagine if all these new trains that we're now having in Nigeria, imagine if they start to break down, and I think some of them have started to break down. And the usual outcry is that in civilized countries, in other climes, things like this would never happen. Well, this happened in the UK. Imagine if this happened on the Lagos-Ibadan superhighway. Rational mind will go to Aso Rock and behead Tinubu if this had happened on the Lagos-Ibadan railway. So that's somewhere in the UK that the train broke down in the middle of nowhere and people were being yanked off it in a rather dangerous manner. Imagine if that was Nigeria. Imagine what the usual suspects would say. So there's that. Let me give you just a few more. Oh, let me play you this one. This is from the archives. This is from the archives, and it is not really a Nigerian narrative, but it's really the broader West African and even Black African narrative. So let me play it to you, and then you see why I'm bringing it to you. All right. So that's that's a perspective on how the Europeans felt when they were being kicked out of Africa all those decades ago. Still within that sort of broad strokes, within that theme space, that's fair. Let me play you this, because of course the Europeans came to Africa, and now of course the Africans going to Europe. And of course, they are experiencing a lot of resistance. And here is a perspective on that. What this?
This country is so dependent on migration. 96% of immigrants to this country come by legal means. They are people who come from Ukraine, people who come from Hong Kong, people who came from Afghanistan after the Taliban came to power. But the British public believe that illegal migration makes up the vast majority of migration. So we've constantly had this debate about migration being an issue. And we don't talk enough about the fact that in social care at the moment, we have 133,000 vacancies. In the healthcare system, we have vacancies. In building sites, we have vacancies. We have a skills shortage. We have an aging population. We have declining birth rates. And our economy is so dependent on migration, and the politicians know it. When you look at the rhetoric we've had around asylum seekers, even under the Blair years, you had the demonisation of asylum seekers. That also has consequences for communities in this country. And we saw the consequences over the summer, where you had people quite literally trying to burn down hotels housing asylum seekers. And I think when politicians don't show leadership and be honest about the benefits that migration brings to this country, I think that's a serious problem. We lack infrastructure, we lack investment in working class communities, and that creates a sense of resentment. We also have communities that have this great sense of loss when we lost industry, when we lost infrastructure, when we lost public services with austerity cuts. And I think we have to be honest about the challenges that working class communities face in terms of housing. We've not built enough social housing since the 1960s. Stop just blaming migrants for every single problem in British society. Let's be honest about the fact that governments have failed to invest in Britain as well.
And there it is right there. You know, if you removed the migrant from the UK, the square mile, which is called the City of London, where the financial hub is, it will take a heavy hit. But the National Health Service, the NHS, it will just collapse. A good 30-40% of the backdrop. And the educated people in this country, by the way, they are mostly now migrants. So I'm not quite sure where all this narrative is coming from. But leaving that and going back to Nigeria, do you remember how Sule Lamido has been traversing all the media so far, telling us that Tinubu was anti-June 12 back all those years ago? Here is a response to that. Watch this.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State.
The speaker, by the way, is Femi Falana.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State. All other protocols observed, except the fact that in glowing tribute to Elijah Kudira and Abiola on this occasion, we must congratulate, in particular, the members of the Abiola family, while we commemorate this occasion. It is important for us to celebrate Elijah Kudira and Abiola. In celebrating her, we are celebrating the triumph of democracy. I have looked at the high table, and I have discovered that on the 4th of June 1996, some members of the high table were either in detention or in exile. I can see the governor himself, who was then jumping from London to New York, as occasions might dictate. I can also see his comrade, Senator Polika Funwite, who was among other 3 senators charged with the governor with treason by Abacha. I was away in Mawadashi village very close to the Nigerian border, languishing in custody there. I spent 9 months that year in custody. I was there when Elijah Kudirat Abela was killed, so I was helpless. But my greatest joy when I learned of the death and the burial arrangement was the statement credited to Elijah Mogaji Abibatu. And this will surprise all of us. When Onyilola and others came in the federal government delegation, I understand our mother, when we fún Onyilola, ìyá wa Mogaji bí Onyilola lérè pé, ẹ̀tì ọkọ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ tó pa ya rẹ̀, ìyíwá dàbí. In other words, Elijah was asking the federal government through Onyilola, you have locked up a man, you have also killed his wife. I want to commend the Abiola family, I want to commend Lagos State government for organizing this ceremony and for naming this road after that woman that contributed so much towards our having today. In particular, I want to commend our children who are now referred to as orphans of democracy. Their mother was killed, their father was killed in this struggle. But we are happy that we are here today. On behalf of the human rights community, I want to thank the Lagos State government for naming this street after a great woman. We are happy that we already know those who killed Kudirat. Very soon, by the time the Oputa Commission reconvenes in Abuja, I can assure you we are going to know the actual killers of Bashir M.K. Abiola. After this knowledge, after the information has been passed to all of us, we must insist that justice is done. And what Lagos State government is doing today is to do justice in its own way to this great woman. I want to thank all of you for coming and to say that, and I think the governors say, as the Americans will say, that it's not yet over until it is over. Before I wind up, let me make this disclosure, because it is very important, and I hope I won't be embarrassing the governor of Lagos State. Until a few months ago, the governor and I used to have a shouting match over the fact that nothing was going on. You had those mountains of heaps, rubbish all over. And one day I was talking to the governor and somebody asked me when I was leaving, are you the one they voted for in Lagos? Why is it your business to be harassing the governor? And I told the fellow, and I informed the fellow, that if Governor Bola Tinubu fails, the pro-democracy movement will have failed, all the activists will have failed. Today we are all happy that things are moving in Lagos State. And I want to say publicly that and I hope you are going to join me in singing that song that we sang when Kudirat was killed. Orun la londa, orun la leda, orun la.
So that's Femi Falana. Once upon a time, eulogizing about Tinubu, who is now telling us that Tinubu now is Lucifer himself. So that's the trajectory of politics. So now this next clip that I'm about to play you. When I saw it, it made me feel. It made me feel sad. It made me feel sad as a black man and especially as an African. We just have they don't even give us any little maneuverability. Just watch this and then you'll understand where I'm coming from.
She came to speak at a world leaders meeting to represent Tanzania and to stand for Africa. But as soon as she reached the passport check, something felt wrong. The French officer looked at her passport, then at her veil. Then he frowned. "Remove that," he said in English, pointing at her scarf. She said softly, "I am the President of the United Republic of Tanzania." But he didn't care. "Take it off, madam," he repeated. "This is France." Behind her, Tanzanian officials tried to explain. They showed documents. They called other security officers. Still, She was told to step aside. She was searched. She was questioned. Not once did they say, "Your Excellency." Not once did they say, "Welcome." She stood there for over 40 minutes in silence. People walked by. Some stared, some laughed. One officer whispered to another, "She looks like one of them." But she didn't cry. She didn't shout. She stood still, with dignity. And when they finally realized who she was, it was too late. The damage was done. President Samia turned around, looked at her team, and said quietly, "We are going home." And with that, she refused the summit. She boarded her Tanzanian state plane and flew back to Africa. But what happened in that airport would not stay quiet for long. The sun had not yet risen over Dar es Salaam when President Samia's plane touched down. She did not speak to the press. She did not shout on television. She walked off the plane with her veil still on, her head held high, and went straight to the State House. But the silence did not last long. Someone on her team, maybe a guard, maybe a staff member, leaked the truth. And like fire catching dry grass, the story spread across the country, then across the continent. Radio stations interrupted their programs. President Samia humiliated in Paris. She was stopped like a common criminal because she wore a veil. On social media, the youth reacted first. One girl in Zanzibar posted, "If they treat a president like this, how will they treat our mothers?" Another in Nairobi wrote, "She went to speak peace." They answered with racism. Across the Muslim world, voices rose up. She is a Muslim. She is a woman. She is a leader. And still they disrespected her. Even in cities like Dakar, Abuja, and Khartoum, people who had never followed Tanzanian news before were now shouting her name, Samia.
And there it is right there. So what chance then the average African, if a president of a country can be treated with such disdain? So that's that right there. I'll play you two more clips. I still have plenty of clips, but I'll just play you two more, and then we'll see if anybody turns up for the conversation. We're in big trouble in Nigeria, and Nigeria is a den of iniquity. We just have to concede that. Just put your hands up in surrender and an acceptance that Nigeria is a den of iniquity. When I saw this clip that I'm about to show you now, I was aghast. I was aghast. Watch this.
Please, everybody, please, move back. No, move back. Can you see this man and this girl? They were kidnapped. So everybody needs to be very, 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 very careful. Come outside, please. All of you, everybody, please. Move back. No, move back. Move back. One, two. No. Don't carry that in. Please, just shifting. No. You can go back inside. Shift it. No, okay, shift it, please. 1, 2, ready. Shift it. Shifting. Shifting. Shifting the people. Shifting. What now? Bros, shifting. 1, 2, come back from that place. This one, 50 again. Guys, shift your side. Shift your side. Push. Put down for twice the side. It's okay. One can come. Please, they can come outside. Give your hand to me. We are police. Come out. Oh, thank you, Jesus. You have been saved. Bring your hand. You have been saved. Sorry. You have been saved and delivered. Let him say something. It's okay. No. Don't put inside my phone. Don't put inside my distance. Go, calm down.
So those were kidnapped victims somewhere in Nigeria. I think that was in the southeast, but it could have been anywhere. But the way they were kept and where they were kept, it just it left me just mouth agape. It's just unbelievable stuff. So that's that. I still have plenty of clips, but I'll just play you one more. For those of you who may have been wondering where I have been for the last for the last 3 days thereabout, for those of you who have been wondering, think Downtown Abbey. Have that thought in your mind. Downtown Abbey. This is just a little snippet of where I was. So this is the wedding venue where I'm at in Windsor. If you've ever heard of a sprawling edifice, this is what they mean right there. A sprawling edifice. Just look around you. This is just one estate, probably owned by just one family. And it goes on to the manor house right behind me. How do I flip this round? Well, there's a manor house right behind me anyway. Yeah, so that's the manor house right there. You can see it, you know, bronze. Those are bronze carvings, by the way. That's probably the price of somebody's house, you know. And on it goes. So that's why I'm not streaming. I mean, some wedding in Windsor. So there it is. That's not the. I think it's just more the guest than anything else. The bride already in there, you know. The party goes on and all that. Anyway, that's that. So that's where I was. I was in Windsor somewhere. I turned into some it wasn't so much an Owambe, it was like a more of a I wanted to play you this Sheyi Makinde clip, but I think I've been going on for too long now. Let me just play you the Kega's music and then we'll see if anybody turns up. Otherwise, it's au revoir.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that. So hold on. Who's hold on. Oh yes. So amen to that. So joining us. Don't get him angry. Otherwise, he will turn from the gentleman that we love to an incredible Hulk. Joining us, Emeka. So that's Emeka right there. Is it the yin or the yang? Emeka can yin or yang sometimes, but we love him all the same. That's the mighty man right there, Prince Emeka, to give him the fullness of his title. The voice that you've all come here for, Baba is here, of course, and one for the ladies, curiously, Tony as well. So that's the assembled so far. Still more spaces on the platform. Anybody that wants to join. We kick it off. We'll try and do 5 to 7 minutes monologue just to open it up and to make sure that people are not kept for too long. We kick off the monologuing with the mighty Mekos. So Emeka, good to see you. How you day? How buddy?
I'm good, woman. Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. I have some couple of times or minutes I decided to join, irrespective of the way it turned out the last time. And I'm happy with the introduction you give. I think it's very
Yeah,
appropriate.
the
Yeah.
Incredible Hulk. Yes. I mean, it's just when it rains, it pours within the Nigerian space. So this coalition now, which is now starting to take shape, and there's a sense of deja vu because we saw the same steps in the build-up 2013, 2014. So is this now Operation Get Tinubu out of office that is fleshing out before our eyes, Michaels?
Anyway, it's a coalition of frustrated politicians. Let's be very honest, and a bunch of losers that have assembled themselves within the political space and decided to create a party. They are still yet to flesh out the structure of that party. Some are calling it ADA. Some are calling it something else, right? They've not even agreed within themselves what political structure they want to float. But regardless of the fact, the signs are there. They can't beat the president. And one man actually said it clearly today. And I know, or if not last year, we spoke and debated about this, having Reno Mokre within the presidential media team. And we can see that he's such an excellent talent, a brilliant chap, which we all know. But he was able to elucidate that today at his published interview with Glitch Africa. He spoke about how he made the introduction of P2B to Waziri, how he propped P2B up against other candidates that were looking towards becoming the vice presidential candidate to Atiku in 2019. And he also said he has his receipts and is willing to table it if anybody wants to speak differently. And there's quite all right. I actually also agree with him because there were evidence. He spoke about how himself and the chairman of Silverbird made that introduction. And we can also see where Waziri brought it up to the former president, trying to get the president's blessing. And so the story quite aligns. And he spoke about the uselessness of P2B and how P2B decided to leave the political party.
There's a bit of background noise there.
Yeah,
Do you need it? Do you need it? Yeah.
my son is crying. He
The
spoke
voice
about
really good now. I can hear the
yeah,
voice clearly.
yes, he's getting bigger and disturbing me. Uh, he spoke about P2B and how P2B left the political party without informing anybody, which he does anyway. You understand. And they also, made a little bit of mockery of P2B when P2B was pushing his resume to him and saying, please submit my resume, submit my resume. Anyway, it was a brilliant interview. I don't know if anyone, maybe at their spare time, they could go watch that interview. And clearly, um, he swore that during the presidential campaign in 2023, that he knew Asiwaju was going to win. He knew. And that, but in his heart, he felt Atiku was a much better candidate, but he knew that Asiwaju would win. And he called one of his, I don't know if that man is his personal aide, but apparently he introduced the man as a pastor in Christ Embassy. And the man confirmed it that, yeah, he told him there. And it all, notwithstanding, we all knew what the political environment was going to look like in 2023. And anybody who is experienced in politics and quite all right, and you are knowledgeable within the Nigeria political space, you would know that Asiwaju was going to win that election. Clearly, we all knew. And when they were trying to critique him about or criticize him about the Chicago University stuff, he said, I went to Chicago and they showed me physical evidence. They showed me photo of the president. They showed me, so many evidence. And I came out and I said, if it's the drug baron issue, yes, I can talk about that. But if it's a certificate issue, that is far gone. And we saw the evidence during that space. He was championing it. And at some point, he said, no. He
You know,
championed the.
I'm not sure why people are still making that evidence. The guy went to Chicago and he stood in front of the university and presented what he found. You know, so
Yeah, he
what
did.
more
He
evidence?
did. He
Yeah, I
did.
mean,
And he was, I think he was the only one in PDP that was saying, no, the president went to Chicago because I went there. But he was still, so he explained that some people were thinking that the president paid him. He said, no, he was explaining. And you see, we talked about him joining the Asuwaju team. And to be honest, I have a hint, like, how will I say, I know of him, right? I know of his works, but him taking us through that memory lane only made me to be aware that this guy is huge. He has the talent, and you need someone like him in your team because he said, "I wrote Waziri's campaign." He said, "I wrote it and I can quote it to you for facts." And yeah, truly, he gave some hints, and you can tell that this guy is quite an asset to have in your political campaign if you're looking towards publicity, media, and the likes. And he made one. Um, he gave one insider discussion about show Bumi Abid. You understand? I think he has been on this show. If not, yeah, I think he has been on this show, right? So he said, I employed him, but the guy wrote back and said it's all lies. Anyways, I trust Reno. If Reno has some evidence, he's going to blast it out tomorrow. Notwithstanding, why am I going through all this? Because he said something. He said, Aswaju is not somebody you can defeat in 2027. Not that he's the
the
incumbent.
guy is yet to lose an election, so I can't see how they're going to do it. But you
Yeah.
never said never.
And,
But
and he actually gave the president his credit in the sense that he's a different politician. He's a strategist. We all know that. And he also talked about the other side and said they were all political failures, right? And the signs are there. Is it Sule Lamido? Is it P2B? Is it Atiku? Is it the short man from Kaduna? And the people they are assembling? They all failed in their career. And he pointed.
and really, Emeka, that's probably what guarantees Tinubu a victory the most. It's just the paucity of the opposition. I mean, look at that. Atiku and Rufai. So these are not people that Nigerians want. There's nobody that
Exactly. And to be fair, I think the only person that would even help them to sell their ticket is P2B. The only person that will help them sell that ticket, whichever coalition they want to form, is P2B. Let's be very realistic. Even though we know that P2B is.
but Obi is encumbered by his movement. They will not accept him deputizing to anybody, and I don't think Atiku wants to give up his ambition. So we'll see.
No, Atiku is not giving it up. I thought the deal has been sealed. He is going to be the vice president candidate for Atiku, except maybe things changes. The condition is not looking right for him, or maybe there are some trust issues, or there are some concerns. And if that's the case, both of them can just. There should be no need. They are not just going to waste money, except they are looking at, okay, they want to get donation from some political bigwigs within the country that could help finance their campaign, and they can make some extra change for themselves. The best ticket for them is having P2B as vice president and Atiku as a presidential candidate. That's the only way that people can look at it and say there's a possibility. But even with that, it's still not looking so strong, right? El Rufai, during the presidential candidate, Kaduna lost to Labour. Kaduna lost senatorial seats and won how many? Just one. Lost so many of the House of Rep seats. And then struggled to win the gubernatorial election. And even at that, he was the incumbent. Even at that, you are now fighting with the current governor of Kaduna. And they are chasing you left, right, and right. They've even indicted you. So You are not strong politically in Kaduna. What are you delivering? When you are an incumbent governor, you didn't do so well. So what are you going to deliver? Then Atiku, he lost the election too. P2B also lost the election. So they are all Sule Lamido, because he's upset that his coalition didn't make him become the Senate president. That's why he's joining the fold. He lost the election too. He was unable to rally around to get the right vote within his colleagues. Then
Sorry, Mika. I'm very sorry, woman. Look, on the contrary, Obi is a very good candidate, my friend. If you want to even do anything in Nigeria right now, if you want to have any change at all, if you want to make any attempt to make a change, Obi is, is the darling of everybody right now. Look at the way he's going around, try to, digest all these economic problems. I don't subscribe to his always go to Indonesia or whatever, but at least someone that is talking, you can talk to him. Okay, make this change. Make this change. You can't just take the subsidy away. What do you want to do? How to bring industry? How to support the naira? You cannot support the naira without without production. So so Atiku is another country. It's another countryman as far as I'm concerned. So it has to be between Tinubu and Obi if the country has to see.
Tony, the problem with Obi is that he has never, and he's done countless interviews, but he has never once been able to actually let me play something. He's never been able to put together a coherent thought. He's never been able to say, this is how I will do it in a way that makes sense to anybody with an education or intelligence.
He has done enough. The team will take it over. Hold on. The team will take it over. The team will take it over.
What has he done? You said
the team will take it over because even an ordinary person, lay people, they can understand what he's talking about. You cannot have a strong currency without any production. You know what I'm saying? And then this power of electricity.
Hold on. Just, we have to bring it down so I can be. Okay, you cannot have a strong currency without production. That's not an innovative statement. Everybody right across their manifesto said that. So it's not a Peter Obi there. It's a universal. It's a standardized statement.
What has Tinubu been doing about making that possible by facing the electricity problem?
All right. Okay. Forget it. Yeah. It's impossible to ever.
All right. It appears with this discussion. Yeah. So let me
just make this point. It's very easy to say you can't have it. There are steps towards production. You have to all the infrastructures, the electricity, the road, the currency itself, even having money. All of these things are building blocks of production now. You are saying you can't have a strong currency without production. You can't have production without the accoutrements that you need for production. So these are the things. And then how do you get those things in place? Because production is not a government initiative, it's a private industry initiative. It's the enablers that the government has to put in place. These are all the things now.
But so we all know this discussion.
That was Emeka, sorry. That was the question. Hold on, Emeka, please. Biko, make not forget.
No. Hold on. Let's flow. When it gets your turn, you can speak. Before you know.
I know. I don't want to talk about what has the government been doing about making the electricity power possible. Okay.
No, don't be angry. You can speak it at your own time now. I've allowed you to interject, right? Thank you. So P2B is not. He's not eloquent. He makes incoherent statements, and that is his weakness. So as the president too, if we want to be fair, if we want to express fairness, right? So, and whatever P2B has been saying is what all presidential candidates has ever said. I'm echoing. So they all say the same thing. But I think with P2B has been able to package himself as a man of modest behavior, a man of humility. That what makes him a master manipulator, right? He's been able to exploit the emotional discontentment of Nigerians. That's not a guarantee to you going to Aso Rock. But I would say the best ticket for them is Atiku as president candidate and P2B as vice presidential candidate. And if both of them cannot agree, it is a slam dunk deal. Even with the two of them running on a single ticket, which they've done in the past in
Who is talking?
2019,
Who is talking? Sorry about
which
that.
they which they've
Carry
done which they've done in the past in 2019, they were unable to unseat the APC. And now here you have a president where even the opposition are telling the president that we are even behind you, right? Where the opposition, that's the main opposition, which is the PDP, is telling the president we are even behind you. Go ahead, continue with your political run. So we are, let's see how it unfolds. The only thing that might give them some proportion or that can give them some hope signals is maybe there is a huge scandal, a huge scandal in the form. I think maybe that's what they're trying to do with security issues. I don't know what's going on, but I don't think they will be able to defeat the president. Asuwaju is not Jonathan. Asuwaju is clearly not Jonathan, and Asuwaju would not. That's my grievance with him. That's actually my grievance with him. He's focused on 2027 and rather not do you know grabbing governance issue where it should be and trying to sort Nigeria's issues at least to certain points so people can see that okay, this guy is doing something. That's my only issue with him. If it's 2027, I don't think I don't. It's not. He's won it already. The signs are there. Everything is working towards his favor. And that's my take on that issue. Anyway, my other this I don't know if you guys spoke about the CBN regulatory forbearance loan at
well,
certain points.
it's not something we will leave to, but yeah, give us just about 2-3 minutes on that, and then we're going to Baba.
I don't know if you guys did that. It's a huge
No, we
concern.
have not. Yeah.
It's a very so it's been going on since the beginning of June. So let me just give a high level discussion about that. During the COVID period, because of the economic downturn that affected most countries, supply chains and the rest, productive activity almost came to a halt. Most CBN governors, or I would say most central banks, which includes also Nigeria, decided to, take step in to try to bridge that gap and ensure things do not collapse completely. So in Nigeria, what they did was banks were encouraged to reduce interest rates to especially borrowers that they are exposed to, right? And they could reduce interest rates and extend the tenor of the loan. Apparently, uh, what has now happened is that the banks have now said that the CBN has now issued a publication to tell the banks that the regulatory forbearance loan, they should no longer um, give themselves dividends. That is the executive management. They should no longer invest outside in their interest of in like expand operations, like acquire subsidiaries or the rest. They should not take money out. They should not give themselves bonuses, no dividend. So they can't pay dividends to shareholders. The executive management staff can't take bonuses. They should also not expand operations outside the country, right? Or even within the country. So what they are looking at is liquidity. It appears that banks are not as liquid as they say they are. So, and that's a concern. I don't know. This political brouhaha has swept that under the rug. That's a major issue. And some banks decided to respond and say, oh, and when I say banks, the bigger banks, the Fugas Bank, the First Bank, UBA, it's guaranteed, and okay, guaranteed was able to sort their issue as quick as possible. Access Bank and Zenith Bank said they would be able to resolve that issue in by 30th of June. And most of our FPIs, the foreign portfolio investment coming into the country goes to the banks. So foreign investors, after every 3 months or 6 months, they want to get returns. And if it's going to the bank and your CBN is telling you you cannot pay dividend, that is a major concern. That will take a hit. Immediately when they make that announcement, when CBN made that announcement, the shares of the banks went down. The all bank share index in Nigeria went down. So it's still going down with a bit of GTB retaining some value, right? Zenith Bank, they've all, even Fidelity is still struggling too. You know, they are struggling with some debt issues, and now they are not having the same forbearance loan. So some of the banks are exposed to certain borrowers. That's what they said, the single obligor limit. So single obligor means when you have borrowed a certain, it's not just one person, but a certain group of people, a huge amount of credit, right? It's huge. So they've exceeded their single obligor rates, and they've not provided provisions for those loans. So which means those loans are actually and they are not performing as they should perform, but the banks are already seeing those loans as asset, and they are taking income already when there is no interest income going in. That's why they said don't pay yourself bonuses, because these loans are not, they will soon go bad. You have to make provision for it. Let's see how it turns out if some of the banks are able to make proper provision, write off those loans by June 30th, and hopefully restore some certain level of liquidity amongst themselves, because it's now affecting their recapitalization exercise. You know, the banks have been forced to go do some, they've not imposed it on them anyway, but they are doing some recapitalization exercise. And if it's going on and shareholders are saying, or shareholders either existing or prospective shareholders are like, your CBN says you are not going to pay dividend for 2 years. This thing is going to go to 2028. That they gave them that room for 2 years. So if you can sort out the issue as quick as possible, you can go out and continue to fulfill your obligations to your shareholders and other stakeholders. So let's watch that. So it's a very big issue. That's why I thought maybe you guys would have discussed about it. And I asked and I said, okay, it's also lays down into the economic concerns within what is going on in the country and what the president intends to do. So this is a bigger concern. If the banks are not liquid enough, we have a big issue. What that would trigger, now land in seconds. So what that would trigger is the foreign portfolio investors will no longer want to bring in their funds. They will want to take it out, and that will have an impact on our foreign reserves. That will also have an impact on our credit rating too, and the way investors will begin to see us in the future. So we need to get, the banks need to get their acts together, and a stronger bank leads to a stronger economy, and hopefully we can all scale through. And I hope things are being sorted out as quick as possible. Thank you very much.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. That went over a lot of our heads, but I'm sure the more nuanced, you know, who would understand what you've just said. Myself, of course, I'll understand it because I'm a super genius. But the person that would really understand it is the super chatter right there. That's Paddy right there. He went to Harvard, so he won. Probably the most educated person here, probably that's him right there, Paddy with the super chat. So he went to Harvard, so he should understand all of these things. So thank you for all that, Emeka, of course, one of the stalwarts of the platform. From Emeka, we go on to, you see, it's a gift that just keeps on giving, the one-man platform, from the excellence of Emeka to the delight of Baba. So Baba, the floor is yours, as you will, 5-7 minutes. Baba.
Yes, thank you, woman. My salute you, co-panelists. I hope your week is off to a good start. And the commentariat, our favorites are all there today. I salute you. And our esteemed viewers, I salute you too. I hope you click the like button while checking in. And while at it, don't forget to share and, of course, subscribe if you haven't done that. And for the eavesdroppers, please repent and do the right thing. Chioma, how are you? Great, I guess. Yes, woman, let me start with Shettima. Actually, I wish I would have the time to speak on Shettima, Dangote, Sule Lamido, and the coalition. I think I talked about Shettima on 2 occasions in the last couple of months, and I questioned his usefulness as a vice president in an APC government. I started when I saw Kwankwaso coming on and attacking the government every day as a sitting APC senator. And besides that, of late came in Zulum, a governor Shettima handed over to, also attacking the tax policies of the government. I questioned him here, the propriety of doing that as a vice president who has prospects. Because it's not done. It's like Lagos State's political atmosphere going awry, and Tinubu is just sitting there like Nero, like Emperor Nero, playing his violin or flute while Rome burns.
Fiddle.
Fiddle while Rome burns. You have to put in your shift. Everybody that holds a political position, more so as high as a VP, you have to put in your shift. Secure your state. Make it impregnable. Everybody should fall in line. It is the rule, not an exception. And as a VP, that's what you should do. You whip somebody like Ndume, even though if he's your senior politically. Ndume, Zoom, whatever it is, the present governor was your deputy. And you allow them to be rubbishing the policy of your party, spitting into the well from which they are drawing water. And there's nothing you can do about that. So you don't deserve to be on the second-term ticket of the president. No, let's look at it. This Kwankwaso thing they are trying to sell is very, very ideal, and I support it wholeheartedly. Let's look at Borno last presidential election. Tinubu got 43,000 votes. That was 55%. And the Atiku got 30,000 votes, 38%. All, including Obi's 1,000 and everything, it's all under 100,000. Let's now look at Kano. Kwankwaso got 997,000, almost a million, 58%. Tinubu got 517,000 votes, 30%. Atiku got 131. Just looking at it, a cursory look at that will give you about 1.5 million votes in Kano. So who is ideal in the threatening and treacherous political terrain of 2027 between Kwankwaso and Shettima? Who is the prospective candidate that can aid Asiwaju's stay in Aso Rock? It's Kwankwaso, of course. And how can they do this? Of course, they can tell Shettima to move back. Go put in your shift. Power is coming to Northeast. Use that 4 years to ingratiate yourself into the powers that be. Nobody's going to hand over power to you anyhow. Go and work on it for 4 years out of the corridors of power. Go put in your shift while Kwankwaso comes on board and deliver a state. Imagine 1 million.
Does that not end his political trajectory though, Baba? If he's out of circulation for 4 years, politics is out of sight, out of mind. A new face will. If it ends him completely, he cannot be a minister, haven't been a vice president. He cannot be anything else other than if they jettison him, they end his political career right there.
Okay, you are eating into my time. Be mindful of that, please. You are not paying attention to me. Go out of power and put in your shift. Do the hard work. Don't be causing the corridors of power for 8 years and they hand you the ticket to lead APC in 2031. He may fail, but if he's made to do the hard work, put in a shift for 4 years, go around, ingratiate yourself to Northwest, North Central, everywhere. Because he has not done that so far. He has not done that. So to me, it's a political neophyte. So let him use that 4 years out of power as an ex-vice president and work on it, because power will shift to Northeast, whether the Northwest likes it or not, or the North Central likes it or not. And Tinubu is not going to hand over to anybody above 65, 64, 60. It's going to hand over to somebody young. So Shettima is still within that range. And the security advisor is also about that range. So he has to put in his shift, because he's just, I don't understand why an Ndume will be coming every time and lampooning the government policies, while the governor, whom you put in power in Borno State, is also lampooning the government every time. It's not done. You have to call them into order. You have to whip them into line. That is your work as a vice president. You must have authority in that state. So let me quickly rush into the Dangote issue, which I don't know whether people are paying attention. Some people call it monopoly, and I see it as competition. When Dangote opened his refinery and started buying up petrol stations, the marketers, they cry foul. They cried blue mother. Oh, monopoly, monopoly. He ran back. He strategized. Now they've played into his hands because of their irresponsibility and the stealing that have been going on, with them being hands in glove with Kiari's NMPC. That era is gone now. They have to understand that. Dangote has come up with 4,000 CNG trucks. He's now going to do the distribution himself. So with that, using CNG, he has cost of bridging, the bridging cost that they've used to actually...
Sorry, Baba, that guy is a very brilliant man.
Oh, he's
brilliant.
But you have to have that kind of yam to be that brilliant. Anyway, who will have that kind of yam? I mean, 4,000 truck. If each costs $75,000, do the maths, the layout, and they are going to have trackers. So if you are to deliver to Kano, you cannot go 1 kilometer beyond Kano. So it has helped in curbing smuggling, cross-border smuggling. That will help also. 2, created 4,000 jobs for drivers, and that 4,000 jobs for motorboys. So 8,000 jobs created like that immediately. Now, what happens to tank farm owners? I feel for them, because most of them are owing banks. But we shouldn't forget the era when we had so much imports that everybody were building warehouses all over the place, filled with goods and everything. Even ships to meet their turnaround time are even going with undelivered cargo after you've taken all your imported ones, and they still have those ones left. They can't cook again. The ships have to leave. The warehouses today, who bought them? when everything ran dry, the churches, of course, most churches you see today that have been redesigned were former warehouses. So the tank farm, they have to find a way, a creative way to sort themselves out. I don't know how they are going to do it because the tank farm layout is a different ballgame entirely. And these are combustible equipments and facilities. So I pity them, but they should let Dangote be. He has the money, he has a knife, so he has the yam. So let me quickly go to this coalition before I come to Sule Lamido. You see, the problem, we are already in June. To register a political party, you need legislatively, by law, it's 7 months. 7 months. So if we are in June now, we are talking now of February next year, just 13 months to the next election. Because when you submit, INEC has a window of 3 months, 90 days to respond to that letter of intent they submitted. So if they exhaustively use the 90 days rightfully assigned to them on point of law, they will now respond. Assuming the INEC respond positively, they too now have 2 months of their own to meet up whatever conditions INEC has put before them. And with 3 weeks here, 2 weeks here, according to the law, it's about 7 months window. Both the party and INEC will have to exhaust. So tell me, like Baba Sheh is saying, like Ahmed is saying, look, there is no time for that now. But I could see people like Rotimi Amechi and others, they want something of their own. They want something of their own. They don't want anybody to boss them around or claim ownership of. That is where the dilemma comes in for these people. Already today, a faction of the obedience have written to Ada. I call it Ada, Machete. Some people call it Ada. Apologies to Adama. Some people call it Ada, but I call it Ada. I prefer that. Ada means machete in Yoruba language. So they've written to Ada that they want to join. They call themselves something, and I suspect is Kenneth Okonkwo's maybe friends in the obedience doing his bidding and coming to write to Ada that they want to join. So you can see there's a lot of confusion in that space. Because Baba Sheh said, no, it can't work. We don't need a new party. Let's collapse into ADC. And when they if they collapse into ADC, I wonder what people like El Rufai will be doing still in SDP. So it's just crazy. They are just confused. So let me leave it there and quickly go to Sule Lamido. I think when he did that interview with Charles Anyogolu, I think he was inebriated. Because that's the only way I can explain the reckless things he said. I think he was inebriated, drunk, absolutely. Because how can you question the credentials of Bola Tinubu in the struggle for democracy, which we are all enjoying today? And he didn't stop at that. He went after Alaja Mogaji, Tinubu's mother. Who does that? As if we are not living creatures. As if we don't have eyes, we don't have ears. As if some of us are not just pedestrians. Said to Mogaji went to tell IBB to not to hand over. I mean, come on. I was just shaking my head uncontrollably. How could you? We all knew what you did, the role you did with Anene, that's Sule Lamido Anene, and King Gibe, Abiola's vice president. We were the first to butt into the ING contraption, that's the interim government of Shunekon. Even in his book, Lamido, in his book, he wrote that Tinubu challenged Abacha and convened the Senate, few of them, to sit in the old Senate building in Tafabalewa, in a race course. That was where they were arrested and locked up in Alagmo. People like you and others were carousing, hobnobbing with our tormentors. And you come to a TV station and talking rubbish as if you will not be challenged. What has happened to our gumption? It's a sad commentary, honestly. It's a sad commentary on people who want to form an opposition to oust this government. And there is a recurrent word they are all using. Want to kick Tinubu out. Want to kick Tinubu out. You are not telling us what you are going to do to Nigeria. You are not telling us that I will reduce fuel. Fuel will come back to 180 naira per liter. The exchange rate will come back to 460. Tell us, open your mouth, tell us. Commit yourself. They are not committing themselves to policies.
But Baba, do you know these are individuals that are upset with the president, right?
Of
That's
course,
the
it's not
problem
just
with them.
upset, Emeka. Let's use the real word, hatred.
I think hatred is a strong word. They are upset because of the political juice is not getting to their tongue, and they are in the political wilderness. But Sule is, it's a cheap blow. You don't play politics that way. You don't rewrite history when those who are
Exactly.
those who participated in it are still alive.
Are
So
still alive.
it's wrong.
When there are clips, look the clip one man played of Falano. You can look at the Falano's look today and his look in that clip. You can see there is a big gap. You can see rain as he has seen fire, he has seen rain in those 32 years or thereabouts. And you just come out, sat on a chair and with a microphone. I'm sure he was drunk. He was inebriated. He was not with his senses to say such things. Because these are people who fought. And the way they play their opposition is very sad, because I listened to Kenneth Okonkwo too, was backing Lamido. Oh, Tinubu ran away. I was young then, but we had the story and we still stay in the country. And I said, really? Is this how politics of opposition will be played, on trivials and trivialities? Anyway, they know the crowd they were talking to. But people like us will not stop talking too, so that the Gen Zs can decipher if they can only read 1-2 paragraphs of history to come to a conclusion that this is the true story. This is exactly what happens. These stories are there. They are bound everywhere, on Twitter, on the one that is not Twitter, on YouTube, anything. Just spend 2 hours. Just 2 hours. Many of these things, and you come to the relative conclusion that these people are just lying. They have nothing to offer to Nigeria. In fact, if this will come to power, it will be a big disaster in the sense that all their mistakes will be blamed on Tinubu's 4 years. Oh, it was Tinubu. Even if Naira was, a dollar was going to exchange then for 2,500, oh, it was Tinubu, he has damaged it beyond repair. Oh, just bear with us. We will try and repair it. Oh, if there's the fuel queue comes back, oh, it is Tinubu, people will just keep quiet because they brought them in. It's not going to happen. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Baba who just kept to the time. So I know there's still more you want to add. We'll loop it around very quickly to you, and Emeka will loop it to you as well quickly. There's a clip that I want you to respond to, Emeka. But once I've done the roundup play, it's about Benue State, and I think it aligns with something you just sent me now. But we go on from Baba to the majestic Tony. Tony, you're up next.
Yes, sir. Okay, I greet you. So, Baba, with due respect to Mabino, making no offense at all. Now let United enjoy this democracy. You know what the hell? The democracy we enjoy today. You enjoy democracy and you are living abroad. I know you come to me and say, oh, I go home every 3 months. Why not you just be at in your own country, where where God born you put, so that you can be enjoying you see the connection with your families and then enjoy your atmosphere. You say that you enjoy democracy. What kind of democracy? Now you enjoy them. Not be me. Yes. That and for that. You want to respond? You can respond to me. So that I'm going to tell the whole world how you enjoy this democracy that you enjoy in Nigeria today. Can you tell me?
I don't have time for you. Carry on with your points.
Yeah, then I defeat you with that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. So then to that woman, that Mula Mush, that woman from Tanzania, what a big shame. You know what I'm saying? She went to shame Africa there. So I don't know why woman should say that, I feel sympathy. No sympathy. You don't have to be sympathetic with all these satanic people.
Sorry, that news is fake. Oh. Diplomats
No, it's not fake. It's not fake. Hold on, America, because I told you before. But a woman took that news serious. But due to the introduction, woman made that, she was sympathizing with the woman, that she felt so bad, that he felt so bad. What the hell? We don't want people like that in Africa. You don't want to be Arab, let them go and born, reborn themselves or go out born again. Don't come in with all those monster, satanic dress, all this danger, scary, like Aisha Yusufu, like this woman, this Natasha, such a beautiful woman. She turned herself into a terrorist-looking woman. You know what I'm saying? What the hell? Tanzania is going bad. Has been going bad ever since that woman came into power because this kind of Nigeria system of a quotation. It's a quota system. That all led that woman to be a president. And people kicked against her, like myself too. What the hell? You have to be an African man or an African woman. Look at Okonjo Iweala when she go to international stage. You see, they respect her. Look at Bianca Ojukwu. She would dress like an African woman. They don't, they don't embarrass them at the airport, but that woman should have been deported. Stripped naked, and then they make sure that she was not, strapping some suicide bombs, in her body, and then they deport her back, Actually, she was deported that day. I get the full story. Yeah, that one's for that, you know what I'm saying? Then let's go to the politics now. One man. So these people, like all these Lamido or whatever they call them, they are all crazy people. Because they are just trying to get rid of Tinubu. You see, they lack a sense of purpose. They don't know what they are doing. They are just desperate, and then be stupid, and then if you just kidding themselves, like they don't know who is there. They don't know that a man called Tinubu, even though that they are not supporting because of the economic hardship. But at the end of the day, it should stay there until it's able to separate this country. Separate this country. If you can't restructure it, they don't want to, go along. They don't want to play along with us. Our plan of try to make sure that we coexist, peacefully. They say no, stay there until you break the country into pieces. You know what I'm saying? So, by enemies, and then nobody can remove him now. Nobody get ANEC, now get police, now get the army, now get everything now. There's one thing that I'm going to tell you guys. Probably I will discuss this one with Wama tomorrow. one time. Do you know that Lagbaja was eliminated by the international community? He was doing a very good job for us. You know what I'm saying? Lagbaja, he was a great guy. He was such. If you look at, is it the reason why that he cried? It was not natural. It was not a natural death. I think probably they use anthrax for him. I know what they call anthrax now. Yeah, that's it. So, which other political scientists are? Oga one. Oga one. Now, well, we're Ghana.
Carry on. Maybe seeing this was temporary.
Yeah.
So carry on.
Yeah. Okay. So then, as for the country, in one man wants to most, intro the monologue. I mean, he did mention of how the country, all this is it quota system or this this character, federal character of shifting the government to the presidency to the north, to the south, to this and that. You know what I'm saying. We can see that the country, is actually gone because if you look back right now, I got to the interview that I watched that interview. I didn't know whether it was Mukri or whoever that was speaking there, but the guy did mention that the chairman of their party was from our region. You know what I'm saying? Anini, and then the candidate Abiola is from our region. And then most of the political officials, the party officials, were all from the region, so there was no problem. We have secretary from the north or whatever. They didn't care about whether it's coming from the south, whether it's coming from the north. So that's why we are saying that the country is, has been damaged beyond repair. So anybody try to gather the pieces of this contraction called Nigeria, is just wasting his or her time. Then I will not go to the OB, where I was trying to interject my brother before Emeka. You know what I'm saying? My co-African man, original African man that believe in African tradition. Say I like you where? No. So, say this country, this system is totally finished. No one say so. People are suffering. So when you are trying to portray Tinubu as somebody who has some plan, who is having some plan. So what I was trying to interject back then was that the question I was trying to ask you, that woman didn't allow me to land, was why are we not seeing anything be put in place to guarantee that we can be able to produce in so years' time? Like the past 24 months, 2 years, why we not see something be done about, or towards, making sure that we have an electricity, power. For example, like wind energy, it's costing 1 million euros in Germany here. They can be able to buy 1 million pieces, instead of this their money they used to buy jet, or refurbishing all this so-called presidential house or whatever vice president, all this money they are paying. Why can't him just sack all these parliamentarians, the so-called that are not fit for any purpose, sack all of them and then start to do something.
The president cannot sack the House of Representatives. The constitution.
We don't need constitution. We don't. My brother Emeka. No. Sorry, you talk again. Look, that paper. Now they worry black man. Stupidity. They talk of constitution. What do you mean constitution? Now paper now they run the things. So why can't he use his head? To staff these people of fund. Of all this money when they steal from our this 29 million a month as salary. Tell me more, sir. Emeka.
Well, like I was saying, right, the Constitution enshrines the House of Representatives, and the president, the president has nothing to do with them. As a matter of fact, even the president's influence over the House of Rep, which includes the Senate, right, House of Senate, I think is even wrong. Why they allow it is because they want the executive arm of government to work
to give them favor, all the time to give them favor. You're right.
Not favor, for them to work together, right? So that things, because majority, they are off. The APC is the majority holder within the House of Rep and the Senate House, right? Since they are all from the same political party, any bill, any legislative or issues can be passed quickly, and everybody would be happy to see the APC working.
They are happy. Hold on, they are happy. Why was the need? Why was there need for this balance of power? By separation of power. That means they are not there to serve our purpose. They are there to serve their own useless, idiotic, and blood-sucking, selfishness. They are useless. Look at the USA. The Republicans, within there now, is 40% are telling Trump not to go into war, while 60% are saying, okay, go. So there must be, that kind of system. That's why we say that there's no system in Nigeria by large, by extension, Africa. Black people, I think our brains are not configured to govern, ourselves. You know what I'm saying? That is why you see people that are claiming to be president and ministers across Africa. They will be taking the resources of their own country, go to build, refineries abroad, and be taking forgetting that one day they will die and leave this useless money on earth. You know what I'm saying? That even if they built 100 mansions in Lekki, in Ikoyi, that they only have one room to sleep. Inside that one room also, now only one small bed. If you are a single man, now only one portion of the bed, half of the bed, now you will sleep.
Okay, Tony,
yes.
Tony, let me correct something just quickly, not to interject you. You see,
yes, sir.
The average senator in Nigeria is not a poor man, and I will tell you why. To win a Senate seat, you need a minimum of 50 billion naira, a minimum, right? If you can raise 50 billion to waste, it's just the foundational level. Because
yes,
a minimum, not so which means if you want to give it a shot,
it could take more.
It could take more.
Yes.
So the average senator is not a poor man.
Even local government also, they have to borrow money.
So
they have to borrow money
in dollars. That's about $30 million.
Exactly. So what I'm saying this is, a lot of us come, they steal money, These are people who have done well with their life.
They didn't do where they have been stealing the money.
No, Tony, hold on. Sorry, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
These are people who have done well. These are you want me to start calling names? Yeah, some of them were governors. You could say probably they were able to appropriate some funds, but to become a governor in Nigeria, if you're a senator and you are trying minimum 50 billion to become a governor.
$50 million.
Is that the right thing to do? Is that the right thing to do?
No, see, you can't. See, in politics all over the world, money is required for you to get into power.
There are limitations here in Germany, limitations to how much you can receive as a candidate, my friend. Don't say that.
They are deceiving you guys. Go behind and find out who is sponsoring the political guys. Who are those sponsors?
But not in open space like it's been done. Let me just tell you one thing. Do you know why? Hold on, sir. Sorry, sir. I understand that many people were already rich people, but at the end of the day, nobody is rich in Africa because as a result of no social security, you can't be rich enough because you can fall ill. Then you have to go and waste your money. You have no hospitals on grant, no hospitals, no nothing, no social security that will guarantee you pension, a home, or whatever in future. So once you have that money, even if you have billions and you keep spending them on daily basis, you will become broke.
The hospitals you're talking about are for the governors to sort out. The hospitals should be for the state. Those are infrastructures or things that governors should do. You see, we are losing the sight of focus. We are focused so much on the center.
Yes. No, not the center, not the center. We're talking about local government also. Hold on. We're talking about the system in general, sir.
Yeah.
That is the system.
Still the same governors that has not aligned the local governments to function properly.
Then we should stop them from going abroad. We should forbid them. You say you talk about constitution and law. Why can't we make that law to prevent them from going abroad so that it's in order to force them to put all these things on ground? so that
You
we can
can't
all.
see, you can't stop people, right? There is a UN charter, the right for people to move. You can't stop people to travel. See if they do it to you, you won't even be happy. So you are trying to push a dictatorial viewpoint. If it's been done to you, you'll be the one to cry foul. You can't stop politicians from traveling. You can't stop politicians from moving their phones. You can't stop politicians from expressing their opinions. It's wrong.
We can do that. We can do that. We can do that.
You cannot do that.
Yes.
It's wrong.
We can do that.
You cannot do that, and you should not do that. If you are upset with a politician, vote him or her out. If you are so upset,
yes,
you are so angry, and you think you're a better candidate, go and contest for election.
Yeah, that is what we're talking about. It's about money. It's a monetized system. It's not like it's been done in a proper. That's why I keep referring to. Sorry, sir. Let me just land this point. This is why I keep referring to our black race as a race in between the real human race and the animal world and the bush animal world. In the forest. Can you just imagine? You see, USA is about to surrender to Iran because of the challenge. You see the equal power. You know what I'm saying? Never said that I don't like Iran. You can just imagine because of those, because they are so intelligent. They are able to, put so many things, ground to be able to, to be able to fight for their rights. Assuming that it's Nigeria that is a problem with Israel right now. Nigeria will just go ahead. Tinubu will run to, Benin Republic, go ahead there, look for one Babalawo, and say, I'm a Yoruba boy, make you help me. You see Iran, they are not giving up. They're not giving up that easy. They want to fight to the end. Can you tell me any African country? Because last time you guys were saying that Nigeria can produce weaponry or whatever. When you can't even produce food to eat, when people are, occupying all your forest, you know what I'm saying? I know that, I'm going crazy. I think one man said he's going to play something out of Benue State today, later on. You know what I'm saying? You know exactly what is going on. You know that in your area, as you said that you're from Southeast, in Enugu State, people are buying. Go to Edo State, people are buying. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not from Enugu.
Okay, but you're from the Southeast now. You're from Southeast.
Yes.
Thank you. So you are the same thing now, no different at all. That's what makes Yoruba people to be super tribe in Nigeria. They do regard everybody as one. You know what I'm saying? That is what is killing Southeast and the other South states. They don't want to unite. They don't want to see themselves as one people. You know what I'm saying?
I'll keep saying it, Tony. I don't know what your opinion is about the Southeast. I think we have our own problem. If you ask me.
We are talking about our problem is not Nnamdi Kanu. Our problem is the outside people that they call occupy our bush there in Enugu State. In Edo State.
No.
This is our problem.
We have our own problem, right? The issues that we have are issues we've created and caused for ourselves.
Yes.
Whatever we're doing, the political
plus lack of support and collaboration. Yes.
The political swagger that we don't have.
Jealousy.
We created that problem for ourselves.
Yes, sir. I agree with you.
So the point is now within Southeast.
You don't speak one voice. You don't speak one voice. There are a lot of people, traitors, that are going to Abuja to adopt Abuja as their hometown.
Let's leave that out. So. in Southeast, home and abroad, look at who is a de facto leader for us. A P2B. Yeah. That's what we are pushing and championing.
It's not good.
When we have better illustrious daughters and sons of Igbo land. A P2B, an incoherent man that is misplacing his statements and putting
that will phase out in 2027 though. And I think there are enough champions for the Southeast not to take a heavy hit. When Peter fades out, you still have Soludo, Madam Ngozi, and
Ngozi is a bureaucrat, man.
It's from South woman. Ngozi from Okwashiku. It's from Edo area.
She's not someone
she just married.
Who want to run for politics. She's not a politician. She's a bureaucrat. So she's someone that you appoint to come fix a problem. And I don't think the current role she has now as the head of the World Trade
Yeah, they're all
Organization,
in
I don't
abroad.
think she intends to want to leave that position to come fight for politics, except you want to appoint her to be in, and she's had it all to the very height of it, being
And then
like
she's not from a proper Igbo land now. You know now. She's already married to that place there.
she's
Eh?
an
You know,
she's an Igbo woman. She's an Igbo woman.
Ogwashi, you know,
She's
from
an
a.
Igbo woman. So we have better crops of politicians. We have illustrious individuals. We have great ambassadors.
Can you
We
name
have
some? Can you name some? Can you name some?
the current House of Rep deputy speaker, wonderful individual from my state.
Izeribe. Yeah.
Wonderful.
They have
Wonderful.
Ojikalu. They have
Ojikalu has rubbish
not
in himself.
Ojikalu, no, not Ojikalu.
Theodore Oji.
No, the deputy.
There is Tuludo, there is Abia governor.
Yes.
No, the ex-governor of Imo State also is a good guy.
The deputy rep leader is something Kalu now.
Yes, it's Kalu, yes. Benjamin Kalu. Oh, I have a lot of respect for him. He's a very eloquent speaker, number one. Very intelligent,
and then
very diplomatic.
Senator Nwabonyi, he's an
Yes, he's also good. So we have
Chairman, and Chairman is also good one. Chairman is one of the future leaders, you know.
Yes, Chairman is good too. Within the political space, we have
only Adama is trying to dance to the other side of the country. She's not so proud to be an Igbo woman.
We've allowed emotions to rub us off on what we would rightly say okay, it's our turn. We've allowed emotions to rub us off from that, right? That we cannot sit down in-house, clean house, and present somebody that we think is good enough, that could represent the Southeast as likewise still a nationalist that can speak and other ethnic group or geopolitical zone would like. P2P is well loved, no doubt. I'm not saying that he's not well loved. He has really captured.
It's more of a national character right now. I tell you because
but he can't win. He can't win an election like that.
He can win. He can win. Don't say that. I mean, because we are talking about somebody that has got a listening ear.
Tony, calm down. Tony, calm down. Right? Yes. Let me explain why he can't win an election. They are yet to even form a structure. And for you to win an election, you have to be in a strong political party, either the PDP or the APC. If you are not in that political party, you've lost it by 30%. Number one, you've lost 30% chance to win an election. So you are now floating a new political party. And Baba has given the timeline. We've listened to him run the timeline, and you're late. So how do you want to catch up? And then your opposition, right, is let's call it as it is. You can't, in politics, you can't kick that man out, the president.
Nobody.
A lot of people, especially young Nigerians, do not want to hear. But you can't. He's true. He's not the one. It has never really happened since 1990. Okay, the only person who did it was Obasanjo, and he did it by force. He kicked out most of the AD governors from the Southwest. He did it by force. He rigged. But this one, the opposition love him. They are begging to join.
This one,
the dancing governor of Osun State was sending his nephew. He was sending his nephew as emissary to go and lobby the president because he wants to join. They don't want him. Opposition is begging. right?
No, that time has passed. That time has passed. You know, that time has passed. But Obi is a good man. Hold on, sir. Obi is a good man, but I'm no longer interested in Nigeria politics. Hold on, sir. You know, I don't want any election to take place. I want Tinubu to be there until he's able to separate the country. Well, I hope that we're not taking most of the time of other panelists. So, are there nobody to speak after us?
No, carry on now. Zita is
Okay.
there.
Emeka, if I may chip in, I stumble on
Baba, can I make the last point? Baba, before you, so that I can be able to hand over to the next speaker or to the next panelist? So, one man, I want to help me to talk to Tinubu, because I know that you are very close to him. That's why most of the time, if you don't come out, I will say, yeah, one man can't come out today because Tinubu is a very hard not to crack. Like it's very difficult to defend Tinubu because of the amount of suffering that is in the country. I will suspect that probably one man doesn't know how to promote him any longer.
There is no suffering in the country, so I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, but I get one message for him. Tell him that those people from Benin, from Warri, from Port Harcourt, and all those Imo State, we have some local refiners, oil refiners, okay? They do all this oil better than the one they import from abroad because Dangote refinery or Warri and Port Harcourt, they are not refining nothing. They are importing refined product. Let them get those guys, empower them, all these so-called creek refiners.
Have you got proof of that?
No.
Have you got proof of what you just said that Dangote is importing?
There's no refinery in Nigeria that is functioning.
That wasn't my question. Have you got proof?
Yes, I got proof, sir. I got proof. Can I tell you the proof?
Okay.
Proof? Yes, sir. Now, the oil price is too expensive. I mean, finished product. Look at Iran right now. There is a war. We ought to be making money. Everything ought to be coming down because as a major petroleum exporting country, that's what we are talking about. It's not about coming here to be talking theoretically. People are coming here as professors.
Hold on. No. Before you run into that space, you said as a result of the war in Iran, things should be getting cheaper. Is that are you saying petrol for Nigerians to use will be getting cheaper?
Yes, sir. Because because we'll be selling more and making more money. You see, so out of that windfall, then we'll make life better for the citizen.
No, hold on. Are you talking about petrol or what exactly is the topic?
Even plus other products. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know where you said that there's no functioning refinery in the country.
Yes.
And you are saying that Dangote imports fuel, and you are justifying that by saying that because of the war in the Middle East, that the price of crude has gone up high, which is to say that the government is making more money, and as a result of that, petrol should be cheaper. So
yes, if things are working properly in Nigeria, is what I said. That's where you misunderstood me or misconstrued me. Hold on.
I didn't misunderstand you, but I think you don't understand the landscape.
No, I understand you very well. So assuming that
I said the landscape. You don't understand the landscape. You see, the price of crude is an international price. And the price that Dangote gets the crude from Nigeria is still that international price. They may let him buy it in naira, but it still be the naira equivalent of the international price of crude. So if the price of crude goes up, the cost of purchasing that crude from the NNPC goes up for Dangote as well. So how can it be cheaper when it's buying the raw materials at a more expensive rate?
Besides that, there's volatility in that market. So listen, the window for securing higher prices has closed. Today, as we speak, Brent has gone back to $70.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yes.
2 days ago, it was almost 76. It's difficult.
It actually fell down today, but you're right.
Okay, now, thank you very much. So now, let me tell you again. That is where I'm saying that the system is, this location. It's like you the waka, your uncle just all of a sudden. Nigeria has now this location. We don't know which cameras will put there. And 40% industrial completion. It cannot produce. Let's call spade a spade. No matter who is being hurt, whose toes is being stepped on. I will step on those toes.
Tony,
Yes,
let
sir.
me tell you what is current. In Africa today,
Yes, sir.
in terms of exports, Nigeria is number 3 behind Egypt and South Africa. That's a fact.
Okay. In what product apart from oil?
Good question. Mostly oil, actually.
Yes. What happened to our palm oil? What happened that we are now importing? You see, things are not okay.
Those
like as I said before,
listen, Tony,
Nigeria
listen.
exported a lot of
One man, look, let me help him. If you will listen.
sesame seeds, and it doesn't even.
That's not a process. I mean, that's a process, it's not an event. To get these things off the ground, growing, it takes time. Today, for instance, the president launched 2,000 tractors with their accoutrements, some of them in excess of even 10,000 units. They are going to train our people. They will be distributed across the country. The Belarusian will be here. So the thing is, when they say consumption to production, it's a process. When you say you will not mitigate against the naira, and because we have to produce, so you are going to produce on day one you entered power, it's going to take you about 2 years, harvesting cycle to get out of the woods.
I get you, sir. So remember earlier on, Emeka make one point out there when he was trying to help me out, by telling me about how the foundation, whatever. Let me tell you what, those tractors, repairing tractor, how to repair them? You need electricity, drilling machines, hydraulic spanners. You know what I'm saying? So you cannot, look, what are you saying? So if Tinubu is actually serious to govern a country, he should have started putting some instrument or structure in place since 2 years ago to be able to meet our electric power need, power generation, and the distribution, whatever you call them. Or at least it can just go, look, local government to local government, get some giant generators as temporary measure so they can supply, give power to the people. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell me that, make una wait. I don't know, say that the place B before the contest. If you don't say no, be say B, as you get there, you get out. You know what I'm saying? You get out. It's okay. I don't know, say say B. You cannot tell me that you already know that that the system was not okay. The people that were in charge were mismanaging the system, or you already know that's why I'm coming in to come and correct all the wrongs. Now that I'm there, and then I'm not saying that, make una no vessel, the people in there before, see what they do, see what they do. Me, I don't want to hear that one at all. Now, for 2 years, 24 months, we're supposed to be seeing at least something be put on ground. They would say, okay, stage by stage. Like Obasa just electric project. If you go to Wharf today for Papa, those hardware when they bring, they rot away there. Because the government the subsequent government that took over did not follow up Obasanjo plan. So Obasanjo will still remain in the history of Nigeria as one of the best administrators. That's not that we didn't like him before. You know what I'm saying? When he was there, things were okay. There was at least some security, and then even though when they started, and then what the hell are you guys talking about? Sir? If you want to discuss about economy or whatever in Nigeria, without even stopping this 12 Sharia state, where are you guys even headed towards? Now, big question with that.
Listen, it's the system we run. We have to talk about. It is within the perimeters of where we live today. Do you know how the electricity is being transmitted? There are 3 layers, 3 tiers. A different company generates privately. The government transmits, and private companies distribute. That's where the problem is. To dismantle this thing already established is not an overnight thing. It's like a mosquito perched on your scrotum. You have to, if you want to kill it, then you have to hurt yourself. So all you do, you have to be very, very technical about how you get that mosquito off your scrotum. So I don't see I think the electricity thing is even the easiest as far as I'm concerned. You just need strategic handling and timing.
Thank you.
And timing.
Thank you. Yes.
So let me ask Tony.
And then
I mean, let me ask,
for instance,
please, Emeka,
my time,
I want
my
just to
time is
ask you
almost
this
up.
question. Wait. I stumbled on these statistics on 2 occasions in the last 1 minute, both internationally and locally, that out of the, Emeka, are you there?
I'm here.
And I think AI too. The diaspora remittances, 30% of it annually are remittances from Edo indigenes abroad in the diaspora. And I say, wow. Because if we talk about 20%, $20 billion every year, that means the Edo people alone have a $6 billion share of that. And I look at Edo State and I start to wonder, what's going on here?
I would need to check that figure. I'm not trying to dispute the figure.
Yeah,
I would need to check
check
it again because some of the foreign remittance too also includes aids that we get from the Europeans and the United States. It also includes some of those grants we also get from international banks, like not the loan side of things, like the World Bank too. They're also packed into foreign remittance. So I will try to, because 6 billion, 20% out of that money is a lot, is huge. It's really huge.
So that's why
Is significant. That's material. That's very material. So I'll check that figure.
When you come on again.
Yeah, definitely. I'll try to check that. So, but my only qualms with Tinubu, like I've said, you guys know my opinion. Very hopeful, but I'm quite very disappointed now. Time is not on our side when it comes to that country called Nigeria. And I think the president has been too fixated on politics. He has allowed politics to overwhelm him. And he made lots of promises that he has not yet kept. And if Tinubu, to be honest, if Tinubu does not fix Nigeria, I don't see any president fixing it in our lifetime. If he does not fix this country, by fix I mean laying those foundations that his successor would come and continue from where he stops. If he does not lay those foundations, I don't see any president doing it. From history, if we start, we've seen when power moves to the North, they are very good at spending so much. Let's be very honest.
They will bring everything backward. Yes.
Exactly. The North is good at overspending, trying to rubbish a lot of things. In short, let me use the pidgin language, dabaru things.
Yes.
When power comes to the South, there's a little bit of stability that is being, we try to put things a little bit in place, and then
all
when
the
we
gains will be
return
wiped
to the
out
North,
when they take back power. They will wipe every gains that we have made.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mecca, I don't think that's a fair representation.
History has shown us.
Yaradua, unfortunately.
Forget about Yaradua. Forget about Yaradua.
But his trend where he was trending was not trending towards overspending.
No. You don't know their hidden agenda.
We cannot count.
Generalized statements like that are not.
We cannot count. You see why we can't count?
Who is speaking? Please, Emeka, hold on. Who is speaking? Are you from Southeast?
Why we can't count Yaradua? Why we can't count Yaradua?
Okay, Aizo is also from Southeast now. Aizo is from Southeast now because they are now all the just. No. It just are taking Abuja to be their hometown now.
Tony, hold on. Why we can't count?
Hold on. Make that point, Emeka. Tony landed, and then we go on to Zita. Sorry.
Why we can't count Yaradua is because he died in office. Number one, he didn't spend. So the gains of Obasanjo rubbed off on him. Obasanjo started.
I'm talking about where he was trending. If you look at his trajectory,
I'm not doubting you. I'm not doubting you.
All I'm saying is not a fair categorization that you're making. To just say that the North, there are a lot of competent hands in the North. So
but to be honest, right, we
it's just
still could
unfortunate
not.
that we haven't gotten the right people that have come to office.
Correct,
That's all.
correct.
Yeah,
You
that's
can
all it is.
so
Yeah.
with my view, you can still not discount it completely, because when Yaradua took office, he didn't stay in place. He was actually basically sick. He was sick, so
Yes.
he was jumping from trying to get himself fixed till he died. So we did not actually see him doing things. Most of the gains were from the Obasanjo administration that were still rubbing off. And then he died, unfortunately.
Let me let me round up so that let me round up, Emeka. One man is
I'm
waiting.
almost done. I'm almost done. We got in Jonathan, who I'm not saying Jonathan was fantastic. Jonathan actually was part of the problem, but it was not that obvious.
He carried people
Buhari
along.
came
He
in.
carried the citizenry along. Yeah.
He did not carry us.
He carried us
Buhari
along.
he did not carry us. He carried Niger Delta
Although he
people.
was taking care of the north,
carried
he didn't do anything for our side. But at the end of the day, he was. He was doing well. Like most of the program, all the Shopee, hold on. I know Agric loan. Hold on, please, sir. Let me speak. Like I know where Aizon is looking at is this empowerment of those gangsters like Tony Kabaka, Tompolo, and others, Asari Dokubo, AKA militants. That's not the way to fix a country. You don't go there and select all those gangsters. Then you give them money and tell them, please protect this oil for me so that I can take to my north. I will take to north, take to Algeria, take to Morocco. They forgetting Yenagua, forgetting Benin, forgetting Wari, forgetting Lagos, forgetting Ibadan, forgetting Enugu. You carry your. So he was. It's an Arab. Hold on. Yadua is an Arab man. It's an Arab man. You know what I'm saying?
If you. Okay.
No, hold on. Don't open up another conversation, Emeka, because I want to try and get to Zita.
Yeah. Let me round up and then we'll stop. Okay, thank you, Wama. Let me just stop there. Eh? You don't try.
All right, Bidan. Zita is up next. She's been waiting patiently. So, Zita, you're up next.
Woman.
Yes.
What are you people discussing? I just came in and I don't
You
know
are so
where
predictable, AI.
I didn't know where I am in the discussion. So
you just wandered into some room filled with men. You have to be careful. Look at that. You get
anybody when no know what they go on, make them know they come to from.
Yes,
I wasn't looking at Nigeria. I've been monitoring what is going in the Middle East. So I don't know what is going.
I know that's where your interest is with your man throwing fake bombs that didn't do anything to Iran. But we'll see how that.
You see, woman. You see, I don't even understand.
You know when Soyinka called Obi Gbajue, the real Gbajue is Donald Trump. Is the biggest Gbajue on this planet.
Woman, you see, sometimes I begin to feel the inferiority of humans today. The humans, we today are so inferior compared to the then humans. Honestly, sincerely speaking, that somebody will tell you that a bomb of that magnitude did not do anything. And you come to a global platform.
Been analysis,
hold on, let me finish.
There's been analysis, even by the BBC.
You came into a global platform to say it. And looking at the antecedent of Iran and the Iranians and their leadership and the Ayatollah, and you think if that bomb did not do a devastating effect, they wouldn't flag the pictures all over the world. Secondly, for your information, they've asked for peace. So I don't really know where you people
Let me give you a nuance as to what's going on. You
can't
Iran,
keep me on what is going on. I should be
no. Let me give you a perspective. You are saying they've asked for peace as though they capitulated. They've not really capitulated. But Iran knows that it cannot take on the might of America. That's one. It can take on Israel, but it cannot take on the might of America.
Okay,
And,
so woman.
So it doesn't want to be in the same position as Iraq. So they have to play the long game. So that's the long game.
So
sorry, let me just make this one point. The one thing that did come through in all of this skirmish is that Iron Dome that the Israelis they rely so heavily on and they both so boastfully about that they peacock about, that Iron Dome is easily penetrable, and we've seen it. So they've found a chink now in the armor. They've shown the vulnerability of those people, and if it was a one-on-one fight, Iran would decimate them. You know, but
very correct. Very correct, one man.
Yes.
Not only Iran did not disseminate them. Iran shook Israel to their news that 1.2 million were trying to flee. So Iran showed them that they are capable of causing harm, creating tension, and destabilizing them.
You know the additional thing.
Can I
hold on. Let me just make this last point, and then it is not the highest grade of Iraq's. They still have a retinue of supersonic missiles. And
yes. They didn't use them. They didn't use their stock. No, I'm not talking of stock. They didn't even use the type. You understand?
But Emeka, why are some Igbo people infatuated with the state of Israel? Is there some connection that I'm missing?
I don't know. Maybe it's Christianity. I don't know.
Or is it Nnamdi Kanu that has
you see Nnamdi Kanu wearing his
with what I'm saying, please?
But
I don't.
But yeah, back to Zita.
Woman, before let me just close that area and first the place people are conversant with. Woman, first of all, let me say this. As I said before, when I walked into this platform and you gave me microphone to speak, I made a comment, and that my comment was that I am so scared and the inferiority, the inferior humans that we are today. The way we reason, the way we do things, most of our innovators has become social media innovators. It's actually ridiculous because I just heard you now say that Iron Dome, that they said it is impregnable. And then I asked you, is there any force that is impregnable on earth, even in heaven? You might be a Muslim, but if you go to the scripture, you will find out that if not that God is God, the devil would have impregnated his army. But because he's God, he saw it in time. And it was so bad that he has to send him away. Because if he was there, he would have done a lot of havoc to the God's army. And you see that here and talk about a drone. I don't know where you got that is impregnable. But that's the kind of human we have today, including me. Then secondly, a country that Walmart is richer will fight Israel. I don't know where you people got that one from. Because most people are not actually following what is happening. They don't have the data. A country in today's world is still using 40 years old plane. But let me say this before I leave that area. Actually, what made them to come to the table is the comment the former president of Russia said. He made a comment about people trying to help them to send nuke to them. And Donald Trump tweeted something. The following day, before Donald Trump tweeted that, the man jumped into the plane to go to Russia to ask for help. And Russia denied that help. But we can sit down here and discuss, because most of us are not in line with military.
They did not capitulate to Israel. They capitulated to America.
Let me finish. You know, I talk a lot of gibberish because you know that, you see that Iran-Israel war, That is the war I have ever looked forward in my life. If you can remember, and I am happy it happened in my lifetime. And if you can remember, in October 7, 2020, I told you in this your platform that they're going to fight. And all of you descended on me that is a third world war. The third world war everybody is looking for ended in 12 days. But let me say this. A country that ordinary Walmart in the United States is richer than, generate more revenue than they are. It's a country that will fight Israel. Hundreds of millions of billions of dollars Iran used to set his so-called ring of fire around Israel. Those ring of fire has been trashed in the trash can. But for those of us who do not know the capacity and capability
They
of
did not
military.
hit Israel heavily. They did not hit Israel. We all saw the clips.
You don't know what is ring of fire. That means you've not been following what is happening there.
Madam, you are not portraying the right
Fire.
information. Madam, you are not portraying the right information.
Hold on, please. When I finish my
go
own,
ahead. No, but
what I'm talking about,
go ahead.
please, it's my turn. Biko Nunu. I beg you. One man, what I'm talking about is the ring of fire. The ring of fire that Iran said they kept around Israel is his process.
That's just an euphemism now. That is
what he calls it. That's what Iran calls it. They call it the ring of fire.
Yes, that's just an euphemism.
Empire.
You know?
That is what they call it.
It's like saying shocker, no, I know this, yeah.
Hold on. If anybody in this platform doesn't know what is ring of fire around Israel, then I shouldn't be having an argument with that person. But let me finish what I'm saying. The ring of fire has been demolished, trashed inside the can. But for those of us who doesn't know the military capability and capacity, for you see the B2 slate and you still want to fight, I wish you luck. One man, please take me to Nigeria.
You know,
okay, woman, let's put the record straight on this Iran Israel conflict. It's a geopolitical. We can push back on that before you go to local politics.
Hold on. The other day you were speaking here.
We can push back now.
Wait a minute, Zita, we can push back.
Hold on.
Because your narrative is incomplete. So let's push back everything you just said.
You can't force it on Hannah. It is my turn.
So
don't you want to take a pushback?
Hold on. It is my turn. And the other day, this same guy was making a comment.
Yesterday was gone. Yesterday is gone.
Madam, I have a name. Please don't call me this thing. Don't call me again. I have a name. I have a name. Don't. No. It's disrespectful to use that.
All right.
Woman. Not only do I have a name, I also have a title. Not only do I have a name, I have a title. So don't call me that.
Hold on, Zita. Hold on, everyone. Emeka, what Zita is saying is that that she has the floor.
She should not. No, I respected her. I kept quiet, right?
No,
but I kept quiet. She can go on, but she now decided to call me this same guy. Don't refer me. I think it's a level of insolence.
I don't need your
woman. I'm allowed to express my opinion on this, right? You see, Baba, hold on, Baba, you called me and I kept quiet, right? But then she now said this same guy. You don't refer me to that. It's an insolence. You know, she should never refer me to that. You can either come if you don't want to call my title, you can comment by my name. I will take that, but don't refer me to that.
I don't.
You can go ahead. You can go ahead to say what you want to say.
All right,
I don't want
to.
Zita, don't be like me.
Hold on, Baba. Zita, hold on. Just draw a line under that.
Can I say something, please?
I don't want it to spiral.
No, one man, you cannot be doing this.
Okay.
You watch people.
Woman, her time is going up. Oh. We can
Don't
just
worry.
use this conflict. Her time is going up. Her time is going up.
Please.
Emeka, just stay muted.
Woman, please.
Woman,
you
put it because I've been monitoring the time. Her time is going up. Oh. So all this while she's talking, we have to stop her at the right time. You know, you remember that you gave 7 minutes, and I actually spoke for 5 minutes.
You want your platform to be rowdy today.
Hold on, don't provoke an argument.
You cannot make my submission rowdy.
Is either she moves to the next topic. Nobody is stopping her from not talking. She goes right to the same. Then she has to go to the topic.
No.
Can you keep quiet?
Emeka, please don't do this again. Let the lady speak.
Woman,
let's just have an enjoyable conversation.
Woman,
yes, yeah.
Woman,
yeah.
I come to your platform every day. Anytime you open, I come here. But the way people in your platform most times talk to me, I don't like it. You see that guy speaking. He will never again interject me in this platform. Not allowed. Because I was shocked the way he reacted the day I shipped in a word without no insults, without grievances, no hard feeling. I just shipped in a word that does not concern him directly. Neither does it concern me directly. He went into abuse and shoved me. And now it is my turn to do submission, and he wants to interject. Who does that? Who does that? You cannot be that disrespectful to people and you expect them to respect you. How does that work?
All right. Let me just say this, Zita, and then we move on to Nigerian politics. Just the way we run it is whoever has the floor is essentially the host in that moment in time. They take the interjection, they don't take the interjection.
Hallelujah, praise God.
Can you hold on? Yeah. So I'm saying it not just for you, just for an understanding of how the landscape should work. Whoever has the floor is essentially the host in that moment in time. They can take the interjection or choose not to, but people can invite to interject, and you can either reject it or not, which we've seen people do severally. And what really aids the platform is if somebody says they're not taking the interjection, then we just let it flow. And then maybe after they stop, you can pull me back and say, look, Bowman, let me just quickly add this, which I wanted to add. So we do it that way. Zita, we're talking about the evolving and emerging coalition that is now registering as a political party, Operation Get Tinubu Out, led by the capable hands of Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi, and El-Rufai. This is the rescue plan for Nigeria.
Okay, is it the name of the party?
No, the party is called ADA, Alliance, Alliance Democracy Alliance. The acronym comes to ADA, which is
All Democratic Alliance.
All Democratic Alliance. And you know their symbol is a corn. You know, so they say as an Agbado party essentially. You know, it's a gift that just keeps on giving. The joke they make themselves.
At least they have formed their party now. That's nice. Actually, I came.
Oh, Madam Zita, can I interject before you go to the next topic with respect?
Okay, go
please?
ahead.
So your analysis about what actually happened, not exactly. I mean, you are correct in some instances, because Trump said, it has been totally and completely obliterated. But that's not what the word independence, analyst or the military use. They said, it has severely damaged. So nobody has properly ascertained what kind of damage has been done, even with the B-2 bomber and the Buster bomb they use, which is the first time that has never been used. So it's not really certain. And one more thing you said, there's a ceasefire. No, as I'm speaking to you right now, Iran, that's Trump, analysis. There may have
12
hold on.
Hours now, Iran
there may be a ceasefire, but none of Iran has not agreed to that ceasefire.
No. In 12 hours, they just put out a statement. Are you monitoring?
I'm telling you what I just verified. I'm getting the news.
Are you in your television now?
Yes, I'm getting real time. It's
No,
good.
now
That
I'm speaking about
no.
now.
That's Trump
They put out
word.
a statement. Their
But
foreign
that's not
minister.
from Iran. I understand what he said. That's not from Iran. I'm not saying
No,
that's
no, no.
not
I'm
going to
not
happen.
talking about Trump. I'm talking about the foreign minister of Iran. You can pick it up now. Look at what he said.
I don't. Okay. I mean,
Check it out. Okay. What I said is that I like what you said, but let me say this: a country that shines debt to Israel and debt to America, if the impact was not that bad, don't you think they can use it to disgrace America? Common sense.
well, I mean, to
As
be
I
more
said, hold
factual,
on. As
One
I
man, can
said
we move
before,
to other topic because there's a lot of
please, it's
misinformation
my
on this
turn
topic?
now.
Can
Emeka,
we move to local politics?
will you just be quiet,
Please,
please?
can
We
we
are having a
wait?
civil conversation.
Somebody spoke
She
here
has
for
said
almost 45 minutes. What is this?
she
What?
has
Who
said
is
that
this
nobody
guy?
should interject
Who
her
is
when
this
she's
guy?
making misinformation.
No.
Can we move to local
But
topics where she
come on
has
now,
a good knowledge
come on
about?
now,
No, we
Emeka.
should
You
stop it.
speak for
Please,
hours. I
I
mean,
didn't
she has
speak
a
for
right to speak. You
stop
know.
it. I spoke
I
for
said
5
you shut
minutes.
your mouth.
I spoke for 5 minutes. Woman,
I
a lot
said
of
shut your
misinformation is
mouth.
going on this issue, on this
As
war.
long as
Can
you
we move to
continue
local politics?
interjecting me, I will continue taking my time. As long as you continue interjecting me, I will continue taking my time. Man of prestige, just common. Before I was rudely interrupted, just common sense. If you think, or maybe we have to believe that the impact was not that bad, do you think those guys wouldn't have flagged it all over the world and show how imperfect the thing was?
Well, what I'm saying, it has not properly assessed. He may have,
Why are they not
because
showing us the picture now?
but it's Iran. They are very secret. They're not going to show the picture. I'm not
That
saying
is
that's
what
not.
we are
I'm not saying
saying
it's
now.
not possible.
If
But
they
what is
cannot,
quite starting, Madam Zita, Iran doesn't have the capability they had before, because even their proxy, they don't have that proxy they used to have before. So their capability has
you are very
drastically
right.
diminished.
You
They're
are
in a
very
weak
right.
point. They're in a weak point right now. But
I
are they
know,
going to
but
accept the reality, or
those
are they going
ones
to be
are
very
not my
irrational?
problem. What is
Huh?
my problem is the technology. The technology that was used on them from United States. I don't care the heck. You see, look, man of prestige, let me tell you this. You see this thing Israel and Iran did. I've been praying for that all my life.
Why?
Why? Let me tell you
Yeah.
why. You see, I don't know if when you were growing up, you have ever find yourself in that kind of a situation whereby somebody keeps telling you, I'm going to beat you. Maybe it's your peer group or somebody, and anything that concerns you, he try in a way to ginger those people to attack you.
But Madam Zita, they made that
No, I'm
comment.
just giving an
They made that
analysis.
comment 2 decades ago,
Wait
2005.
now. Wait now.
2005. I'm
Since
not
40
making an excuse.
years. Since 40 years it's been going on. So when you have that kind of person when you are growing up, and then one day you have it up to your neck, I can assure you, you'll be the first person to attack the person. You say, okay, let's fight it today. By the time you finish fighting it, whosoever wins doesn't really matter in that incident. The important thing is that I go beat you, no go day again. So that was
Well,
why I have been
I'll,
praying for
let
this
you go
fight.
ahead and make a comment, but it hasn't. I thought it was going to affect American economy. Not so far. I mean, the stock
No.
market was good today. The oil price has gone down, so we don't have
Affect
any
it for
effect
what
yet.
now? Affect it on what? That somebody went precisely and destroyed something and went away. It will affect something. Did that bomb their oil wells? Did that bomb anything that will affect economy? I mean, I don't get it. And the people did not block the passage
The
for
Hamas,
this thing.
right?
They didn't block it. So why would anything affect anything? I don't know, but that's by
All
me.
right, go ahead,
Everybody can
Madam
have
Zita.
their
We don't know
opinion.
what's going to happen, but so
It's okay now. It's okay. By they said 6 plus 12 plus 6. That is 18 hours. Let's see what will happen in the next 18 hours. Okay. 3 hours.
But for me, anyway, I'm glad that Iran gave them a bloody nose.
Yeah, they gave them a bloody nose now.
Yes.
They gave them a bloody nose, and everything in their country went away. No wahala.
One man, you need to be realistic. Iran is very weak. Iran is very weak.
But you know
I like this fight
hold on.
die.
The estimation is that Iran has inflicted close to half a trillion to even almost $750 billion worth of damage on the Israeli economy. That's what
where are you getting that number?
That's coming out of the BBC.
It's okay now. Haba. At least Israel can rebuild it. What about Iran? Whatever.
I don't know people talk like this. Israel is the size of New Jersey. Iran is a massive country with 92 million people.
Whatever.
Iran has bombed their ports. Iran has bombed Tel Aviv. Israelis are hiding in bunkers. There were videos of Israelis running to Cyprus.
Continue to give the statistics.
I have no idea what kind of rhetoric this is.
Roll it out. Roll it out.
Aizo, you need to be factual. I mean, you can't even compare the
He's being factual.
It's not even close.
Israel cannot stand Iran.
Please, can you talk to
Israel cannot stand Iran. One man, please. I think this is biasness that is going on here. One man, if we cannot have conversation, please let me know. You kick me to the bank. One man, you can move this conversation. You can move this conversation. One man, you either move this conversation. I'm not talking to this woman. She cannot overtake the platform. You can move it. No. I'm not talking to her. I was talking to Aizo. I was talking to Aizo.
Calm down. So we can have a conversation.
I was talking to Aizo. I was talking to Aizo. One man, please stop calling me. She's not the one allowing other people to talk, but she's been giving a lot of misinformation here. I was talking to Aizo.
I was
talking to Aizo.
Calm down. Let's talk about
I
this.
didn't talk to her. I never spoke to her, and I will never.
Zika, hold on. Zika, everybody.
I will never speak to that woman on this platform.
Do not ever interject me again.
My friend, keep quiet. Who are you? Come on, who?
No,
you guys calm down. Y'all even have to make me put on my camera. Like, stop.
You just wanted to show off your hair.
How you guys doing?
Look at that,
I'm just chilling, I hope there's enough lighting in here.
Man, please, let's go back to Nigeria.
Yeah, let's go back to Nigeria.
Islamic jihadists.
But before we go back, Emeka, please, you don't have to make it rowdy. People, even if you feel it's disinformation, whether you don't agree or not, it doesn't really matter. We want a convivial, easy to listen to space, so that it's a joy for people to come in.
Hold on, one man.
No, guys.
What is that? What kind of hair is that?
What's going on?
It's great.
What's going on?
It's great.
I'm thinking of you.
I
don't know, man. I don't even carry authority here. The people don't even give me any regard. You know what?
Your platform has become theater of the absurd.
Honey, this is the ghetto. This is the ghetto.
All right.
Listen to me.
Hold on, Zita. I know you. No. Everybody, please hold. I want us to have an orderly something because this is the feedback that I get. That it gets to you. Do you know? Do you remember when I brought Chidiodin Kalu here? Before I got him on, I had to really. We become friends now. Anytime he comes to London, he calls me. Before I got him on, I had to use a lot of finessing because I invited him. He was keen to come on, but then he decided to listen to a couple of sessions. He said it's just too rowdy, that he cannot function in that sort of environment. People just screeching and squealing. And it's not just the only one. There's several guests. We don't have to make it so intense. A little bit of ghost bars every now and then. But, people, if it's misinformation, let it be misinformation. If you want to correct and they don't allow you, just let it go. The window will open for you to speak again to correct it. But we don't have to hold the space hostage with such intensity. It just gets too intense sometimes. You know, we love all of the voices here, but please, guys, let us just cooperate so that it's a pleasant experience for everyone. I'm going to bail out, hand over to actually, I'll wait for Zita to finish her space, and then I'll bail out, hand over to Choma. Zita, back to you.
One man before you bail
no
out.
run, no.
One man before you bail out, because I would like to bail out too.
Right.
Let me express my 1 minute.
Right.
You see, I'm not someone who is looking for people to like me. I don't need it. Okay, so I'm not bothered about the emotions
This
of
is my
others. That is
space.
why I
This is
decided
my
to.
space.
One man, I have the 1
Woman,
minute
please, can I
to
take my
express
space? When
myself.
I'm done,
One
he
man,
can say whatever he
woman,
wants to say.
I have that
all
1
right,
minute as the
Can't
host
we
of the
do
show.
that?
Hold on,
One
let him
man,
just have a minute.
because I want to bail out. One man, I think you've disrespected me enough,
I have.
right? Yes, you have.
In what way?
You always would take me to the back, and the co-instigators, you will keep them on. Now,
Why
one man, hold on, it's just I think I have 50 seconds left. One man, just to let you know that I am not upset. That's why I'm saying this to you. This level of insult will stop. I don't think I need to come to your show to be disrespected. I'm not trying to say I am this or that, but when it comes to the nitty gritty and down to it, if it comes to economic status, some people no reach me here. If it comes to the clout, some people no reach me here. I think I've reduced myself to that level that some people would want to talk to me anyhow or want to express their mouth anyhow, and I would just try to keep quiet because I come to the platform. Yeah, I dish it out equally. But when you
Woman,
kick me,
she's my own. I don't know why you are
when
giving
you
her
keep
space
putting
to
me to the
talk.
background,
Please.
when you keep putting me back to the background, I think the level of disrespect is enough. I don't need to come to the platform anymore. It's your show. Run it the
Emeka,
way you want
calm
to run it.
down.
No, no,
Emeka,
no,
calm
no, no.
down. It's not
The
personal now.
disrespect.
Why?
No,
Why? Why?
it's. I
Emeka,
have.
one man
That's
was
the way I have
just trying to
perceived
make
it.
the peace.
Because
Hello,
one man
hello.
will not kick the
One
other
man was trying to
person
make the
out.
peace, man. It's
One
okay.
man will not kick the
It's okay,
other
it's okay,
person
it's okay.
out. One man will put me at the background. One man. Let's be very realistic.
No,
The
it's okay, it's
disrespect is
okay. He was just
enough.
trying to make peace, man.
Enough.
You
No,
know you're my
enough.
guy. You know what I'm
Enough
saying?
of it.
Emeka.
Enough of it. I
Emeka,
do
let me say
not
this.
see
Take it easy, take it
when
easy.
when somebody else is come. I say you. I have a name. If you don't want to call my title, I have a name. You are too
Emeka,
low
Woman,
to call me
Emeka,
that
can
guy.
I go? It's
You
getting
go
That
now.
Emeka,
woman
Go
is
now.
too
give me 1
low.
second. Let me interject,
That
please, Mr.
woman
Dex.
Hold on.
is too low to call me
Mm-mm.
that guy.
No, Emeka, Emeka.
If you hold
She
on.
no reach to
No,
call me that guy. Is she okay?
if you continue in that tonality, I'll set you to the back again. That's not the language of the platform. I apologize, but there has to be a line that has to be enough of that. Back to you, Zita.
But
okay.
can
So
I say something?
No,
Emeka,
no.
you don't have the whole.
Okay,
Man of prestige, let it go, let it go, let it go, please.
What's all this? Please. Back to you, Zita.
so you are talking about Nigeria, and I
Yes.
think I've finished discussing with
Sorry, Zita. I'm going to pay last hand over to Choma. I think I was reasonable enough. I don't think anybody can accuse me of being unreasonable in that little play out there. That's Paddy right there. Thank you, Paddy. That's Efosa right there. Thank you, Efosa. That's Ayo right there. Thank you, Ayo. That's Ola right there. Thank you, Ola. That's Efosa again. Thank you, Efosa. And that's Ola right there. Thank you, Ola. That's a Fossa right there. So thank you, Fossa. So that's quantity and some quality. So a bit more of that. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to the keeper. Choma has no tolerance for it, so I dare
Can
you
you,
to be
Woman, can you please
I dare
let,
you to be that way with Choma.
can you let Chairman know the sequence who goes next after
Efosa, the show now said,
all right.
you don't see how they don't.
Yes, Zita has the floor. Is on, of course, after him. The elegant man of prestige is right there with you, and to bring matters to a sensible space that can do right there. Always delightful when it's here. And Remy, of course, who has one of the sharpest brain, he will delight you as well. So that's the running order under the capable supervision of Choma, who just for the benefit of AD or AB, no one else. That's the fullness of it right there. So that's Choma right there. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Chioma, waiting happen. This your hair now die you.
Good evening, ma. This is Nigeria. It was done in Nigeria.
Are you in Nigeria?
No, I'm in the US. That's why.
Okay, you did that in Nigeria.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because if you do that in the US, that's a lot of money.
This is called French curls.
Okay.
It's 8,000 naira per pack.
With the attachment.
No, just the attachment itself. Just the attachment, and I ended up getting like 4 packs, right? But I got the hair done for 25,000 naira in Lekki.
You wouldn't get that in the US. It's okay.
Yeah, it's very cheap. So basically, I spent like $19 for this hair, this whole style.
Yeah.
Then after you go say Nigeria not cheap. See, I'm come for US now. Whether I don't go spend $200. Look at yourself now.
That hair now $250.
I love it.
It's $250.
I'm gonna take it out next month.
Yeah, it looks good on you anyway.
So Madam Rita, sorry for the interruption. You can go ahead and complete your.
I don't even know. Maybe Baba will have to put me. I finish with the war that is about to end.
There's a coalition. There's a Dangote who is launching 4,000 trucks, and there is a
4,000 trucks for what?
To start the bridging, supplying all fuel stations in Nigeria. Fuel.
Better he should have been doing that long ago.
Not be small money. And there are CNG trucks with trackers, so that they will deliver where they are sent. No more cross-border smuggling. And there is a Sule Lamido Kokamami story about Tinubu not being part of the June 12th struggle.
Okay. So what is his aim of saying that? Why I even came in, I saw...
That's why I call it Kokamami.
What man said, Tinubu wants to replace Shettima and put Kwankwaso. I saw it on the screen. That was why I came in. Is that true?
It's speculation. I'll put it in the realm of speculation, which I like anyway. So you can build on that, and let's hear your own.
That you like that he wants to replace Shettima?
Yeah, I like it because Borno, Kanu, no comparison in terms of vote delivery.
Really?
Oh,
That's
yes.
what they call political suicide. But since you people say he has a magic wand, that he can do anything when it comes to politics, I wish him luck. But let me say
my calculation, Zita, was using the 2023 presidential election as a reference point.
He won his state. The important thing is for you to win your state as a vice president. Shettima won his state. And
but he has lost control of those loose cannon in his states, the governor, sitting governor, and some of the senators. They're always opposed to the president's policies or the party's policies. And you are there sitting, doing nothing.
Excuse me. Let me say this. They are against Tinubu's policies because it is not helping them. There's nothing wrong in a state governor or a commissioner in a state being against the policies of the federal government if he truly have the interests of his people at heart and is hurting them.
But are you supposed to be vocal at it and behaving as if you're opposition when you have your vice president sitting?
Let me finish. If Borno is burning and then you expect them to be praising Tinubu because Shettima is the vice, I don't understand. In fact,
no, you are not. Yes, let me make you understand. It's not about the security issue. That is besides the point. And if we have to look at the antecedents of the vice president, what he did to Jonathan, if you remember the Chibok girl tragedy, he was the man in charge of Borno then. And we are seeing now an upsurge in insecurity in that state.
Okay,
I think there was even
what you are saying,
a suicide bomber on Saturday or so going to a buka and killing about 11 people. This is your state.
Okay. Let me say this. You made mention of Chibok's girls and Jonathan, and you are trying to reference it, if I may understand, that is their antecedent of using such a thing to unseat a governor and government, and you are thinking that the Chibok girls wasn't real. So what you are saying is that
No, I'm not saying it wasn't real. I didn't say that.
So Shettima manipulated the Chibok girls in the sense that the girls were not taken. There was nothing like Boko Haram, or maybe probably he was in charge of Boko Haram and created Boko Haram to take the Chibok girls so that Jonathan will be.
No, you are reading between the lines of what I said now.
I wouldn't go that low. Baba won't go that low.
No, you are reading between the lines. I didn't say that. You are putting words in my mouth.
I'm not going to go that low. I wouldn't. Okay. So, but
I didn't say that. You are saying thou sayest, not me.
I'm just trying to make out from you said looking at as his antecedent. You mentioned Chibok girls. So I come up with this, that are you trying to say that Chibok girls were not real? You said yes. That means,
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say yes.
Do we rewind now?
Well.
Okay, never mind. But the thing is that the Tinubu administration has not they've not shown us what Shettima did wrong. But let me say this, I don't know what is going behind, but I know that sometimes when a second do something wrong, the senators, the conglomeration of their gangsters will somehow bring out something to accuse him of. We saw it during Jonathan, we saw it during Buhari, we saw it during Obasanjo. Even Obasanjo and his own, they almost fought naked in the street. But if they are hiding whatever they think he is doing to the extent that that thing is worth unseating him, then that thing is not worth unseating him. That's one thing. But let me say this. I like talking rubbish. You people say Tinubu has magic wand. He's going to remove Shettima and put Kwankwaso. I don't even know where the heck that one is, because that Kwankwaso will be dilapidated. But let me give it to you people. But let me say this. If there's anybody to be removed in that instant, it should be Tinubu. If you are a president and you feel things are not going around good around you, and all you could look around is to unseat, remove your vice president and put another person. I don't know, as I came into this platform today, I made a comment and I said, I am scared at the level of humans that are existing today. We are not doing so well like our forefathers, at least up to the baby boomers. We are not doing so well. If a president thinks there is something wrong in his administration and he look around him, he can't change anything, he can't get anything right, all he wants to do is to unseat his vice president and put another person. I should say categorically that if there's anybody to leave that place, it's going to be Tinubu. He should be fired, not Shettima, because he holds the stick, he holds the carrot. If he cannot use both of them correctly, and he wants a quick of remove, this thing you guys are saying, I don't even think Tinubu can do such a thing. But it's a war, what do they call it? Wide worldwide or whatever. Crazy worldwide or whatever. Anything can happen. But these things you guys are saying about Tinubu, that he's going to replace Shettima, if he's that politically smart, I don't think he will do it. But peradventure, he dares to do something like that, I think he should be the one to be on seat. I rest my case in that area. Or you bring your CDP, you say which people are doing party.
They call it the All Democratic Alliance. One Mr. Ricketts is a convener, supported by All the usual suspects.
Okay, so I hope they have somebody in the southeast.
Obi, of course.
Oh, Obi is in that alliance.
So they said.
Okay, so he's going to be the president.
I don't know.
Because, as I said before, they are all doing the same thing. Okay? They are not better than Tinubu. That is for sure. For me, I will open one bucket and dump all of them inside that bucket. They are the same category. That is for sure. Secondly, they're not doing anything reasonable to replace him. I will keep saying this. How I wish they can be smart enough to find an outsider and back that outsider. Let's see how it goes in 2027. How I wish all of them will swallow their greediness, their cream. Nigeria and back that outsider to enter Asoro. It would have been very interesting. But if it's those guys, you guys are calling, they're in the same bucket with Tinubu. And I can assure you, an average Nigerian knows that. Any other topic? I hope you people will not let me speak today.
I think you can rest for the moment. Let Ainzo come in. He's been here long.
I'm done.
Thank you, Madam AI. Ainzo, I'm taking Chioma's job. Chioma, come on.
Chioma is looking at herself in the mirror. She's looking at herself.
I was trying to charge my thing. Sorry.
Chioma is admiring her new hair.
Is that Emeka that's speaking?
No, it's Ainzo.
Okay.
It's Ainzo's turn.
How are you?
Hey, Chichi. How are you?
Good evening. I'm fine. It's your turn to speak. Thank you for being patient with us because I remember when you came in. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. And thanks for sharing your new hairstyle with us. It looks very nice.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. So let me start with the conflict in Middle East / Persia. So
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say kudos to the Iranian regime. They are actually fighting a battle for the entire global south of this world. Israel is nothing more than a settler colonial project. There's no difference between the Israel of today and the Rhodesia of the 1800s, when they came and just took Cecil Rhodes came and took a country in Africa and named it after himself. No difference. Settler colonial project. These people took someone else's land. They've committed genocide. Their current president is a wanted man and has been issued an arrest warrant by the ICC. Everyone has agreed they've committed war crimes. Amnesty International and all the international agencies have agreed that Israel is an apartheid state. That being said, they attacked a sovereign nation which violated international laws unprovoked. They decided to attack Iran, unprovoked. And so Iran decided to respond. And I think they did that attack banking on the fact that with Trump in office, he's going to come to their aid and they will immediately attack Iran because, as we all know, the neocons in the United States have driven a policy of wanting to destabilize and destroy Iran. And for those people that don't know, Iran had a president, almost the likes of an MKO, who wanted to use their resources for their nation, Mossadegh, right? The Americans came in, had a coup, and the British overthrew him because of their oil, and then put in the Shah, a brutal, brutal dictator that came in, fired thousands of people, mass human rights abuses, which is what led to the revolution with Khomeini. He came into power and he stayed in power. And thus we have the government in Iran today, with the supreme leader and their system of government. I actually know a lot of Iranians. And funny enough, some of the ones I know are not even Muslim. They're Zoroastrian, and I know one that is Jewish. So, and they, as much as some of them don't like the system of government, the United States is guilty for the system of government they have. So let's fast forward to today. They got attacked unprovoked, but Israel miscalculated. They didn't realize that they were going to have to fight this war by themselves. And Iran has hypersonic missiles, which they have not even fully used. Israel is decimated. Their population is in shambles. Their infrastructure has been destroyed. And remember, this is a very small country, not very big. So with Trump's announcement for the ceasefire, he's announcing that ceasefire because he knows what is going to happen if there's a prolonged conflict that continues. That place that they call Israel will actually cease to exist. So this proposal for a ceasefire is in the favor of the state of Israel. And so I don't even like saying that state because they're full of Zionists and people that had their project in Europe and decided to take someone else's land. So that being said, hopefully, and let's keep in mind, Iran is doing all this in the middle of extreme economic sanctions. They've been sanctioned for a very long time. So if anything, this whole period, my respect for this Persian people has really gone through the roof because they've demonstrated their resilience, their innovation, their ability to still maintain their nation in the midst of all these things. And then for those people that say, oh, well, Iran, they're screaming death to Israel and, death to the US and all this stuff. Let me remind you how many Iranian scientists have been fired by the state of Israel. They blew up their embassy in Lebanon. They assassinated their top general, right? I remember Trump's first time, they assassinated a top general, the man who was like a hero, not to mention all the different types of attacks and subversions and covert attacks that they've done on this nation. And with all that, they had not attacked anyone until recently. So when we look at the conflict and situations, let's try to look at things from a factual and historical perspective, looking at them with what has actually happened and the real history of it, not by CNN, MSNBC, or BBC propaganda. I rest my case on that. On the other piece, with our president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So I even came in, Baba, you're part of the reason why I came in because I heard you say that Tinubu was playing the flute like Nero while Nigeria burned. The thing is, this ADA, this group, I listened to El Rufai's interview today with Charles Aniagolo on Arise and listen very intently. All he did was highlight a lot of the issues. So I agree on that. He highlights the issues very well, which I think is what he does, is what he did during Jonathan's time. Somehow he forgot he had a moral compass during Buhari's administration because he wasn't able to fully highlight the issues, even though at that point the issues were enormous. He somehow forgot that he had a moral code and he just let that go out of the window. But now he has found his moral compass again, especially since he's not part of this government. And he has decided that he's going to highlight the issues. That being said, the issues he highlighted are true. They are factual. All the issues are there. Some of them existed before this government, some of them increased. There was a statistic released by Kabir Adamu, who is a security expert, that mentioned that 17,000 people have lost their lives in the 2 years since Tinubu came into office. That's a whole indoor basketball arena. I'm talking about a National Basketball Association type indoor arena. Okay. So that's a significant amount of people. Now, I know my friend Baba will say it is politically motivated. They're doing this because they're upset with Tinubu. Yes, that is a strong possibility. We don't have the facts to that, but it's a strong possibility. But here's the thing, right? Tinubu is making it easy for them. Right? If you have this level of insecurity, You can't continue to try what has been done in the past and think you're going to get a different result. The whole marching orders thing, I saw his speech in Benue when he told Betokun and the CDS, Christopher Musa, that, where are the arrests? Yeah, it's a right statement, but we need more than that. We don't need comments about where the arrests. We need a total overhaul of how we have security in remote communities. Because these people, they attack remote communities, they buy people, and then they run away. Those people that did that thing in Benin, I'll be surprised if they catch them. For all we know, they're probably in Senegambia by now. The thing is, they need to create a different structure. Tinubu needs to create emergency situations in those states that are vulnerable to these attacks so they can have their own units and their own weapons and then have the supervision over them so they can defend themselves, but have supervision over them. I actually like Christopher Musa. I think his idea about building a fence with the border with Niger is a good one. It's going to cost billions of dollars, but it's actually a good idea. It will stop it, but maybe it can control it. But that's not enough. These communities that are vulnerable need to be protected, whether it's in Katsina, it's in Benue or Plateau or in Borno, and the people that are doing the defense, they need to be trained effectively. But we have people that can train them. If it's too much for us, there are groups around the world that are experts in dealing with anti-insurgency, not in fighting war. Our military is for fighting war. We need a specialized anti-insurgency group. So my question, and by the way, during the campaign, what did Tinubu say? All these young people, we can recruit them. When people were making fun of him, we'll give them cassava, agbado, and corn. I mean, he was saying that. So where is that? Why has he not done that? So whether or not these people are coming from the Sahel, whether or not they are Fulani headers that are trying to exact their Fulani agenda, if that's true, whether or not it is political opponents that are sponsoring them, all that is irrelevant if you're not taking the right steps to mitigate this sort of madness. Because if you're not doing it, it doesn't matter. That just means that anyone that has a grievance with the state can do anything at any time and we're all defenseless. That's what it means. So we need that sense of urgency. We need that innovation to create something that hasn't been done before to fight this effectively. Because these people are going to use this continuously into the election. It's not going to stop. And I agree with Baba. Apart from Obi, the rest of those guys are clowns. And if Obi wasn't there and it was just those other people and Asiwaju, if I had to cast my vote, I would vote for Asiwaju. Because those other guys, they have nothing to offer. Nothing to offer at all. It is Atiku, El Rufai, who some people in Kaduna believe he was actually the henchman sponsoring terror groups. So, they don't have anything to offer. That's, my Peter Obi is a different case in my opinion. But I think we need to definitely do something that's different. I can criticize this president till the cows come home, but we have issues on ground, and those issues need solutions, and he needs to implement the solutions. And he's playing politics. However, like you said, he's playing politics. He's running around trying to get all these governors of these different states to flip. By the way, that is not the best strategy. Even if they flip, there's no guarantee you get those states. Okawa had Delta. He lost Delta to Obi, didn't he? PDP had Bayelsa. They lost Bayelsa to Obi. These states do not guarantee you anything. Didn't APC have Lagos? So that strategy is not going to work. He has 2 more years. He needs to fix certain things.
You must still
get them
mention
under.
Lagos. A while for you. Don't
Well,
worry.
no vex, so. No, but Baba, honestly, I even I will cede some of my time to get your opinion as well, because he has some challenges on his hands. And there needs to be something to be done. I don't know if, is it possible that maybe Asiwaju's age has caught up to him? I mean, every famous basketballer or the best boxers in the world, at some point, Father Time, you can't outrun Father Time, and it catches up to you. So the level of aggressiveness and oversight that he can have to make sure things are done, maybe he doesn't have it anymore. It's possible. And if he doesn't have that, do we really want to put him back in office for another 4 years? These are the things, I'm looking at it now, at this whole thing as major issues. My country is burning. And if I even had a chance I would to meet someone like Asiwaju, I won't criticize him. I'll give him advice. Because you're our president, we need you to fix these problems. Seriously, we have serious issues. We need you to fix them. Without security, we can't do anything. I saw he's trying to make agriculture sexy. They can't go to the farms. How are we going to make agriculture sexy? I like the idea, but in actual practical terms, how are those people going to farm? They can't farm. They're terrified. So we need that solution. And his political opponents, when I listened to El-Rufai's interview today, that's all he kept talking about. So they are really running with this thing. Charles even asked him that how come, it's only when the Southerner is in office that you guys feel that you need to have coalition and you need to remove the Southerner. This he was like, oh, I didn't think about that. Jonathan, we thought he was failing, so we removed him, and he brought up the fact that Tinubu partnered with them to do that. So and
Yeah,
the fact that
yeah.
now,
Now that you mentioned that, that's a surprise too, because during Buhari's time, if you remember, well, on motorcycle, they remove almost 900 Boko Haram terrorists from the prisons in Abuja. They attacked the defense,
yes,
NDA. They attacked NDA military barracks, and
yeah,
even the federal guards who are
yes.
guiding the president. Not to mention other bombs going out the United Nations.
Yes.
This thing, but I didn't hear of coalition then.
No coalition. No. No coalition. And by the way, you know what they were doing? They were giving the ones they had caught Operation Safe Corridor. They were giving them, they were getting them and recruiting them back into our military.
Yeah,
So
correct.
yeah. So now for all we know, we have Judases in our military giving information to Boko Haram to attack them in Borno. How do we not know that's what's going on? And that's what I'm saying. Like this thing, it seems like we there needs to be something different that has to be done. And honestly, I see Tinubu as being vulnerable. The way these guys are coming at him, it makes me, as I watch it, part of me thinks I actually have I actually feel bad for him a little bit, if you can believe that, in the sense that you can understand what is going on, right? But you know that unless something is done, it's only going to get worse. I saw a video today of Shettima in Akwa Ibom, I believe, and he just shook everyone around Ganduje. I mean, it was so obvious. The way he shook the guy. He put his hand over Ganduje's head and shook the guy behind him, shook the guy to the left, shook the guy to the right, and Ganduje was just standing there. It was so embarrassing, and he just walked away. So there's
Just
even
like
issues.
Tinubu did to Sanwo-Olu.
Someone who so there are issues within their house. They have issues within their house, and if your vice president is feeling that way to the head of your party, what does that say about coming together to actually fix the issues we have in governance? So yeah, you're looking at this thing and you're just thinking like this is a disaster. So the Benry thing happened, very unfortunate, very sad. You know, I listened to Tinubu's speech, and I think he's a man that has the ideas. You can see when he talks sometimes the things that he believes about prosperity and development and he's talking, but I don't feel he has the ability to implement through his people, if I can put it correctly. Because I feel after he leaves there, then what happens? This is Nigeria we're talking about. You need strong hands. You need people that will make them do the stuff. And I don't feel he has that anymore. And that is my concern. Baba, I'll see some of my time to you. I want to hear what you think.
In terms of the security?
In terms of security, Tinubu's ability to effectively tackle it, his opponents that are trying to bring him down.
Oh, wait a minute. How many minutes you have? You say you sit in your time.
My brother,
How is that
cool
supposed to be?
down, cool down.
He never reached your turn. He never reached your
No,
turn.
how many minutes does he have? I don't have our time.
We have 5 minutes
I give
more. We have
Baba the
5
last.
minutes more.
You have what?
5 minutes more. Are you okay?
No, you don't.
5 minutes more. I'm tired though.
What is
Okay,
going
I'm
on
giving
here?
Baba
Are you
will
talking
speak.
for more than 10 minutes?
Okay. Make Baba close out for
just
me.
round up.
Yeah.
No, round up. Let them come in.
No, I want you to
MOP
close
not
out,
gonna
and
let us
then
breathe.
you can give it to MOP. I don't finish anything I want to talk.
My take is this: that this problem goes way back. Our army has been infiltrated. I say this because all the retired generals, including the sitting emirs and influential people, the troublemakers in the north, they have 2 or 3 children in the army. Officers corps, not just rank and file. Officers corps. Because our army has been on record to be the 3rd best in Africa in terms of equipment, training, strategy, and things like that. 3rd, Egypt, Algeria, Nigeria, even ahead of South Africa. I was surprised with that. There's a good army. But the problem here is that when you are sabotaged from inside, there's little you can do about it. But the thing I want Tinubu to do is to have the courage to start naming names and making example of people. These people are high up. They are what the Daily Momodu said above. They said owners of Nigeria. And they are using their children in the military. Because if you listen to the Benue people, what they are saying is that, or Christopher Musa said they were given false information just to divert attention for the last mass killing to happen. How could the people do that to themselves? Who manipulated them? So, like you said, I have kind of pity for him, but then he has to develop strength, grow more balls, and start dealing with these people. They are almost expired, but when you have wickedness as part of your second nature, there's nothing you can do. That's my take in the time frame we have.
Right,
so MOP, carry on, please.
Yeah, greeting everybody.
Men of prestige, you can go ahead and speak.
All right, greeting everybody. My first, let me start from here. This is to Aizo. So Aizo, this is to you. You can take 30 seconds to respond to this. So what say you as of today? Because I recollect about, let me say last year, you said the Democrat, are going to lead us to Third World War. So that's your concern. And you criticize the Democrat as inept and this warmonger. So as of the president or in the last 1 month or so, which one has gotten worse as of last year as what we have right now? Can you answer that? And can you defend yourself about that narrative you painted? Because you came here and hold on, you came here and be crying and very, very annoyed about where Democrat is taking you, and you want the Messiah to come in so that everything can cease, the world can be a better place. So can you make a point on that? I'll proceed.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So I still stand by my statement. The Democrats are going to lead us into a war with Russia. Okay, Russia has the highest amount of nuclear warheads in the world. So you are going to lead us into a war with a nuclear power. Trump, in all his stupidity, at the very least, he said, I'm going to end that war in Ukraine and try to make peace with Russia. Yes, he turned around and started this thing in Iran. But now, what did he do today? He has asked for a ceasefire. So, to me, it shows that my initial instincts were right, in that Trump, with all his bluster, at the very end, he doesn't want conflict. The Democrats, on the other hand, right, they've done things through history that if I told you, close your eyes, I'll describe actions of a party, tell me which party it is. You would think it's Republicans. If I say there was a party that went into a country, the state put a no-fly zone over the country, bombed the country, and the leader got assassinated on the streets like a dog. Who did that? You'd have probably say Republicans. Democrats. If I said there was a party that had a drone program and was assassinating people all over Middle East, including American citizens, who did that? You'd have said Republicans. I would have said wrong, Democrats. So you can see that I was like you at one point, man of prestige. I used to watch MSNBC religiously. I was a Democratic disciple until I started seeing their true colors. Until I heard Hillary Clinton say, we saw he died about after Gaddafi was murdered. So their pattern showed that they were a war-mongering party. They started a war in Ukraine and then supported it and then funded it and then were trying to start a war with a nuclear power. So I'm not a Trump guy. I don't like Trump, but because he said he was going to end that conflict, I said the man has my support because I knew if that conflict had continued, it was just a matter of time. So that's my answer.
Okay, I'm not gonna. Okay, thank you very much. I'm not gonna
You're
debate you.
welcome.
I just want to, I just want to hear
You
your
know I'm
current
telling the
opinion.
truth, my brother. You know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm
No,
telling
yeah,
the truth.
your own truth. That's the own truth. But I'm not
Ah,
gonna
come
debate.
on,
I'm
man.
not gonna
Okay,
debate you on
okay.
that topic.
No wala, no
So
wala.
let's go
Okay.
to the main what we are talking about. So let's start with what we are currently having about the war.
Man of
Going on.
prestige. Man of prestige.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me say this because it's your turn. You see, Obama denoted over 100,000 bombs in 7 countries. Both drones attack and manned attacks. That black ass thought he would reduce United States arsenal to enable his Muslim brothers to invade the United States. But it didn't work out because he doesn't know the country he was
So
president
yeah,
for.
Muslim now. Go ahead.
Of course he's a Muslim, a single president in his tenure bombed 7 countries continuously. And that his bombing, he released them to the whole world. And that's what the world is seeing today. I'm talking about you asking of a world war. Bombed 7 countries. Go and check it. 7 countries. Obama used over 100,000 bombs. If it is not like it's United States, I wonder what their military arsenal will be looking like after his government. But I leave you people to continue.
Okay, I'm not here to debate anybody. Your own commentary doesn't surprise me. I just wanted Ahizo to make his statement. I know where you stand still, but it's all good. So let me go to the present. What we are talking about, the present topic. From historical context, Ahizo comment was right on the money. About what brought the supreme leader to Iran, this present Iran we have right now. And how it has changed what that country is supposed to have been, because they are a very rich country, with a very large population. Like he said, it's about 90 something million. Everything that he said in that context is right. But that's where we are right now. So whomever, changed the narrative in that area and brought with the supreme leader that has messed up that country where we are right now. So at the present, and I think somebody made a comment. No, it was you, Ayizo. You made a comment that um, Iran has damaged Israel. I mean, it's not even a comparison. There's no comparison. Let me give you the fact. The only damage Iran has inflicted on Israel. It's about 24 people died, and some of the civilian, the hospital, they bombed. But if you want to talk about the damage, Israel being a very small country with the assistance of USA, they have done an irreparable damage to Iran. Go and look at it. I mean, strategically, infrastructure has completely damaged. When I mean infrastructure, I'm talking about missile is properly, denigrated. I don't know how many percentage they have there
They're
on there.
talking about
Then,
strategy. All
yeah,
their scientists gone. All their
most of
military
them
heads
gone. I
gone.
mean,
They are still
their
killing
missile.
them,
I'm not.
and they
Believe me,
give them damage
I'm
to
not here just
destroy.
to hold on, Madam Zit. I'm not like you that's a Zionist. You're an Israelite. So I don't. Yeah, but I'm here to to give my own perspective. I'm not for Iran. I mean, I even prefer Israel than Iran. So let me put that caveat there. Or Iran is an evil. It's a diabolical country, in my own opinion. But I'm not going to come to that. I'm not gonna. That's not the angle I'm coming. I'm just trying to state the fact that I know it. I'm not saying I know everything from what I know. So if you want to talk about damage, it's not even close. I mean, Iran has been decimated to extreme. They are very weak right now. I mean, we don't know up to extent if their nuclear this thing has been completely wiped out, obliterated, like Trump said, or if there's several damage. Because they say before Trump did before the bomb, I think it was 2 days ago on the 22nd, they said they saw truck. Maybe they moved some of them, but if anything happened, they have probably set them back 20 years or whatever, if they whatever they want to do. They are not the same country, they were, let's say, about 2 years or 3 years ago. Because if you look at what's happening, they are prosy. They don't have that much prosy they used to have before. I mean, no Hamas. What's the name of there's another country close to Israel. What's the name of that country? Madam Zita, do you remember they just said they're not gonna support Iran. Hezbollah, right? So
Lebanon.
Lebanon. Most of their Syria don't have the same government they had before. So most of their proxy, are not with them. There are several, they have been diminished. They don't have that capability they have, they used to have before. So let's put that in context. Iran is in a weak situation. Whether they are trying to save face or use, but the only thing I can say, they are not behaving very irrational, because if they're behaving irrational, whatever they have, they will start releasing it. I think, in my own opinion, they may try to come to the table, but it's a very proud nation. They're not going to come easily, because the ceasefire Trump just announced. That was Trump announced it. I don't know where he's getting it. I think it's a midnight. It's already midnight. Then
He
Israel will
said
follow.
6 and
Israel will
12. That
follow
is
12
18
hour.
hours.
Israel will follow 12 hour later, but no official decision has come from those two countries. But in my own opinion, it's probably going to be a ceasefire, But according to Iran said Israel should stop bombing them, then they will come to a ceasefire. So this is not Iran that we know. If it is the previous Iran, they will say no ceasefire. They will not even talk about ceasefire. So we may head to that angle. So finally, what's actually happened, Iran is not in the same situation. They are very weak. Okay, I mean, we know the firepower Israel have. Of course, we know they are being supported by their senior brother. So that's where we are right now in that regard. What else am I supposed to say? Anything about Nigerian politics, man? I don't like to talk about Nigerian politics, because there's nothing good coming out of that country. Chioma, you just came back from Nigeria, so what can you tell us what you see that is good?
I think
I know
I'm
you were enjoying in Lake Yaniko. Forget about your enjoyment. What is good? What did you see anything good?
okay. So first of
No,
all,
but you just say she's enjoying Lake Yarikoyi and you're asking what is good.
What kind of
You just said
question
it
is
yourself
this?
now.
What kind of
With your
question is
people, Hush, I didn't
Are
ask
you
you a question.
expecting her to say
She just
everything
had
is
a good
terrible in
time and you're
I
Nigeria?
asking
did
her what
not
is good.
ask anyone of you a question.
This
Will you
man of
just
your speech is funny, man. You are
Remy,
funny. You
Remy,
are
will you
very
back
funny.
out and let Chioma answer
So
my question?
you are waiting for her to tell you bad news from your country. What kind of man are you?
Okay, Chioma, you don't have to answer. I mean, because Remy and Mike,
well, I
they,
was going to say, right?
they put their nose where it doesn't belong to.
So I was going to say, so while we were driving around like Lagos, I'm seeing a lot of billboards of Tinubu. He's already campaigning. You know those billboards, like as if you're heading to Ikoyi from Lekki Toll, not Lekki Toll, the bridge, the Lekki Toll, the bridge. There's a bridge that's connecting you to go to Ikoyi. So
The Paloma Bridge.
yeah, yeah. There's a camera, not camera. There's a television billboard. So it shows like different commercials and everything. And I was seeing Tinubu's billboard with Shettima and other politicians. They're really campaigning hard, you know.
Well, I mean, like I said, I mean, everybody knows it. If there's any kind of achievement or whatever they do is good or bad, it's already plateau. I mean,
He's talking
politics
about
has started.
man
Huh?
of prestige. They are talking about replacing Shettima. Tinubu,
That's like his.
who could not win in state in 2023, and
Madam Zita, don't worry about that one. Nobody
Gunduje, who could not win in state
Nobody
in
is
2023,
replacing
is
that,
trying to
that
remove
guy.
somebody who won his state squarely with almost 80% vote.
Madam Zita, Madam Zita.
Well, I don't really care about APC. I'm not an APC person. I'm not a Tinubu fan, so they can do whatever they want to do.
Man of Prestige, can you give me just a minute?
Yeah, go ahead, Remy. I'm done. I don't want to speak about Nigerian politics. Go ahead, Remy. It's your turn.
I just want to tell you, don't worry about Shettima. That is not East politics for you, because everybody is getting ready for 2031, and everybody want to be in a pole position. There's some few governor, one or two, that is against Shettima in the Northeast. But at the end of the day, Shettima will still be the VP. Go and write it down. So all those speculators or speculation, don't worry too much about it. It's part of the politics. And you cannot blame Tinubu for campaigning now, while the other people are gathering themselves together, calling themselves coalition or whatever. So you want the sitting president to just be aloof, just to be looking. It's not, politics is not done that way. If we want to follow the way the politics play, Obi never stopped campaigning till today. So, and next year, after about 2020, by the end of next year, full campaign will be on everywhere in the country. So at the end of the day, Shettima is going to be on the ticket, but at the same time, I hope that he can get Kwankwaso to ABC, and him and Ganduje can work together. So, but when it's my turn, I will analyze my own. So, man of Prestige can continue. Thank you for the
Yeah, I
opportunity.
mean, I don't really want to speak that much about what's going on in Nigeria because, in my own opinion, whatever internal, if they call it internal wrangling or whatever, to me, it's a distraction. Okay, it's a distraction. I don't really believe any of those things. They're gonna figure it out. They're putting all those in there just to distract people about what's going on, the insecurity and all that mess. The incapacitated, incapacitated mind of this present government. So that's why I see that. I wouldn't talk about whether they want to replace him or not. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's a distraction. So I don't know why you people, you come here, people manipulate you, or everybody believe what they're doing.
Prestige, I don't know why something in me tells me that Atiku is the one sponsoring that thing. I don't know.
But you saw them
now,
fighting now. I'm just thinking it's a distraction
thing.
by orchestrated from Action Rock. APC is good in that. I mean, that's what I think. They're trying to distract you.
In Nigeria. Something in me keep telling me that Atiku's hand is in it. I don't know why.
Wait a minute, Madam Zita. You said Atiku is the one perpetuating some of this insecurity?
I believe so. I don't know why I keep having this feeling for over the years. I don't know why.
Well, whether Atiku or not, it's people from the north. I mean, they did it during Jonathan time. That's exactly what they are doing Tinubu time. So, I mean, in a nutshell, to be very frankly, I mean, this is what I'm going to see. I'm an Obi. I'm for Obi. Whether he's capable or he's not capable. So he hasn't shown me that he's not capable. He's not the present president. If Obi doesn't become a valuable candidate for any of the coalition they want, Tinubu should, retain the position. Atiku, Rufai, if they want to be, they have to be vice president. We know vice president vice president has not that much right when it comes to Nigerian politics. But I wouldn't like them to come very close, and they're not going to win. All they're going to do is a distraction, because if they form their own party, will be from his own party. That's going to hand Tinubu another 4 years. That's the way we are right now. But anyway, I'm done. I don't like to talk about Nigerian. I don't have time for Nigerian politics.
So, man of prestige, before you go, do you think really they are considering you will be for VP? Do you really think that?
Not what I'm hearing.
If they're thinking that way, forget it. It's not done anymore. Okay.
Not what I'm hearing. They are not even considering him to lead the party. But we don't know
what
not
at all. Not at all. The person that they are even considering, if I tell you the name, everybody.
Who Amechi?
Amechi will be VP to Atiku, and that's done and dusted. They have already concluded. So everything.
Why are you gonna say it's done and dusted? Where are you getting your fat from? It's just a speculation.
Don't worry, you will see. Time will tell. Go and write it down.
Okay. I mean, whatever happens, y'all enjoy your Nigeria. When I go to Nigeria, I'm gonna stay in the borough, stadium, and I'm gone. So I just go to Nigeria for vacation. Y'all can have your Nigeria. I'm done.
All right, thank you, Mr. Man of Prestige.
Hey, Chioma, did you go to Deborah? You didn't go there?
Where's Deborah?
The hotel, the best hotel in Nigeria right now, in my opinion.
Oh, really? Well,
wow, that's good, eh? That's something good out of Nigeria. What
is so good on Nigeria? I'm going there to spend my money there. What is so good?
And where you work, you don't spend money for good things. You want it for free.
But anyway, I'm done. Let Remy start. Thank you, Mike.
I usually stay in one specific hotel, which I wouldn't mention, but
you don't have to mention it.
It's very 5-star, but I'm not always there all the time, so I move around.
Okay. Remy, go ahead, my brother.
Mr. Remy can speak.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Hey, Choma, sorry, Remy. Choma, did you check out this restaurant in VI called The Grass? It's an Australian restaurant. Very nice restaurant. The Grass, that's the name.
Oh no, I didn't get to eat there.
Man, you should check out. Next time you go, check it out.
There's so many restaurants in Ikoyi though. There's so many posh restaurants.
Yeah.
Too many.
So Chairman, from all these posh restaurants, that means Nigeria is changing, right? At least they were not there 20 years ago or 10 years ago.
Well, it just means that Nigeria is getting expensive, honestly.
So is it more expensive than American restaurant, the posh American restaurant?
No, but it's still
fine. At least you can take your dollars and you are helping the Nigerian economy by spending your dollars in Nigeria. That's good.
Yeah,
we welcome people, a lot of people, American with your dollar. Take it to Nigeria.
But I have people in Nigeria, so I don't always spend the money, if you know what I mean.
So you are trying to say some Nigerians are super rich, but they still have money, right?
No, Nigerians are doing very well.
Thank you. Man of prestige, I hope you are hearing that Nigerians are doing very well.
What are you talking about? I don't go to Nigeria.
From me now.
And you know the thing is, like, sometimes they just want dollars. It's not like they're hungry or anything. They like to collect dollars. The people that I know, it's a thing for them. They like to collect dollars. I don't know why. I think it's hard for them to come over here and then take like maximum 10K back to Nigeria. So it's like if you're going to Nigeria, they want you to bring them dollars and they'll give you the equivalent amount or whatever.
So what I know is that in a country of over 100 million people or over 200 million people, fingers are not equal. There will be some super wealthy, and there will be some that are okay, and there will be some at the bottom of the ladder. And we find these people all over the world. As we are talking today, some Nigerians are buying expensive cars, they are building houses, their life is continuing to be better, even than people in the diaspora. Why some people are finding
Remy, how many percentage is that?
Well, man of prestige, you said you were done, so can't you let him?
No, because Remy is here fueling wrong information.
I did not mention.
We're talking.
Okay, so first let me talk about Shettima. Nobody is going to replace him, but that is the policies of Northeast, because they know the truth that come after 4 years, another 4 years of Tinubu, then Northeast have a good chance to produce the next president of this country. There's still going to be more infighting after the 2027 election in that Northeast and North Central. The Northwest, as of today, they cannot lay a stake because Buhari is from Northwest. So those politics you see from their Northeast APC caucus that happened the last time was a Northeast politics. And one or two governors, they were against Shettima. They want Tinubu to drop him. But you know Tinubu, he will keep quiet. He knows what he's doing. So at the end of the day, he will still be the VP of to Tinubu. But he might probably trade his 2031 ambition, because this is politics. You cannot have 8 years as VP, and then after him you want to be the presidential candidate. I think that's what he's going to trade off. That is the way I say it. So people coming here that Nigeria has not improved, that is a blatant lie. Things have really changed in that country. From where we are coming from during the Buhari era, Nigeria is now solidly, Nigeria is getting better in terms of world ratings, and in terms of building up our external reserve, and in terms of our debt to revenue. Before it was like 98%, now it's about 68%. Our external reserve from 3 billion have jumped to about close to about more than 30 billion naira. But when you remove the liability, we stand about 24 billion. That's good. Nigeria is improving. And just like Baba said, just yesterday, there were more than 2,000 tractors from Belarus to be distributed to the upper parts of the country. And there's more 8,000 that is coming. The beauty of this one is that the Belarus, they have given us a lot of people from Belarus that is going to train our local farmers.
Sorry, Remy. Sorry. Is that what Tinubu's classmate came to drop off in Nigeria when he was introducing him?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay.
And you can see all those tractors are already in Abuja already. So they are expecting additional 8,000 to add to the 2,000 already, because they have to manufacture them. And just, it's not, manufacturing does not take a day. So the beauty is that those people, the technicians, or that is part of the contract, they will come along and train our people how to use different form of tractors, not only one type. I think there are like 6 types. So that is good. Nigeria is on a steady form.
What is the tractors for?
It's for big mechanized farming, and it's going to be shared to each state of the federation.
You people are funny. Grammy, I have to say this. You guys are very funny. Where are you going to farm with this level of insecurity? I don't get it.
Okay, let me continue.
Do you want to just waste that
we have
money?
made your own so that we don't waste too many people still waiting, so that I can quickly say my and other people can come in. As of today, we have 36 states in Nigeria. And if we look at it, we cannot say all the 36 states have insecurity. All the food they are selling in the market in Nigeria are being planted in that country, majorly, except rice, because we don't have enough rice. That is why they opened the border. Anybody can go and buy rice from the border now. But in terms of other food, they are being planted in Nigeria, tomatoes, beans, whatever you can talk about. And any market you go, you are going to see food. You can talk about the purchasing power, fine, because of inflation, but not having food. And you cannot tell me that every state in Nigeria having security problem that people cannot go about doing their normal daily business. So to me, I think when you talk about insecurity, I think we have to look at the hotbed, which is maybe part of North Central and part of Northeast and Northwest. Predominantly, most of the southern states are okay, except maybe some few occasions of kidnapping. So when you talk about, so that is what I'm going to say about that. So I want to jump into international policy as quickly as possible. When this man became the president of America, I said, this guy is a disruptor. He's going to disrupt the world system. And at that time, Madam Zita was very livid at me. Was like, no, this is 5 months down the drain. What do we have? The economy of America is not as good like before. The world system has been disrupted by him. And before you can open and close our eyes, you drop a bomb. over there, and you guys are saying, oh, I can say man of prestige because you watch your local TV station there. Israel just lost 5 people. Are you kidding me? I think you need to see the level of destruction. The level of destruction, as Israeli put it, we take about 500, almost about $500 trillion to rebuild that country. What really shows to the rest of the world is this: nobody is mighty or mightier than the rest. If all Arab nations are afraid of Israel before, no one will be afraid of them anymore. For Iran to do this, and for Iran to also show strength and bravery, even from the mighty America, that is a statement. If you really want to say the truth, that's a big statement from them. And it also shows, don't ever underestimate your opponent. The way I see it is too evil on both sides. Which one is the evilest? I don't know. But both of them are not doing the right thing. So the destructor has come. I hope he can still find his level so that he can correct his mistake and put that nation back where it's supposed to be. And it clearly shows that sometimes you don't need to fight all your allies. Because when you fight with them, you might not know when you are going to need them. Now, you fought all of them. How do you go back to them and ask for their help? So for Iran, I think from their brevity and what they have done, it clearly shows that if you put your house in order, you can face even the strongest of the strongest. So I will stop here so that other people can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Remy. I think the next one that is here to speak is AY. AY, are you awake or did you fall asleep?
No,
Hi.
have you been?
Wait, did Mr. AY come in before
Where
me?
have I been? Mr. Kandu.
Yeah, Choma.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm so.
You know, Kandu is my big guy.
Oh my God.
I can't jump in the front.
I'm sorry. Okay, sorry, Mr. Kandu. Do you forgive me?
Oh, absolutely nothing to forgive.
I totally forgot because I was like scrolling and you were in the
actually, Mr. AY can go. I mean, I just wanted to make sure you can go, Mr. AY.
Kandu. Okay. Thank you, Oga Kandu.
Is it the gathering of obedience? Emilokan.
First of all, Mr. Adewale, you're gonna have to.
I was here before you, sir.
Who is this? Is it
The gathering of the obedient.
No, it's Mr. Adewale.
Oh, Adewale.
They are shuffling. They are shuffling this. It's Sherman that kicked me out.
No,
really?
She's always biting people on this show. She like Bass Bush.
I am the nicest person.
Wahala Promas.
Me?
No, talking about your sister, Chioma here. And she decided to show her face tonight. So to say, you know what? I'm here.
Y'all better pull up.
She's looking fresh. She made a
I
fresh.
do. Go ahead, though. It's your turn. You will look calm.
Just flaunt it.
I'm looking dry.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I understand that fingers will never be equal, and you always have the poor among you. And when I hear people talk about Nigeria is improving, and during the time of Buhari did 22 million different things wrong, I am truly saddened for the Nigerian people. Yes, you will always have, even in the midst of war, there will be billionaires, there will be millionaires. But like I always say, how do you judge a society? Do you judge a society based on yeah, there's, there however many percentage are doing well, or do you take the mean? Do you take the mean? In the last 2 days, well, in the last few days, I should say, I've been dealing with a couple of people in Nigeria. Somebody trying to get a room and parlor in El Gondo or something like that, some local area, and one in Orilegum, Lagos. I was in Nigeria April of last year, and I could remember this 1-bedroom living room thing in some parts of Surrey, going for the 800,000 ish. Well, like I said, in the last few days, one of these people works at a bank. The other person has a wife and a daughter. They make about 80,000 naira a month, all things put together. And the one in whatever this El Gondo place, they were able to get the place for 900 and I forgot if it's 960,000 plus another 200 and something thousand that had to be paid to paint the place, to run the wires, to make this place livable. I was talking to the person really who makes 80, and when I say it makes 80, that's with gifts that people give them every month. I did a video call with them and they showed me the place. It's 1 bedroom, 1 parlor, kitchen, toilet. The rent is 1.1 million naira. Plus 500,000 agent fee. Plus the landlord said they're actually renting it you have to pay for 2 years. They had to beg somebody. They had to have somebody go and talk to the landlord to accept a year and a half. So here is somebody that makes 80,000, that brings in 80,000. I should even say they make 80,000. They need to come up with a year and a half worth of rent of 1.1 plus 500,000 security deposit. So you're talking about altogether about 2.15 million. How in the world are you doing well? Who amongst you are doing well? What constitutes doing well? Is somebody that works at a bank, who's been working at a bank for more than 12 years, cannot afford a place to rent? Who is doing well? You see, if it would be funny if it's not really. This is so sad.
Sorry, Kanju.
Sorry, Kanju. How much you said the person is earning? How much?
They bring in 80,000 altogether.
For 12 years, that is not true.
No, not the bank. I said the other person, not the bank. I don't know how much the person that works at the bank makes. Okay. I'm talking about the other person.
So how much total are they making in a month?
All together is 80,000.
For a couple? For a couple,
no,
80,000.
For the man. The woman cannot work. She has a disability and they have a
I'm sorry, where do they come from? Are they Lagosian or they came from other part of Nigeria?
What difference does it make what part of the country they come from?
Because the example you have been giving The example you have been giving to me does not tally, because the minimum wage is 70,000 naira. You should give us
how many
listen.
How many
you should
people
give us
do you
more
know that pay
information.
that? How many
What kind of
people
work? What kind of work is this man doing? Tell us
Okay.
the truth, not just all
Okay,
this.
see, I don't have 48 hours to give this explanation. My point,
Can do,
the point.
can do. Let me, can
No,
do, can do. Let me say something. Can do. Let me say something. You know, they will just come here and say rubbish. Nigeria is improving. Nigeria is improving. You know, when I just listen to them, I just laugh. Your analyses are very perfect, and we are still counting on it. You know, even businessmen and all that, you just come to the way things are increasing, and you will not blame the landlord and the landladies, because the cost of building house today is not 1 naira. The price of cement, the price of rod and all that, and all that. A shop that used to go for maybe 500,000 naira before this government took over. A shop today in Alaba is about 2 million, 2.5 million. So you should know your level of business before you come to do business in Alaba. As of today, I'm talking to you. And the poor is getting poorer.
For me,
so when they come here, not only shop, the perfect, what you gave is a perfect price of Elum and Paro today. Even in our job, even in our job local government, Elum and Paro is going for 1.2 million naira.
Hold
The
on,
latest you can get is 1 million.
Can do.
And so,
Listen.
where is the place of middle class today? Considering what Nigerians are earning,
Can do. Can do.
where is the place of middle class? Considering
You
where
live in
Nigeria is,
Europe or
what
in
Nigerians are
America?
earning.
Sorry, Adewale.
Who is asking me the question?
This is
This,
Lagos State.
this is America. This is Adewale. You live in Europe or you live in America?
Mr. Adewale,
Yes, sir.
there is
No, I
inflation
think
all
that's,
over the world.
excuse me.
No, I'm asking this question.
No, excuse me. I'm moderating.
All
I
right.
think you guys should let Mr. Kandu speak, because he allowed all of you all to speak with no interruption. So you have to give him that same respect, please.
Thank you, Choma. You guys are too loud. Let somebody speak.
So,
nice one.
Yeah, and after Mr. Kandu, AY is supposed to go next. And Remy, remember you finished. So
again, you see, I don't have the luxury of time to be wondering about who Tinubu is doing, what's all this foolishness. These people, I wish Thunder would come and clear all these people out. We need people that are ready to work for the benefit of the Nigerian people. These people are playing politics. They're doing whatever it is they're doing. I don't have time for foolish people. I really don't. I don't care if they swap each other, one another out, left, right, and center. Whatever foolish governor is following who. You know, time is of the essence. The wellness of the Nigerian child is at stake. The Nigerian child. Yes, like that's why I preference what I said. You will always have the poor among you. That's not the point. And like the fellow said, I know how much I paid for stores last year in Lagos. I know how much I paid this year. Yes, there's inflation all over the world. But to be having this narrative of Nigeria is improving and some people are buying cars every day. Yeah, there are people that make $1 million a day. They exist. But that is not how you judge a society.
You ask him, where are the people now? Where are the people that are buying the car?
Hold on. You judge a society by what the average person can do.
In fact, more people park their cars. More people park their cars today in Nigeria. More people have parked their cars today in Nigeria than more people buying cars.
That's better.
What are you saying?
That is how you judge a society. When I go, I don't care whether you go to. I don't go to. You see, I don't get involved in this. Where is the person from? You are a Nigerian. I don't care if you're from Sokoto. You are a Nigerian.
Can
what
you?
Type of a, hold on. What type of a
question for
question
you?
is, why is somebody, I have never had anybody ask somebody in California.
A quick question for you.
Are you from Minnesota?
Can I ask you a
Difference
quick
does it make
question?
where you're from?
Can I ask you a quick question?
He's not staying in another man's land now. We're staying in Papa house now. We are in the
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, my question is very simple. You said you announced that you do have a shop in Lagos, right?
No, I said shops that I pay for. I don't have a shop.
So can you ask those people that have a shop, or the people that you paid for them and they are selling something, can you ask them how much profit do they realize compared to what is going on?
Yeah, they realize in profit because they don't have to pay for it. It comes out of my pocket. It's pure profit.
So you are helping them how by pay? Are you going to continue to pay that rent all over the years?
For a specified duration of time, yes.
Thank you. So that means you are doing your own part, which is good. Now I want to ask you a follow-up question to that. You live in America, and I know that in America there are some states in America that you see a lot of poor people around, no home to live. They sleep in the streets and they don't have work to do. Even the government cannot cater for them like before because of ills of the society. Maybe drugs or whatever you can call it, that happen to them. Can you tell us today that in America today, the people that live in California, their rent remain the same all over the years, or it continue to change as more people continue to live there? So my question is that in all those big cities in America, like New York, like California and the rest, can you tell this panel, fortunate for you, there's so many people who live in America here, can you tell the rent remain the same over a specific period of time? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You see, I actually used to volunteer on Skid Row. So this is my wheelhouse. This is a place that I volunteered for more than 7 years in that same Skid Row. But the one thing that this is where this house of cards that people like to build always crumbles. Every single one of those people receive food stamp to buy food. And every single one of them, outside of maybe something that I can think of, receive cash payment every month.
Which cuts on Social Security by Trump. Which cuts on Social Security by Trump. They are still receiving their money.
It has not been
Come
cut.
on, man. Say the truth.
Look, I don't have any reason to lie to anybody. Nobody. I'm not saying that Trump is not going to cut them or if he's going to cut them. But what I'm trying to tell you is that each one of those people get food stamps. I lived in California many, many years ago. People have been getting this for decades. Every single month, they get a cash payment and they get food stamps. So don't come and try, and not you in particular, nobody should come and try to draw this parallel that doesn't exist. I know people that receive cash payment in California of over $400 a month, plus food stamps. So you now want to start comparing those people on the streets with your poor in Nigeria? On what level? And that's why I preference it. I'm not saying that there should not be poor people. I'm not saying that there should not be inflation. But you have to judge a society by the mean. And the mean to me are teachers, secretaries. That's the mean. So again, I really, really know that it's only time that will solve this problem. Because whether it's Tinubu, the second year of Buhari first term, I said I wish the Nigerian people had enough brain and fortitude to hand over the country to Lamido Sanusi, because this guy had nothing to give you. That was the second year of his 8-year run. This one here, just like I told people before this Trump election, that this guy is not smarter than my dog that I don't have. Because we know this guy. I know Tinubu. He has nothing to offer you. Vote him in, let them rig him in for another 4 years. Good luck to all of us.
I think I know where your position is coming from, because your candidate did not win. The one you have a
I don't, Mr. Remy, hold up. Mr. Remy, let me tell you something. I don't have time for foolishness.
Let me say something.
No, hold
on, guys.
Please do me a favor. Hold on.
Mr. Kendall, are you done with your
submission? I don't, please, Madam Chioma, please, I beg. Mr. Remy, I don't care about anybody, any one of these people. I don't care if Tinubu was my father, I would have disowned him. I have said this. How many times am I going to say this?
No,
it's not. I don't have a candidate.
No, you don't. I did not say you have a candidate. I said the one that you have a soft spot for. You like Obi.
No, I don't like yourself. I said out of the people that were running at that time.
Thank you. It's the same thing I'm saying.
It doesn't mean that I like him.
Okay,
The only people
you might not like him,
are
but you prefer him, right?
Then I wish a wind would come and destroy all of them.
Let me tell you something you can do. You always come here to do your sermonization, talking about how good you help other people, which I think is fine. But I want to let you know. I want you to know something.
You know, I did not. When I
let me finish. You will continue. You will continue. It's your flow. You will continue. Just a minute. If you come here and tell us that the man does not achieve anything, that is a lie. You cannot close your eyes. Let me finish. Let me finish. You cannot close your eyes to all the reforms and the policy and all the program that he has done. Even in last month, he said that people in the technical college, they will also get a palliative stipend for their education, free education. They don't need to pay nothing as school fees, and you'll be paying them close to about 40,000 naira per month for people to encourage people to go to Nigerian Technical College. We all see what he's doing. How can you come to a platform like this and say no achievement? That is totally unfair. That is why I always say that if you want to,
only you they receive the palliative. Only you they receive this palliative. Only you they see this palliative. Only you, as in the way you how you put it, as if we Nigerians are not seeing it.
You are not
only you they show it.
Mr. Remy, are you saying that I said that Tinubu has not done nothing? Is that
that's what you just said now?
No. I said these people have nothing for you.
Who are the people we are talking about?
I don't care
the government.
No, look, Tinubu, whoever, these people.
So don't talk this way. This is the government. You are also living in America, and America has a government. They have a president. So
Mr. Remy, I said,
you know what? I don't like people that.
Mr. Remy, I said whether it is Buhari, I just told you in the second year of 8-year Buhari, I said they should get, if the Nigerian people have any brain, which apparently they did not, they should get this guy out of there. Wasted 8 years of the Nigerian lives. This one, he will do whatever little thing he can do here and there. It's going to be another wasted years.
I don't believe that. Let me put it to you, back to you. You have been living in America for more than 3 decades, and you cannot tell me how their president performed to your own.
I don't care, Mr.
No, calm down first. Calm down. My question is very simple. You live in America for so many years. Whatever you become today is through the sweat or the handiwork of American institutions or some of the government policies that were good, and you're able to make ends for yourself. So whether the same thing happens to Nigerians too. A lot of presidents have come. Some people were able to make ends meet. Some people have bettered their life. Some maybe they are still trying, and some maybe unfortunately things were not so good for them. So don't always come to this to public platform and be solemnizing and trying to say that this is government. Government is a continuum. Everybody see opportunity. If you see the opportunity, you grab it. If you don't want to grab it, government does not come to your desktop and give you this is what you are going to do. Every country of the world, everybody look for opportunity to make life.
Mr. Remy, your narrative will hold ground. If I have not been talking about up NEPA for the last 37 years, your narrative will hold ground. If I've not been talking about where is the water to drink.
You are not living in Nigeria per se.
I don't have to live. I've never been to China. I don't have to live in Mongolia.
Excuse me. I think we have to let Mr. AY talk, because if we're going back and forth, we're not gonna let others speak. So
Yeah.
AY.
Thank you, Chomo. Please, let's respect the moderator and the fellow panelists. The way we interject is a bit too rowdy, you know. Everybody is just interjecting. Choma, I think we should display the people's names so we know who is talking.
I think you are preaching to Shioma. Hey, what? I think you are preaching to Shioma when it comes to that basketball. She likes that. So if you are telling her not to entertain that, you are preaching to.
We're gonna change it. We're gonna change it. You know, Choma is a gentle girl. She does not like babos.
I do. I do.
Okay. Yeah. So the topic of the day is about the Nigeria politics, the economy, and the international war going on, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to start from where Kado stuff, right? You know, I think we Nigeria people, I think we need to be telling ourselves the truth too. It's really affecting us as people, to be honest. So we need to start telling ourselves the truth. Even if it's our father that is the president of the country, we need to tell ourselves the truth, because we need to look at the bigger picture. I think that's the problem I'm having with Nigeria across board. You know, the sentiment, the tribal sentiment, the religious sentiment. It's too big. You know, we gotta try to throw the right information out there. You know, so that at least even the people in power, they will have opportunity to understand what the people are feeling. We have problem right now. I'm going to reiterate, with due respect, Mr. Remy, the government, they've not done well so far. The achievement people call for the government, to me, I don't see that as achievement. For example, the president is giving palliative. It's just like during Buhari, they used to call these traders money. What they call that? I usually call that ministry Yahoo ministry, humanitarian ministry. It is actually Yahoo ministry, where they tell you, oh, we've given 10 billion naira to the poor. Then when I go to my community, my village, I can't see anybody that received the money. How are you giving now this palliative to the poor? Who are the poor? How do you even identify the poor? You can't even identify the poor in Nigeria. That's the genesis of the problem. So you have a policy of giving out student loan. How are you giving out the student loan? Who are you giving out the student loan? How do you identify people that need this money? So we need to start from the foundation. We need to clean up the system first, so we are able to identify who is poor. It's just like a lot of you live in America. If you want to identify the poor, you don't need to throw any bullet. You simply like, where is your tax return? Where is your W-2? With that, you understand who is poor. You understand who does not have the resources. It's so easy. So we don't have data. We don't have this kind of system. My mother has not worked for more than probably 20 years. She never received the money. So if they are actually giving the money to the poor, I think my mother is supposed to get the money, but she's not getting anything. She's not getting any free medical. So we need to advise ourselves. even we here, how many people in your village do you know that have received all this palliative, all this traders money, all this nonsense money? So that aside, then in general, the economy is not doing well. People are still crying. People are crying. People cannot feed. Even transportation is on the high side. Even people driving cars, they can't buy fuel. So me saying all this stuff, I want to see improvement. It's not that because I'm supporting a particular candidate, I don't support any. My interest is all about Nigeria, but the division is kind of like getting crazy sometimes. You go to the damages, for example, people will not let you speak because they think you are against Peter Obi. You come here, people think you are against Tinubu. I'm not against anybody. I want the progress of my country. I want the progress of my people. If the day we have a Chinese president that will move this country forward, I will give him my support. Period. It doesn't mean I don't hate anybody. So that's my stand on that. The issue of politics going on is going to be very interesting, by 2027. So somebody was saying that the president he doesn't think he want to remove drop the vice president. So whatever happen, I hope so. But I know, there is no smoke without fire. A lot going on in the political space. But if the coalition they are forming is going to materialize, we are waiting to see. I know by next year a lot is going to be on. It's going to be they're going to reveal a lot of things. So we're just going to wait for time to know the direction of the country. Then on the Israel and Iran war, honestly, again, Nigeria, I think, not Nigeria, Africa, sometimes I begin to think that we tend to think we are super intelligent somehow, especially Nigeria. I know we pride ourselves as, we have a lot of brilliant Nigeria. But I think there is something really missing in Nigeria is the originality of try to, I would say, sew your clothes according to your size, kind of. We don't have originality. We fall for a lot of dumb things, a lot of fake information, either because of our sentiment, I don't know, but it's a problem. I heard the war going on in Iran, obviously, if America are involved, they are giving full support to Israel to be fighting Iran, to be fighting any country, as a matter of fact. That would be a big fight. America, they are superpower. It's not easy. But like one, I think the man of Presi was saying, oh, Iran, the government, blah, 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 they're supposed to progress, they're supposed to do this. Sometimes these are dumb submission because Iran, they're doing very well as a country. This country has been sanctioned for more than close to 50 years. They have a lot of sanctions. The country is progressive. We are sitting here criticizing a country that produces 100,000 megawatts of electricity, fully industrialized. You can see the kind of missile they are throwing. It's not easy. This big technology. Iran, this is one of the they are one of the most intelligent people in the world. Even if you kill 100 scientists in Iran, trust me, another 100 is standing. Iran is not a small country, but when it comes to, say, US, US, they are the big boss to everybody. In terms of military, nobody can, for now at least, nobody can match US military power. Everybody knows that. Even the Russia we're talking about, Russia is just the nuclear power. That's what is really like why everybody is scared of them. It's not that they have that military power, like in terms of you want to go to war without using nuclear. They're gonna crush you, But it's just that when you have nuclear power as a country, even if you don't have bullet to throw, everybody will be scared of you because nobody wants you to burn the world to hatches. North Korea don't need to have some AK-47 or some missile to throw at you. Even the nuclear power is enough. You just sit down and be drinking your cold drink. If anybody touch your country, you release it. So these are possibilities. I think Iran, this war, hopefully is going to come to an end soon. Iran just needs to be strategic. Iran have the capacity. I think they were doing that. They need to be strategic and look for a way to grab a hand on nuclear power. Then you can talk tough. So for now, you need to just chill out. If I were Iran leadership, I would just chill out, do everything to make sure I have my nuclear warhead. Then I will now start talking tough. So that's the way I see it. But you cannot really underrate Iran, what Iran can do as a country. If you watch what is going on, they really strike Israel so hard. They've done that. Yeah, Israel have higher firepower in terms of able to take over the airspace. But it's not easy, man. It's not easy to fight a country with that US are fully backing. It's tough. It's gonna be tough with not even China, not even Russia. It's gonna be tough. It's a big war to fight. So I will leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, AY. So, Mr. Adewale, you're next.
After the obedience, I've taken the floor. They now want me to.
Adewale just come on. I first this Adewale come here. Adewale, you are not supposed to speak in this platform. Honestly speaking.
I don't know what I would call you.
What did you give to Shoma that made her jump me to ask?
Why would you not? If she has not jumped for me tonight, I would have fired everybody. So don't even try. Kene, by Nigerian standard, you are a rich man. You are a billionaire. You join us from Nigeria on this show every day. How much you pay for the data you are using? Tell us.
So Ekene was here before you.
You see, that's obedient way of doing things now. See, they want to take it away from
I
me.
don't know how I keep. At first, I skipped Mr. Kendu. Now Ekene. It's like everybody.
Okay, let him go ahead. Let the Kene go ahead. He won't finish today. Let him go ahead.
Sorry,
Adewale, I will allow you to speak because I know you don't have much to say. Tinubu has disappointed your
if there's one thing, I have never been disappointed in Tinubu and has never disappointed me. He's doing what a strong leader. Nigeria needs someone like Tinubu.
Give me your bulaba. Let me listen. I want to listen to your
bulaba.
Go
ahead and speak.
Here is a deal. For those who live in America, there are some workers that can barely, feed themselves. And how many Nigerians work 2 jobs in Nigeria? How many? There are not that many. Nigeria, that's why when people like us come to this country like America or,
Adewale, this show is now between me and you. Before you talk about the people that work 2 jobs in Nigeria, first of all, ask yourself, where are the job? Where is even one job?
Where are the job? But Nigerians like to say, okay, there's no job. Which one have we created ourselves? Must government create job for everybody? When we talk about Nigeria,
when you don't have enabling environment,
which enabling environment? Have you?
Where are the jobs?
Listen, actually, something happened recently, and I was taken aback by the fact that Nigerians have access to finance, but it's just because I don't know if it has to do with tradition or cultural belief. We don't think going to the approaching financial houses to seek for loan or something like that. We believe that if you save, because all of us have the propensity to saving, if we save up, that we should be okay. Look, because we don't want to incur any liability or anything. I found out that you can see, Nigerians have access to loan, but because we are not so used to all those, that's why people are not going to bank. And also, I guess because of people are scared of the interest rate and all that. So a lot of people believe that what is the margin of the profit that I'll be making that I have to share with the bank? So what do? They decide not to. Look, and unfortunately, entrepreneurship is not being taught in Nigeria school, which is very bad because a lot of skillful traders will have, think, go that route. But by the way, somebody said, I think it was, what's his name? Remy, that even here in America, you see poor people that could barely afford rent, despite them working, you know, odd hours every day and, could barely rent a place. It's like that everywhere. But when we had it easy in Nigeria in a certain way, I'm not saying things are now hard, but come to think of it, a lot of people sometimes they don't cut their own coat according to their sizes. They do things beyond and just they want to flex. How can you tell me? How can you justify the country that is saying there's no money, but they are there doing a one bed, 12 party, wearing a be still doing what they are known to be doing all the time? So
You're right, because some of the young people in Nigeria, they have the latest iPhone. Because
the funnest thing is that they just finished Oju Dioba and you realize that how much money all those Ashoki cost,
it's very
and
expensive.
you begins to wonder where are those people getting all this money from. They are Nigerians will hardly tell you they are making money. They will tell you, Kosovo, we don't have money. Nigeria will never tell you, oh, we're doing good. Never, never, never. Even when they are making a cure, never. See, that is, I think, it's cultural. That's we believe so much in don't let people know how much you're making. I watched the video recently where the content creator, a guy on another content creator too, was asking them how much all these skit makers are making. All of them declined to name their price because they don't believe in you know telling the public how much they're making. You see, that is one thing in
Because
a
they know
good
they'll be paying taxes.
because they don't want to pay. You see, we can blame government all year long, but what about us Nigerians? That factor is there. We were looking for a smart way to to cheat ourselves, and we keep saying, "Oh, the government is not doing what we're supposed to do." So, to me, we can blame Tinubu for everything, but one of the one that we are also contributing. Um, that's why it can't. If we continue to cry for the poor people from nothing, after all, we all grew up in that country. We were raised in that country, and that's why we come here and we excel. But in Nigeria, they will say, "Oh, no enabling environment," and no enabling environment, but Nigerians are thriving. They're making a kill. They are doing great. Despite all those things, they are still surviving. We want have you ever? When was the last time we took our family to public hospital? I mean, what you call it, general hospital or public hospital? I'm not saying that is equivalent to what we have here, but how many times have we ourselves go to hospital? If you are not
Have
sick,
you seen
you,
our? Have
you
you?
get,
Do
if
you
you are
see
not
the
sick,
videos of
if
Adewale?
somebody tell
Do
you,
you see the
Ekene,
videos of our
as
public
you are,
hospital?
listen,
Whenever they appear in the picture,
hold on
do you
now,
see the videos?
hold on. If somebody tells you, Ekene,
Even the
how
one,
much?
even the one.
Wait
Let me
now,
let me
wait.
let me.
If
I
somebody
want to
asks
put
you,
it to you.
because I
Even the
always
one that Bola Tinubu visited last. Do you see the environment? Did you see it? Are you not
Ekene,
ashamed of
Ekene,
saying all
wait,
this?
wait 1 second. When was the last time you put money aside that said this money is for your regular monthly checkup? I said, oh, you're gonna sign up for HMO or saying,
I never
oh,
even
this
go.
is
I
it.
never go hospital. Me, I never go
No,
hospital. It has a lot. I went to the hospital.
you see what I'm
So
talking about. I could remember very well when I was still in Nigerian banking. Health was monetized. So the money you're supposed to use for your own health checks for a year will be given to you at the end of the year. A lot of people would never want to go to the hospital. They will resort to taking a book because they prefer that monetary value of it. You see, people like that have been that had opportunities to to have health scheme with the where they work with, they would not even go to the hospital. So, and Nigerians don't believe that, oh, you make money, you have to set one aside to take care of your health except when you are sick. We can blame government from now to tomorrow. Tinubu has only been in government for how long? For 2 years, right? And within that 2 years, we expect things to take a different turn. Look, a week ago, it was said, reported by his own economic coordinator minister, the tax reform bill was submitted to Tinubu is yet to have any signature on it to sign into law. These are the strides, these are the things, the silent achievement this government is making. But we are so much invested in the
The only
optics.
thing that this
Hold
government
on,
knows how to do
hold
is
on,
how
hold
to
on.
collect them
Hold
without
on,
giving
Okuro.
out anything to the farmer.
Let me go with my rambling. You said your own, don't worry. You went your own time come. You will bulaba whatever, everything is gonna be against the Tinubu.
Me,
And
I want to go
it's
to the
gonna come
market.
back. It's gonna come back after this 4 year. I can guarantee you that. Because that takes me to the next analysis about this other formation or whatever. To be honest with you, I chuckled when I saw their soft advert, on social media. I was like, number one, what the heck is this? They name their group ADA, Alliance of Progressive, no, Alliance of, what is even the full meaning? I forgot it now.
Ada
And
now, you don't know what is the Ada. Shoma will
right,
know what is Ada.
even if it's Ada or whatever it is they're calling
Ada
it.
or Adobe.
These are a serious bunch of politicians, and these are what you can tell or called failed politician, aggrieved politician, because one, they are they are not close to where the soup is, and if you look at them, they are bitter, and I can tell you, implosion is very close to them. Up to this moment, they have still don't have any roadmap. I listened to El Rufai on Arise News interview today, and I was like, "Is this guy serious?" I mean, you acknowledge the fact that this guy was able to win the election while one was in the office. Now you want to take power away from him. You belong to SDP, so also your compatriot in in that group belongs to the various political parties, and yet you are still unable to register a party. You blame
But,
INEC, but
but don't you think?
up,
Don't you
up to
think that? Don't
this.
you think a lot of enemies are coming up for Tinubu from the
No, you
north?
see, I don't expect that such things will not happen because this is the guy that never had it easy in his life when it comes to political journey. He has never had it easy. He's always having people rising against him, and he's always rising above all of them. But the point is this: number one, up to this moment, even in your own various political party, you don't have a good standing. Then you are trying to forge a merger. Even at the coalition first meeting, it was rowdy. It was full of disagreement. In fact, you always hit each other in that meeting on that day. So now you submit an intent to register. When I listened to Kenneth Okonkwo analysis about the process that it will take for a party to be registered in Nigeria, we are looking at something close to almost 8 to 9 months. If that is if everything is done, in a proper way. Now, if the INEC itself is full dragging, it's probably going to take them a year plus. Within that 8 year plus, they have to be able to harness resources that they will use. In that one, in that 1 year, they have to find a way to put all everything together. And he himself acknowledged that APC already has structure from those other political party coming together because they have their people in various places. All they just do is more or less like they match and they match their resources and the manpower are there to support them. Now, this political party that is being formed, even though it's still at the primary at the elementary stage, is almost already having a shaky foundation and you don't have a strong spot in your political party, and now you are forming a coalition that they are yet to identify who will be the leader of that group, or who is going to be who is going to contest. If they're going to have a consensus candidate, they don't have that yet. And even Obi himself, people like Obi, is yet to acknowledge his own role in that coalition. So everybody is still dilly-dallying and they're still testing water. They are not sure. And I look at them as like, this guy don't know what is going to hit them. Because by the time it's done on them, Number one, they don't even have money to prosecute. None of them have any governor that is in charge. So where would they get the money? Is it the PDP governor? Some of these PDP governors they don't have enough resources in their state. So they depend on the government allocation every month. Where would they get the money? Where? Where? In fact, let me just except they rely on foreign interests to sponsor them. And I can bet you Tinubu will not go to bed knowing fully well there's a special interest of foreign government funding opposition in the country that is governing. If that is the case, it will shut down the financial system of Nigeria if that is the case, because it would never let that happen. So these people are number one right from the get-go. They are doomed to fail in that track. However, all hope is not lost. Somebody suggested on this show earlier that if they're able to find somebody who does not belong to a political group or caucus in a way that will become a fresh face of that party, and they will be able to put their ego on the side and support this particular candidate. Now, that can work in their favor. But as so far, you are still seeing the old cargo like Atiku and Obi and the rest of them being the arrowhead and the figure representing this group. If Nigeria, in fact, as a matter of fact, it's going to create a confusion because APC will make sure that they frustrate them that in as much that, they are on the ballot, people will not even be able to align with them. So that is that about that. But I wish them good luck because it's more or less an effort in fertility. Now, let me go back to Sule Lamido's recent revision story about Tinubu not being against June 12th. With all due respect, people like Chioma might find this a little bit not understanding what is June 12th is all about. Why the likes of man of prestige knows the truth, but is still going to support Sule Lamido. And I laughed when I listened to what's his name, Kenneth Okonkwo, talking about how true Lamido's story was. And I was like, is it not the same country that we live? This Nigeria that we live in 1993 when all these things happened, and we knew the role every one of them played. You can say a tribal sentiment was put into it, but we knew Nigeria that stood behind Abiola strongly, while others were dilly. As a matter of fact, it was a
So
consensus.
where was Tinubu fighting when he was in exile? Where was he
Let,
fighting?
let me tell you, for those who have no idea what was going on during the June 12th time. Look, these people are not just operating locally; they also employ mercenaries abroad to help them frustrate Abacha. Because one, Abacha coming into government was a game plan of Abiola and his allies and Abacha himself, with the hope that we'll be able to placate the other generals and then we'll be able to transfer power to them while they will retire the rest of those remaining, political military men in the barrack. But Abacha decided to have the likes of General Diaz, all those Yoruba, just to say maybe that will extinguish all those noise from the southwest. But the moment they realized that Abacha wasn't going to forthcome with the plan, Abiola decided to declare himself president. Okay. However, the likes of Tinubu are not just committing to June 12th issue; they committed their resources. Remember, this guy was working with Mobile at that time as a finance director or thereabout. He has resources. He's a Lagosian. For crying out loud, his mother is not the small when it comes to Southwest politics. But you see, the likes of Sules Lamindos, even though they both belong to the same group, they were going behind because these are northerners. Sani Abacha didn't touch much people from the north, the same way he didn't touch much people from the southeast. He went to south and southwest because they were the one making so much noise about this democratic system. Even before, after that, all that happened, he was campaigning and he was sending his people. Look, there were a lot of politicians at that time that were living in fear. Somebody said, well, Tinubu should have stayed and get killed. Look, these people receive information from this same military. And if they had not gone out of the country, by now they would have been the people of yesterday. We will be referring to them in past tense. So they were smart enough to leave to fight the other day. And they were not just outside the country. As a matter of fact, being outside the country was a blessing to the movement because they were committing. In fact, they were able to get in touch with the other foreign government and they were able to successfully help them. So when the likes of Sule Lamido saying he was against June 12th, how can he be against June 12th when the same Abiola already drafted because Tinubu was already elected as a parliamentarian? I mean, we all saw the picture circulating in the media. So there's no way. Thank God the video one man played today. Even Femi Falana praising Tinubu's mother for the role that she played. So it won't just come down and begin to, offend our senses and begin to think that we don't know what happened last time. No. For those who do not know, please, I will encourage you, read. If you don't know, ask questions. These people were the ones going behind hand in gloves with the military people. They were never stopped. As a matter of fact, they were well taken care of. But those who has mouth, who were using their mouth, and they were so loud with their conviction that the people that are being set of the country. So especially people from the south side and southwest. So the likes of Sule Lamido is playing politics. He knows what he's doing. These are the people that they know that when it comes to this democratic system, there are a lot of people there that the likes of Wole Soyinka, or actually when Abacha created the five political party and then coerced those political parties to adopt him as a sole candidate. You guys remember them, those who witnessed that era. This same Abacha, while the pro-democratic system already abroad, fighting him left and right. So for those who do not know, the story of Lamido is completely false. Completely false. And for those who think that is what they're going to spread this time around, I'm very glad that the presidency is not reacting much, even though
Adewale,
Tony and Ellie's son.
you are talking without any interjection. I think Sule
You know,
Lamido made a valid point, and
no,
that is the
how
campaign
did he make
strategy
he
they are
make a
going to
valid
use
point?
against Bola Tinubu. Tinubu is
Listen,
rewriting history to suit his own political agenda.
listen. Tinubu,
He never fought. He never fought for any democracy, and we
listen.
stand by it.
I
You think say now only
okay,
una sabi propaganda. Now
if you don't know,
you will see
listen.
propaganda to propaganda. We
Listen, my
will
friend.
march to
If you
2027.
don't
We will
know,
march
if you
it.
don't know the story of June 12th, please do not take the word of Sule Lamido. Listen to
I
the
am taking his
interview.
word very serious. Even I am
Do
studying
not.
it. I'm trying to how to.
Ekene,
I am trying
Ekene,
how to use it to campaign against Tinubu
Ekene, listen
in
to me very well.
2027.
All politics
I'm
aside,
taking it very serious.
listen to Ekene. Politics aside, nobody among the progressive today can dispute the role Tinubu played during not just about Nadeko, because the Tinubu movement transformed with others across the other tribes to form Nadeko. But before,
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you
listen,
this.
listen,
To
listen, listen, listen,
Adewale,
listen, Yekene, I don't want to argue with you on this because you are wrong. And I want to let you know, do not take Lamido for what he said about Tinubu's.
Mr. Adewale, why does anybody care about any of these people?
Because they are using, see, these people are trying to bring past
Mr. Adewale,
events that is not true to whip sentiment in the public. And if you hear Ekene saying, if you hear the likes
Adewale,
of Ekene say,
politics aside, let me tell you, I believe Tinubu to be a cunning man, and I believe he's not a straightforward human being. And for that reason, I believe
know
that
that.
everything Sule Lamido said about him concerning June 12 is perfect. I never believed Tinubu supported. I
How do
never
you know?
believed Tinubu supported democracy. I believe
How?
Tinubu did everything in his own favor to be where he is
Tell me
today.
the reason. Tell me the reason why you believe Sule Lamido.
I never, according to Sule Lamido explanation, where is Tinubu in the face of democracy? He said he went to an exile. Why people like Sule Lamido, remains in Nigeria fighting Abacha?
Did you listen to
You
Dele
always say
Alake? Because
he went to an
Dele
exile. Which
Alake,
exile?
listen,
Now, for
did you
exile
listen?
in the fight democracy.
Okay, listen. You see, Sereno Mokre said something on Honey Bunch today. He said some of this ignorance information that has been passed to the public is actually working because they're able to change people's mind and they don't know the truth to the right. I mean, to the wrong. Listen, if you don't, if you are not grown enough to understand what was going on during that era, fine. But listen to those who now against Tinubu but already were participants during that era. People did not just decided to leave their country and say, you know what, we're going to live where we are relevant. We are going to go to the unknown land. No, people that are prominent.
Well, what Alake or Egbake or Ebuka said about Tinubu or said about Babangida, how does that take the Nigeria people to their destiny?
You hear you hear Ekene arguing that Tinubu is not a pro-democratic person, and
I
I'm
don't
trying to. No,
care
no,
if
no. It goes a long way when you poison the
No,
public's
no.
mind. When
Tinubu is not a demo. He has already perfected
can
it
do,
in River State.
can
He
do.
has already
When you
did it in
poison,
River State. How on
listen,
earth will you tell
listen,
me? How
listen,
on earth will you tell me, Adewale, that
listen.
a
It's a
democratic
level.
president will replace
Listen,
an elected governor,
Hello.
elected by his
Hello.
people, with the
Ekene,
military
Ekene.
official,
Listen to me.
and
Excuse me,
everybody clap for
guys.
him. And today,
Rumor.
those things
Can
are
I hold
manifesting and
on?
playing out
No,
in
no,
real.
no, no. You guys, hold on. I'm gonna do roll call because I need to let Tunaja in.
I haven't round up. Or I was interjected.
I
Chairman.
know, I know. Hold on, please.
But
So
Chosama, you are giving too much time. Oh, other people, they.
See
yeah,
these
I'm gonna
obedient
give him
people.
extra 2 minutes to round up. So, Madam Zita, are you there? Man of Prestige, are you there? I know I saw Candu on the camera, so I don't need to
I'm
ask.
here. I'm here.
I know. AY, are you there? Okay. Man of Prestige, I'm going to remove you, put you in the backstage, and then add to Niger.
He doesn't belong here. Kick him out.
Oh, please. Be nice.
No, nobody is nice to me. I won't be nice to any of these people.
I'm nice to you. Am I not?
Sometimes you do, sometimes you are not.
Okay.
But for the sake of tonight, I'll say you are nice. You were nice to me because you won't let them interject me the way they were interjecting left and right. See, the point I'm trying to make is this. Let me round this up, okay? For those who says this has nothing to do with how to transform Nigerian life, when you already poison the mind of people, it's easier for lies to travel and to become the truth of those people ignorantly. When you have people that fought, that stood their ground, and fought against the oppressive military government in this country, in Nigeria, and you're saying that these people are not relevant to the way Nigerian life is now, I beg to differ. Tinubu is not an anti-democratic system. As a matter of fact, these are the soldiers that stood and marched Abacha's tactics then. Look, you think what you have now is not democratic system. Then the moment you were being identified in the media as anti-Abacha, anti-military. As a matter of fact, people that worked in the presidency then had a badge of Abacha as a tag, put it on them to identify who belongs to her, who doesn't belong to us. People are not just being arrested, they were tortured, kept in the prison for months. In fact, taken away from their location, kept away for so long because you spoke against a military that is oppressive. The likes of Abiola's wife died unnecessary death on the street of Lagos. Until tomorrow, one of the June 12th soldier that was celebrating this heroine and heroes of June 12th is Tinubu. When he was a governor of Lagos State, he named a street. He made sure he celebrated Abiola in his capacity as a governor. And yet, As at that time, he was actually vying for the presidency of the Senate before Abacha decided to cancel everything. But you see, here is someone who was working silently on the ground, even when he was still in Nigeria, trying to gain, gather a consensus. But those who were supposed to speak up when the chiefs were down, when Abacha reneged on the promise, they decided to jump ship and move away. They can't deny that they didn't jump ship. They did, even though he went ahead and dashed Baba Gana Kingimi
You have 2 minutes, Mr.
national honor. He knew the role he played.
Mr. Adewale, you got 2
So,
minutes.
for those who do not know the history of that era, look, don't listen. Don't take my word for it. Look at the testimony of those who participate. The likes of Femi Falana, those who you can find in opposition today. Ask them. These guys have been in the battlefront from day one, but now we see them as irrelevant. We see them as those who are against the progress of the country. Well, maybe it will take time, but I also strongly believe that prosperity will judge. Posterity will judge the role that they played when you were a participant in this democratic system. I mean, you the floor because obedient want to take over now. Right.
So the next person that would speak is Mr. Midwest People. Good evening. Good morning, Mr. Midwest.
Good morning, madam. I greet everybody. No, I've been listening since, so I'm a little bit confused or at the same time disappointed about the way people are analyzing the progress of Nigeria and the achievements so far because we have Tinubu. To be honest, I don't see any reason why people should be comparing what is going on in Nigeria with what is happening in America or what is happening in Europe because people can buy cars in Nigeria. As far as Europe is concerned, people can't even afford cars. I have to be honest. I don't know of America. It is the bank here that buy car for people. So if you want them to gather their money to go and buy a car, at least I will assure you 90%, the Germans themselves who build those cars, the Swedish, the French, and I think other European countries like Czech Republic, people, they are 90% of our citizens cannot afford those cars.
Are you driving?
So, are you hearing any noise?
Yeah, I'm hearing like a constant kind of.
Okay. Let me remove it. It's okay. It's okay now?
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Okay. And if we want to use that to compare what is going on in our country, that is to say people in Nigeria are richer than people that are in Europe, yet we cannot stay in our country. Doctors are fleeing. We know how many doctors that are here. They would have loved to be in their country if not because of the reality of the economy. We know how many engineers that used to come here to talk. Why are they running? Not to talk of the common man. To be honest, Nigeria is not working. Tinubu is not doing anything different from the previous leaders. They are still on the same trajectory. However, they are working. But what they are doing is not going to bring any changes to us. We just have to be honest about it. If you talk of palliative, okay, compare the palliative, use the return, call it social welfare. Reserving funds for those who are maybe they are unemployed or they are not buoyant enough financially to meet up their financial need. So you reserve some funds to support them. That's what it means here. We have it across Europe where everybody pays tax. There's a percentage for that. For those who lost their job and government will be able to support them, feed them, send people to go and learn skills. I think this guy is in Finland. These are one of #1 welfare country in the world. So, but the government there, they are able to identify those who are in need because there is a system of grant, bureaucratic system of grant that enable them to achieve this. But as far as Nigeria is concerned,
sorry, Midwest, I want to tell you that we pay 56% of our income as tax, personal income tax. So factor that into your consideration. Continue, sir.
Mr. Midwest, are you there? Okay. Ekene, you can go ahead and speak.
Sorry, did you call me?
No, not you yet. Ekene hasn't spoken. Ekene, are you there?
Nobody want to hear you.
Ekene has fallen asleep.
The system that can account for it. The one, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on here.
No, you dropped. You dropped earlier.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you for like 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry for that. It's okay now. Or I should somebody else should speak or what?
No, you can.
Are you guys hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry for the. I think it's network issue.
Okay.
The thing is this, my dear. The tax that we pay here, the government here can account for it. When I say tax, it doesn't mean those who are working.
Somebody did call me.
Yes,
Just
I wanted you to speak, but after Midwest finish, then you can go ahead.
Just like a Canada used to come here. If you are a businessman, you are living in Scandinavia here, the tax you pay 15 years ago, it will not take you 1 minute to see it. You just log in with all your data. So you can't compare that with Nigeria. The real problem we have in Nigeria that the institutions are dead. We have to wake them up. They don't function. And the government year in, year out continue to pump money there because they have appointed their tribesmen.
But you know, Mr. Midwest, if the institutions are right, you know they cannot launder
steal the money. So they allow the rotten institution to continue. I keep on saying, let anybody challenge me. Nigeria don't have Minister of Finance. And you want that kind of country to progress? The Department of Finance, the president is the one in charge of the country. The one that's supposed to create files, accounting files, and all the necessary accounting record for the country, and now took over the entire country. It came down to the state. The department of the state governor took over the entire state. They don't know what is going on when it comes to individuals and the people that make up that country. Their business, they don't have record about it, what they are doing. The salaries of people, they don't know. They say Nigerians are not working. Who told you they are not working? People are creating jobs. Jobs are in everywhere. Because the institutions are dead, we cannot move these things from local level to industrial scale, and that's why our graduates are not employed. Is it not the same job you refuse to do in America, in Nigeria? Is that not what you're coming to do in Nigeria? This guy is talking from Finland. Somebody that is cleaning in Finland can get close to $3,000 in a month and have access to new chassis car.
No,
he can buy a house.
Midwest, that is a last topic. Please, I beg you, continue, sir.
What are you saying? Okay, which line have I said?
If you say 2,000 euro, a little bit about it, are fine. 3,000 euro, you want the man to die? Do you know how many hours he has to put in that?
Wait. That is the poorest job we can ever compare in the whole world.
No. Let me tell you something. Here, there is no poorest job or no poorer job.
No, let us take it.
Let me say this and you continue. The average income of most people here is about 2,000 euro plus a little bit.
I know. It costs across almost the whole of.
It's not about the job you are doing.
Look at what I'm trying to point out. Wait, it cut across almost the whole Scandinavia. They don't have useless job. The condition, they've set up a standard. If you cannot meet up, you can't run that business. And that's why they don't have useless job. If you want to open it, the government have already set up a standard. If you can't pay the people where you can't take care of their welfare, they will not give you permit to run it. So, in other words, they have instructions to develop this thing to its just. So that's why I use that when I say common. From where we are coming, people can't do that job and earn a living. What of teachers? These days, they're producing graduates who graduate under the Faculty of Education. If you tell them which school do you want to teach, the person it will raise the cost on you. Why are you in that faculty? To tell you how they have rotted the country. And here we want to praise. Tinubu is not a president, is not the only problem of Nigeria. We that are in diaspora, let us tell them what they have to do if they want to help us. All these Tinubu policies, they are placing them on a rotten foundation. Whether tax reform, they keep on making law, tax reform. You will pass that law, another president will come. You will now see subsection of the law that will allow that person to throw it away and do whatever he wishes to do. So if we said they are not working, they are working. They are still working just the way they used to work. That is on that economic scale. So we cannot continue like this, pretending because these guys are just telling us what they are doing and they are doing it good. Nigerians are suffering. There's never a time we have enjoyed the country, apart from the early stage where the white people left us because of the structure that were on ground. And now today we have nothing. If you are opportune to grab the money, it's yours. That's all. If your business is moving fine, glory be to God at the moment. If it turns around, you have to take the bullshit. So we cannot continue like this. Let them revive those institutions so they can have a place to put their policies. Imagine a country, the army are crying now. They want to save life. People said kinetic. They brought army in. And when we enter this democracy, people call Obasanjo and say, look, identify your citizens. This is the real foundation to development. They pump billions. Nigerians were not able to have identity. Today, now we have a serious insecurity. Then you come and blame Tinubu for everything. It's not going to work until we identify Nigeria. Even under normal circumstances, if you value life, now there should be a kind of coffee. People movement should be checked. Because when your country finds itself in some certain situation, they take some drastic laws to save life. But we don't know. Sometimes they arrest people, they will not come, oh, these are not Nigeria. Okay, whom are you going to blame? What kind of excuse is that? So for me, I feel the hard time has come that the diaspora themselves should also go out and find out how it is being made. How are they doing it? How are they able to achieve it? These guys are producing the same job that are valuable in the streets of Nigeria every day. And yet, the ones that when I meet these guys, I mean Europe here. Or the same job they are producing in people are running away from in Nigeria is what they are doing here. Apart from the high level of technology and all those things that we don't have, but the common jobs, common daily activities that affect the people is almost the same thing. Starting from your cleaning job, starting from driving work, because that is logistics, it's a full-scale industry. Graduates are getting jobs. You go to a logistic company, you see people working with computers everywhere. Transporting people, passenger transportations, teachings. Just name the construction workers. You have engineers, you have people building roads. Nigeria, you go there, you see people doing the same job. They can't feed themselves. Restaurants job, tourism, hotel, cleaning. Is it not the same thing they are producing here abundantly? So we cannot just be telling them Tinubu is trying. Tinubu is trying, is working. But I can't blame Tinubu for everything. Because among all these people, they want to, sometimes if we speak, how they're going to bring electricity into Nigeria. You cannot bring that electricity. You have to find out exactly what is wrong for many years, because we have been spending money and yet we don't have it, and we cannot continue with the same procedures that has never produced anything good for the country. We need to do it differently. This is just my submission. He's trying. I cannot condemn Tinubu to say Tinubu is trying, putting up policies on, but these policies are not going to work. These institutions, they have to deal with it, with all of them. Or else, and even if you look at it now, they can't secure Nigerians as far as they refuse to register Nigerian citizens and being able to capture their data. They are not going to. The challenges we have in Nigeria today in terms of insecurity need complete intelligent gathering about people, data collecting, and surveillance about people, or else we're not going to overcome it. They are going to defeat the country, and that's my greatest worry. And most of the guys who were calling for restructuring, they are not the one praising. Tinubu is good, is doing well. Let me tell you, after Tinubu, the Southwest will cry by me. Everybody will cry. They will cry, where is God? Something is going to happen, and it will happen in a way that all these, what is it called now? It is easy for them to appoint a administrator in the name of emergency rule. People are coming to perfect all of them. So before we get there, let them be honest and start restructuring this country. Let us be honest to ourselves that, look, with the structure on ground, there's nothing you can add to Nigeria. To round it up, my brother, if you say Nigeria is going to have a brighter future, is great with this situation. I want to ask you, when you look at your primary schools today, you look at the welfare of your teachers. I don't think if you analyze it properly, there's no need for me and you to be arguing about the future of our land. Let us be honest. And that is just my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Midwest. I think the next person that would speak is Mr. Awo. And then after Awo, then to Niger. Awo, are you there?
Very much. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
So make I live when I go market too.
Wait, Ekene, you're here.
I was gonna say, Mr.
I didn't
Ekene
even see you. No, I didn't even see Ekene. Ekene, go ahead and speak. I'm so sorry. My apologies. Mr. Awo, after Ekene speaks, then you go. I didn't even see you there. Sorry about that.
I don't even have much time. I don't even have much time to speak again because it's almost time to go. So, but I think I will just stand on what can do and Midwest and some other people that have Nigeria in mind has just said and lend a little view that what we have to do is just to continue to tell ourselves the truth. And those truth people will continue. Let them continue to do that. I believe one day from then salvation will come to Nigeria. But for now, there is no salvation. People like Rembi cannot bring salvation to Nigeria. They are the one hyping the president. So, and when they are hyping him, the man thinks he's doing well.
Please,
knowing that
don't call my name. When I was making my submission, I never mentioned your name. Just make your submission and go ahead. Don't mention my name.
He was hyping the president.
Don't mention my name.
Sorry, sir. Remy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that is a fact. You have to tell the man the truth. At least there are still a lot of things to do in Nigeria.
That's not a fact. You can say that.
You don't come again. You don't come again.
I don't want to interfere with your submission. Don't mention my name. Just go ahead.
No wahala. But you see, when people are using hotels and the big houses and cars to compare Nigeria with other countries, I just laugh because when you think about hotel, I don't think there is no part of this country that don't have good hotels. So when you lodge in a good hotel and you come out and say Nigeria are working, Nigeria is working, I just laugh. But that's the mentality, Sha. You don't talk about the Nigeria at large, the common man, the welfare of the people. You see the teachers in ABJ, Abuja, they're not well paid. You see their protest yesterday. They're on strike for almost a month now. But you don't see that. That is the FCT. Not even other state. That is the FCT. And they are protesting since yesterday, even to the doorstep of the minister of ABJ. And there was no result. You know, the problem is today that even as a Nigeria, when you protest, the government don't care. Just cry and go home and sleep. Even if you are hungry, nobody cares. The teachers were protesting on uniform, on student uniform today. The students were protesting. They have been on strike for almost a month with VDM, Very Dark Man. They are on the street yesterday. No government official attended to them. Nobody attended to them. What are they protesting for? To perfect the minimum wage. Even the little you increase, you have not been paying the ABJ teachers that minimum wage. So what is the government doing? And they have to come out to protest about it. With all the protests, no government official, not even the FCT minister, came out and tell them, we have had your cry. We'll do something about it. This. They just allow them to shout and go and sleep. To tell you how dubious and how wicked this government are. They're only interested in 2027. But let's see how it goes. I continue to praise them, and let me go and find my daily bread, I beg. I'm going to continue.
Thank you, Ekene. I do hope you have a wonderful day at your job and a blessed week. Mr. Owl?
Thank you. I'm here. Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, like I always say, you see, the problem of Nigeria is multifaceted. It's just too complicated. Okay, but anytime we do analysis, okay, we should always put everything in proper perspective. Okay, we all can identify problem. Okay, but as we can identify problem, we should be able to identify solution and just opposite to where we are coming from. I believe before Buhari left, okay, all this comparison of Nigeria with what we see here in diaspora is not really our problem. I believe most of that time we are all agitating. This country is completely collapsed. Look at the debt service to the revenue. As this country is going to move on, the state are not be able to pay salary, ordinary salary. We are not even talking about development. Now we are talking about states cannot even pay. Like almost 25 states, if I remember correctly that time, they cannot even pay. Okay? To the extent that the little that we are even paying, we're more or less borrowing. Even the federal government is borrowing to pay salary. That was the state we were before Tinubu came in. So now that problem has been resolved, and people don't want to credit that move alone that has been the main problem of Nigeria for the past 40 years. Because how does people, the previous administration run governments? They run it through borrowing. This one will come, it will borrow to subsidize. As they are subsidizing fuel, they are subsidizing dollar. So now that problem has been solved. We don't want to appreciate, we don't want to acknowledge that. But every other thing is Tinubu's fault. I'm not saying Tinubu is perfect. I'm not saying he's the best. Okay? But compare Tinubu antecedents with Atiku, Peter Obi, all the opposition, and compare it without hatred in your mind to those guys. You cannot tell me that they are better than Tinubu. They are not even close. In terms of integrity in government, they are not close. Because as I remember, the last time Tinubu held political office is 2007. And ever since then, he has not been jumping from one political party to the other. He stayed back, continued strategizing, promoting people, empowering people. What do you have in ordinary 2 years? What did they call it? GBK Amishi, stay out of power. He's already crying his He is hungry. So the issue of Nigeria, in fact, there's no president that will come in and solve all the problem. Okay, and it's going to be a long time planning. It's not something that one president will just come and just promulgate or proclaim or say this thing happen and it must happen. The European system, the Western system that we always like to compare, do they just start? Is it a work of one president that just came in and said this thing must happen this way and it started happening that way? It's a long time process. And in fact, when you are even comparing country to country, why don't we also compare citizen to citizen? Because a leader will be born out of the citizen in any democratic society. It is the value, the orientation of the citizen, the follower, that will determine the kind of leader you get. There's nobody in Nigerian politician of today that doesn't have ethnicity this thing in his blood. Is it Peter Obi that is? Look at the interview he granted, that he's saying that if even though the one portion of the country is dullard, if you put cake down, cut your own, share, you cut your own, I cut my own, it is the time of Igbo should be. So look at it from that angle. There's nobody that will enter there that will not promote his or her tribe. That is the problem. It is a problem of every Nigerian, and the only thing we can do is to continue talking about it, provide a solution. But to have this mentality that one politician is better than the other in Nigeria, you are deceiving yourself. You are big time deceiving yourself. There's none of them that doesn't have bigotry. But that does not mean that we should not acknowledge where they are doing fine. Okay, that is just my submission. We should acknowledge when they are doing fine and where they are not doing fine. And as far as Nigeria of today is concerned, if this problem has been well taken care of in a long time, I think right now we will have been talking about, yeah.
I was sorry. A quick question for you. When you are making comparisons, can we compare 2 years with 8 years of governance? That's my question.
In terms of these 2 years of Tinubu, okay, as far as if you are not bigot yourself, you are not thinking of say because it is not my tribal person there, okay, no matter what he do, I will not acknowledge it. I will say Tinubu is far better, because you see, for a country to be stabilized, the country must be financially independent a little bit. It's not as if who runs a country like that? You borrow money to pay salary. You borrow money to subsidize fuel. You borrow money to subsidize your currency. Who runs a country like that? Even let's not even talking about a country. Let's talk about a private business. How do you think you can survive with that kind of system? And all these politicians that they were gathering themselves, nobody has ever said, okay, this policy is not good. This is the way I will run it, and it will free the finances of the country. It will not impact negatively on the citizen. Nobody. Because I've not heard it anywhere that, okay, I will remove this subsidy and the citizen will not cry. I've not heard. Do you know since when Nigeria have been shouting, we are hungry, we are hungry? Look at it, just go into the internet. They shout, we are hungry during the time of Obasanjo. That was 99. Before 99, they shout, we are hungry. There's no time Nigeria has ever not been hungry. Things are hard, but we don't just get to where we are. We don't just get to. It is the problem has been piling up, and we have been living this fake life. Look at what Peter Obi is saying. In fact, sometimes Peter Obi talk as if sometimes when he talks, our question is intelligent.
Mr. Owo,
just let me make this point.
I think this is our problem. You see, now you have made this
comparison. Hold on. Let me make this point. Our question is intelligent. When you say during dollar was 180, there's no time Naira has been 180 to $1. No time. During that time you are talking about, Nigeria are defending the Naira, subsidizing it. That is the way it has been since the beginning of this Fourth Republic. It has been defending the Naira, and when you talk about when he talks at times, he says production. Where is the production going to come from? Is it going to come within by just proclaiming it? It has to be a gradual process.
Yeah, you see, my problem with too many Nigerians, especially these days, is it seems to be difficult for people to make a summation or talk about the problem and bring about whatever solution they think without invoking Peter Obi, Peter Obi, or whoever else. It's not people like me. We don't care what the name of the person is. The only
let me tell you.
You said there's no time. Hold on. You said there was no time when the Naira was 180 to 1. Hold on. Hold on. When they were talking about all subsidy, you see, people try to bring about this narrative that nobody knew. Again, I have said this here many times. Go on YouTube. Go and search for oil subsidy conversation in Lagos. Lamido Sanusi in front of all these people, the richest man in Nigeria, this guy, they were all there. He told you all, if you keep paying this subsidy, at that time, Naira was $1 to 187. So don't say nobody knew. And the fact that so many people have failed, we are tired of the failures. We don't care where they come from, whether they come from Sokoto or Ondo or Anambra. We are tired of failures. We don't have another 10 years to wait around while these people play this foolish game. Time is of the essence. We got to move this ball down the line. Nobody's saying that people are not suffering in other parts of the world. That's not the narrative. People are suffering. But I remember when they used to, not too long ago, when they were selling a bag of rice for 18,000. The same thing went to 80,000, and some people have told me that it's come down some. Whether it's gari, rice, elubo, or epa. The point is you're not going in the right direction. And these people, all of them, I don't care who it is, Tinubu, Emeka, Kwankwaso, whatever. These are a waste of time of the Nigerian people. You people need to wake up. If you need to get rid of 20,000 of them, wipe them off the planet so that we can move forward.
Okay, now let me now answer you this way. You see, why people who like always talk back, we always refers to Peter Obi is this. Majority of criticism that come from analysis and people who analyze, okay, majority of the criticism is born out of hatred. Okay, and I will repeat that. Majority of criticism is born out of hatred that, okay, I don't even like this guy. There's nothing he does. That imagine somebody just come on this platform say Tinubu achieved nothing. Nothing. Even the most dumbest human being will never make that kind of statement, because I know for a fact there's nobody that acquire and there's nobody that get to the position of leadership and his intention is to murder people, is to destroy.
Mr. Owo, I have heard that narrative and I know where you're going. But let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
Let me conclude. Let me conclude.
Hold on. I went on every panel that I could find and told everybody, I am a Yoruba man from Lagos. I will never vote for this guy. Ever. I don't care what he brings, what he thinks he's bringing. This guy has nothing to offer the Nigerian people. I said that before the election. I'm not from Anambra. I'm not from Edo. I don't care what country. In this country, America, where I live, I told everybody that will listen. The first time of Trump, do not vote for this guy. He's nothing but a disaster. You have to be able to read people. The second time, same thing.
You have your democratic right, not to vote for him. Okay, that is your right. Okay, and I am telling you as my own right too that it is not the way you think it is. Government in Nigeria has the system we are talking about has been decayed for a very long time, and it's not something that one person will just come on board and perform magic.
So we should reappoint the same guy who all the evidence is showing is not going to do anything for another 5 years.
I will now ask you that of all the people that presented themselves, okay, who would you have voted for? Who do you think is better?
You mean the last election?
The last election.
Yo, hands down, Peter Obi. Hands down, no doubt about it.
And that is why I am comparing him to Peter Obi.
No, don't compare him. Compare the life of the Nigerian people. I don't want to compare him to Kwankwaso or Atiku.
Okay, the life of Nigeria, if it is life of Nigeria, there's no time that Nigeria has ever been better.
So we should just continue. We should just continue to be.
And I am telling you, as far as I am concerned, okay, that of all of them that presented themselves, Peter Obi is the most dumbest woman being of all of them. That in fact, Nigeria dodged a bullet with Peter Obi.
Okay.
Look at Anambra now. What did he put in Anambra that to make you to believe that Peter Obi is better?
Okay. All right. I think you and I understand where we both stand.
That is the point.
No, because there's no point talking to you. There's no point talking to you because if you're going to bring this narrative, what did we do in Anambra?
Because
you see, there's something called leadership. Leadership is not just what you say. It is the examples that you set that people follow. So the examples that I don't know Peter Obi from anywhere. I don't care about him personally. I don't really care. I don't.
And what example did Peter Obi set?
Well, you know what?
Mr. Owl,
it's not going to change anything.
You have to round up so that I can leave it to you guys to have a general discussion because Tunaja has to speak.
Let's discuss Peter Obi now. What example did Peter Obi left? Because the last time I counted, Peter Obi
Mr. Ayo, Mr. Owl.
The only discussion I'm interested in is the life of the Nigerian people. I'm not interested in Obi or whoever else.
Chama, can you hear me?
No, hold on. I need Tunaja to speak.
No, I'm not talking. I'm just trying to make sure you hear me.
Okay, I know you're here. I see you.
Hey, Kandu, are you you're indigenous of Lagos, right?
No, we're not asking Kandu questions.
No, I'm not going. I'm trying to.
So, Mike, I'm going to open it up to a general discussion, but I need Tunaja to speak, and then you can have a general discussion with everyone else.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta go do something. That's why I quickly want to ask that question. But it's okay, man.
Yeah, I was born in Lagos, and if I work things out right.
No, but I mean like indigene.
Me, I don't know about indigene. I come from
Lagos. Okay. When you say you are from Lagos, I'll tell you an indigene.
I was born in Lagos, and if I can
the reason why I asked that question because
if I can work it out right, I plan to die in Lagos.
Yeah. The reason why I ask is because I'm all in Lagos, right? The indigenes, their families have rivalries. You understand? Indigenous families have rivalries. So there's some families where they have rivalry with the Tinubu family. So I was thinking maybe that's one thing the reason why he disliked the guy so much. I don't know. That's what I was asking.
I don't have any rivalry, even in my family. I don't do rivalry. If you want to do rivalry, I walk away from you. I have better things to do with my life.
Okay,
you're not indigene. I get that. All right.
So with that being said,
I'm indigene. I don't care what anybody says. That's where I come from.
You're not indigene. Now you are indigene.
Well, Mike, you're not going to cross-examine him while I'm here. He has his opinion. I know where you're getting at. So we're going to allow Tunaja to speak. And then you, Mike, can lead the general discussion. Because I know that's what you like to do. You never have a submission. You like to, get into the mix. So, Tunaja, you can go ahead and speak. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, greetings. You can hear me? All right. Greetings, Chioma and the panelists. Greetings to the chat and greetings to the viewers, as expected. I think if you want to stabilize Nigeria from the point of view of these tribalistic leanings, when it comes to, especially towards election, the tensions are going to rise, lives are going to be lost, insecurity is going to increase. Who needs all this drama? If you want to end it, either you have a firm this rotational system in terms of the regions for presidency, or you create a presidential council. Simple. I think the presidential council is actually more stable because all the regions are represented all at the same time. Take care of that problem. Nigeria will probably be one of the most stable countries in the world if you do that. Why all these elders didn't do it before now, I don't know. Nigeria is highly diverse. Makes sense to create a council that represents all the regions all at the same time. That way, there's no need for rotation because all the regions are represented all at the same time. That is one. In terms of judging the current president, I don't judge him as, because he's Southwesterner or anything. I think somebody was also saying something about him not being in Nigeria during the time of Abacha, which is true. I was in Nigeria during that time. People were on the street fighting Tinubu and all the rest. Well, Tinubu was overseas, and I was fighting Abacha during that time. I didn't like Abacha. I was very against him because he jailed Abiola and all the rest. But Tinubu was overseas. If I'm not mistaken, he was in London during that time. And he was part of the opposition to Abacha. He shows up on newspapers. That's where we see him, not in Nigeria. Gani Fahimi, Bola Ige. Those guys were on the ground. And Bola Ige was very inspirational during that time. It's a shame he went the way he did. Gani Fayemi was brave. You know, I think Falana, they were all there on the ground. It was tough. Can you imagine being opposing military men? You know, this one where we are opposing politicians that have pot bellies and all the rest. Opposing military guys that could take you out in one day. That was brave. And I was surprised to learn 16 years later when I came back to Nigeria that Tinubu is almighty now, that he prevented Ambode for becoming a second-term president. I couldn't believe that. I was in Nigeria when that happened, that incident occurred. Because when I was in Lagos, people were praising Ambode on the streets. I thought he was popular. He did a lot of good things. At least that's the impression I got for Lagosians on the street. Within a few days, I heard that he was deselected from running for that party. I was like, is that what Tinubu is doing now? This was the guy that was fighting for democracy. Here we are today now, and he has run the country for about 2 years. The country, when he became president, had a GDP of $450 billion. Today, the GDP is around $200 billion. That is not a kind of criticism that comes from just downright pettiness or tribal stuff. This is somebody that has truly done damage to the Nigerian economy. It has nothing to do with, if you look at those numbers, any nation will be mad with any leader that does that to their nation. As a matter of fact, Iran has been attacked, has been at war. The economy hasn't shrunk that much. That is how bad this president to Nigeria. I can tell you, within the last 1 year,
Iran economy.
Because if you go and check the GDP right now, you will see it hasn't shrunk that much.
Within 2 weeks, so it's 2 weeks now. You figure the GDP.
No, I said 2 years. I said 2 years.
What did
no, you're talking about, you say Iran is at war.
Can you stop, please? I'm not interested in people that, if you want to debate, check the numbers and come back and correct me. Check the numbers and correct me. Not when you have not looked at your own numbers, you start questioning mine.
4 billion.
Even Israeli economy is in free fall.
I can tell you that right now.
The economy.
I can tell you that right now. If you want to check it, we can check it right now. And if you are wrong, you
environment where there's war going on, economy
without checking. If they go down, but not by over 100%. Not by over 100%. I can assure you that never happened. And they are at war. They are literally at war. So let's not get it twisted. And this is a president that somebody's echoing all over the place, please. This is a president that ran the country in 2 years, and he's been borrowing money like Father Christmas. He took out the fuel subsidies without giving us any direction of what he was doing with the money. All he said was, all his supporters and his people say, oh, you're just giving it to the state governors. What is the point of taking fuel subsidies out? You took it out because now you have that extra change. Instead of you to say, okay, part of this money, we are going to dedicate it to do one thing for the country, good thing for the country. No, not one. He just scattered the money into the winds, and we don't know where the money went. So what is the point of taking the fuel subsidies out? Then you look at the petroleum that we should have gotten a lot cheaper deal for petrol by now. Instead, we have a refinery in Nigeria that is busy importing crude oil from overseas. And people are still importing petrol from overseas under his watch. Why would anybody, just because of the argument of monopoly and all that garbage, you still allow people to be importing petrol from overseas, knowing full well you have to use dollars to do that? Dollars that depreciate your currency. All because you are making the excuse. It shows you that our people don't ask critical questions. Because how can somebody make that excuse that, oh, because of competition, so let's degrade our dollar? You are more afraid of monopoly in Nigeria than you care about the Nigerian currency appreciating, so that costs for Nigerians reduce. The entire country. It shows you these people are highly, highly disingenuous. They are not there to help you. They are there to make sure your economy doesn't perform, and so that all your struggles goes to north. And this is what has been happening since the 60s, really. Maybe in the early 80s, things accelerated because of the petroleum. All our work, where has it gone? You think Nigerians didn't work? Yes, we are corrupt, but we did work. Where is all that work gone? We have an economy that their budget is $28 billion. What kind of madness is that? Many of us sit in countries where even healthcare budget is higher than that. California's one is over 200 billion. Why would a nation, 220 million people, have to survive on $28 billion? And that is after he got into office. When Buhari was in office, it was $49 billion. Within 2 years, you've reduced it to $28 billion. And these men, they will sit around that House of Assembly and Senate as if they are doing some great job, running the country into poverty and impoverishing themselves too, which is the irony. Their mumu level is just astounding, and they don't even have any sense of urgency. Look at Trump. He attacked the country, and the whole nation is shaking. Not because he has crashed the GDP into the national budget to half. But this guy does this, and Nigeria just carries on as if nothing has happened. I don't understand it. I'm not criticizing because he's from anything. I'm criticizing for what he has done to the country. And Buhari compromised the country too. He depreciated the currency, but it took him 8 years to depreciate it almost 100%. Tinubu did that in under a year. And he depreciated by more than 100%, almost 300% in under a year. And you think that person didn't do any damage to the economy? He definitely did. And now we are trying to crawl out of that problem. He's making it look like he's the one making it happen. No, Nigerians have taken the hit, and we are paying for it right now. And the economy is trying to balance itself back, like the way to do naturally. Not because he did any magic to make it happen. Did he? What exceptional did Tinubu do? Can somebody tell me what exceptional stuff he did to get the economy to work today? He didn't do anything exceptional. He didn't like crack some kind of business deal that just brought a lot of money into Nigeria. The only thing you can thank him for is that he didn't torpedo the Nigerian state even further.
He borrowed money.
Stabilize the stage. Yeah, he borrowed money. People borrow money. I'm not going to blame him for borrowing money. It's what he does with the money. Some of the money he's borrowing, he's using to defend the currency. Can you imagine? He go and float a currency that he still have to defend. What is the point of floating a currency if you still have to defend it? Because you know your policy is rubbish. You can't control what you are doing, and you just go and do it anyway. The currency market for a weak economy is a wild, wild west. By floating it, he's putting us in the wild, wild west when we don't manufacture stuff. Thank goodness that Dangote is doing value-added manufacturing right now, and he's selling petrol overseas. But the profit we should have been making from that is being reduced because he has to buy petrol from overseas again. And crude oil from overseas, which is not good. Instead, this government is still going further. Somebody should check it before they say I'm lying. He's going to borrow money.
You are lying. If you don't know, they are selling crude oil to Dangote in Naira. That is one part. Second of all, this dollar that you said he destroyed. What was Nigerian reserve when he came in? We have 4 billion US dollar as reserved before Buhari left. You are sounding more like a propagandist. All this one that you are talking, you are sounding out of point at all. In one hand, you said he didn't do anything, but now the economy is coming down gradually. Everything is working fine. It's not because he performed magic. My brother.
Anybody that understands the real numbers will know that virtually everything you just stated that are related to numbers are 100%.
I didn't make any number up. If you go and check it yourself.
These are numbers. You cannot check it yourself. Lie to yourself. You cannot lie to numbers.
if you just check it yourself. See, don't believe me. Check it yourself. So you know for yourself what has just happened to the economy. This is why our people, we get conned.
Every president from Jonathan to today all believe, and even the candidates all believe that they have to remove subsidy. They all agree. That for Nigeria to even have a headway we can't be starting. We can see the position we're in. We're not moving forward, and for us to move forward, we have to make drastic decision where we all feel pain, but in the long run, we know that we are in the right direction.
They have done it small now. I don't know how they want to
I don't
Even
mind.
Jonathan removed that subsidy. The day he removed it, that's the same day. Hold on,
You've
let me
already
land.
made the point now.
The day Jonathan removed that subsidy, the price of everything went up. Petrol went up. So he put it back, and eventually we have to remove it. And they've been talking about removing it. Even all the candidates
You are
said
making a
the moment they
false
come in, they remove
argument.
it.
You are
So
making
we
a
all know
false
why
argument.
that happened. So you
No.
The issue
You are
is
making
not
a
just
false
removing
argument.
it. You did the currency at the same time, not just the petrol.
it's all got to be done. Yeah,
about doing it.
It's got to be done.
And when
The
you
thing
take the
is,
fuel
what
subsidies
he did is
out,
something that has to be done. So what is Tunaja talking
come
about?
on, just stop it. See, if somebody has to get termites out of your house, do they burn your house down? That is not the point. It's how you do it. And let me
how you do it is
how
all
you
you are.
stuff. See, can you let me finish?
Okay, how would you do it? Tell us how you would do it.
How you would do it is you first you itemize what you are going to remove and the cost you are going to get out of it, the amount you are going to get out of it, and make it transparent for Nigerians to know what they are getting out of it, because they are going to be paying a lot of pain.
Hold on, what is transparency? What is transparency in removing subsidy?
Transparency, in other words, is that the amount you are going to be saving from removing
So you
it.
don't know, Tunaja. You don't know when the number is set.
Can you let me finish what I'm saying? You let them know the amount you're going to be saving, and you're going to say, okay, this is the amount we're going to be saving, and from this amount, we're going to give this to state governors so that everybody knows the extra their state governors are getting.
Hold on. As you are releasing the points, let us be puncturing it one by one. He will make it transparent by telling Nigeria how much is going to be saving, and that will be the solution for not suffering.
That will end poverty.
You've not let me finish.
If it Tunaja,
Now the money.
Hold on. You just want to hear what you want to hear, but that's why I don't want you to finish. You ask for a solution, and I want to tell you what I'm going to do, but you don't want to hear it.
The money they get for subsidy.
You just want to believe what you want.
Is it going to Tinubu's pocket? Is it not going to state government?
Do you know where the money? No, you didn't know where all the money went. You don't know. He just decided to give some to state governor. You don't know whether it's all.
Okay, if you don't know, let me now tell you. In every state, at least every state, okay, have their revenue increased by 200% at least. That is where the
now let me ask.
This is the way Mushin economics comes in. By the time you did that 200% increase, the value of your money has decreased by that same percentage.
300% even. From 400 to 1,500.
You are backward.
That's what he doesn't know.
That's why it's called.
They are conning you, and you don't know that you are being conned.
Mushy economics.
But this is what I'm trying to reveal now. They are getting conned. They don't know that they're getting conned.
Ikeja economy. What do you think?
This is Ikoyi. Please, I beg, don't insult me like that. This is Ikoyi. Hold on now. This is Ikoyi economics. Don't insult me. Don't insult me. Don't insult me.
No, you insulted me by saying Mushina.
Hold
You
on. I said,
insulted me by saying Mushina economic.
Hold on. Let me say what I was going to say. Don't insult me by calling me. What did you call it? I said it's Ikoyi. It's not Ikeja or Surulere. You know.
Yeah,
I thought you said Mushin economy.
I was just joking. You didn't even get the punchline. I said, don't insult me. Is it Koyi, not Ikeja? You know?
So regarding the money that you say he distributed, like Kandu eloquently stated, clearly the currency had depreciated when he shared that money out. So if you take into account the currency had depreciated, then where is the money for the subsidy removal? Where did it go? You see what I mean? And this is the chaos.
Forefathers, not only that, you see, you took the money from the pocket of the citizen. You gave it to the governor, and you let the citizen just go and fend for themselves. You will say the governor should have distributed it correctly. But we all know they're not going to do this thing. So you have impoverished the people even further.
For no justifiable reason.
And do you know
no justifiable reason? So we shouldn't. So it's not justified to remove subsidy too, Naja.
No, because instead of you to do that, let me reveal something to Awo so he gets an idea of how incompetent the management of this process was.
So now, if you want to see what's happening in Nigeria, you can't be in London and be asking questions. You have to visit Nigeria.
Oh my God, you are coming with another one.
You haven't been to Nigeria in 26 years, and the thing is about you people is
of talking. Why are you just filling space? Let me just say what I want to say. It's not going to kill you.
There's nothing as been as new. It's all the same doom.
Don't worry, you're not going to die. Let me just say what
analysis.
Don't cry. Tinubu is going to still be there. Just because
I'm saying the thing is, people like I respect people that travel to Nigeria, at least live in Nigeria. But
how do you know I've not been to Nigeria? I was in Nigeria.
No, that's a lie. You're in Dr. Damages you're in internet every day.
Nigeria
on the internet for the past 6 years.
Nigeria been in Nigeria.
And there's none of those days I've seen you in Nigeria. So you can't tell me. The day you leave London, I will know. Even if you visit Amsterdam, I will know. Because I follow you every day, man.
It doesn't even have a clue.
You're online every day tonight, so you can't tell me you've been to Nigeria. I mean, come on.
Can you just let me finish what I'm saying? So clearly the money that they have ended up distributing didn't get anywhere. Right now, if you believe the Nigerian currency dollar depreciated from 400 to 1,500, that is 3 times it has gone up. So the maximum we've had that the governors got is about 3 times. So where is the actual fuel subsidy money?
So now go to Nigeria.
Why are you talking like a layman to Nigeria?
You tell me, okay, educate me, please. I'm a layman.
Visit Nigeria and you see where money is going.
Educate layman. Let me understand now. I'm all ears. If somebody knows better.
You don't want to be educated in the propaganda now. You don't want to be educated.
All of them, they will sit in London and
how they are crying.
Italy.
I'm not trying to destroy your dreams.
They don't visit Nigeria, but they will be asking questions.
By yourself.
I'm just trying to let you understand that this
you
guy
have already answered the question by yourself.
See, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If by any way, okay, the money is not transparent, okay, the way governors in Nigeria are quiet, they will never. You don't see what happened during the time of Okojo-Iweala, that they want to the little money they save.
Your argument is corrupt politicians didn't complain.
The little money they save. The way governor.
Your argument is corrupt politicians didn't complain. That's your argument.
No.
Politicians that take foreign cars, that take bribe every time in Senate and this thing. Your argument is those guys didn't complain. Are you serious?
Okay. Now you're not telling me that.
Can you give me? I gotta go, but can you give me time for a submission? So I'll do submission. I'll leave. I just wanna. I don't want to.
So stop interrupting me now. Let me just see what I'm saying, please.
No, I'm just asking you my question.
I've not even talked about insecurity issues that are in the country.
Let Nigeria finish, and then you can speak.
Okay.
So all ganged up to interrupt him, which is not fair.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we don't know where the real money has gone, and to reveal another misconduct or mismanagement that he did, he floated the currency and he removed the fuel subsidies. But because he floated the currency after he removed the fuel subsidy immediately, he needed now to bring the fuel subsidies back, which cost the Nigerian economy $8 billion at least in 1 year. If you top that up to last September, it's almost $10 billion it cost Nigerian economy, because he went and did something he didn't need to do. He just did it immediately, one after the other. So now, come on.
I want to ask you. Can I ask you a question? Is it really
goodness
to Nigeria? Is subsidy really bad?
No, removal of subsidy is not bad. Leaving subsidy is not bad. It depends on how you manage it.
Wait.
What is the solution from your angle?
You did.
I tried to give you my question. They started jumping in again.
No, we will jump in because you are not making a goal submission.
I know you make a step the jump in.
Let me ask
you. Don't want me to make
listen to Nigeria. You continue. Before they remove fuel subsidy, every year there is budgeted allocation for subsidy on fuel and on our currency. Actually, our real value to the dollar is not that real value for more than 20-something years, because we continue to subsidize our naira against all this foreign currency. And we all know that today we are not subsidizing like before. And when it removes subsidy, the government they said that there will be an intervention if need arises. They said so. Every government in the world, they float their currency, and sometimes they also manage the floating of it. So don't come here, I've been telling you. So sometimes you float your currency, but sometimes you also manage it. It's not that you just leave it free and free fall like that. That's why the CBN is
Mr.
using a lot
Remy,
of their
governments that don't have money, like Nigeria, do not. You see, all you people have done is to make people in the currency market very rich. Every time you try to defend that currency, you're just giving money away. You're throwing. You might as well be driving down the street and be throwing the dollar
Okay,
or the
okay, okay. You said it's not good. So what should government have done? They should continue to
Let me
subsidize
explain
the
to you what you
currency.
do. Let me explain to
No,
you
you do
because
not subsidize the
I'm waiting
currency.
for both
why
of you to tell
they
me.
You have
won't
to
let
let
me
the
say
market.
anything.
You have to let the market decide.
Let me say this.
That is what they did. That is
Hold
floating
on,
of the
can I finish
currency.
what I'm saying,
Let's
please?
wait
I'm
for
the one
Niger to
talking,
complete
please.
his
See,
submission.
if you wanted, now I'll try to talk fast because I know they won't let me get the sentence out. So, yeah, they won't let me get the sentence out before they jump in again. If you wanted to float the currency, if you wanted to depreciate the value and reduce the amount you are using to defend the naira, you can do what they call managed depreciation, or you can reduce your demand, which the government has the power to do in so many ways. Like the government actually went and passed a law to limit the profit the black market people are supposed to make. They passed a law. Why did they do it under Buhari? Why didn't they do it immediately he came in? Why did he rush into floating the currency? All those things is the reason why the this in black market value, this in the profit is so relatively lower now. Not because the currency is low. Otherwise, they would have been speculating out of this world, and the price of the currency would have shot through the roof, and the Nigerian economy would have collapsed. But they
No.
had to pass that
Let me
law to
ask you
prevent
this.
them
Let
from
me
making that
ask you
profit.
this before you continue. Let me ask you this. How would you handle the debt to revenue ratio? How would you handle it? That's one. How would you handle the dilapidation currency, non-availability of currency before Buhari died with the sign of the naira that brought a lot of inflation and naira scarcity? How would you handle that situation? Because you are making, and nobody in the world wants to
You're
borrow you
asking the
money.
question, you want to answer
No,
it.
no, I'm not asking. I'm just putting it to be the same thing. No one is willing to borrow you money anymore like before. So how would you handle it? Because your mouth is just from left to right. Continue.
The way you would deal with with such a problem is, like I said, if you wanted to remove fuel subsidies as a way of dealing with the problem, you can remove it, and the money you save, you can invest it in areas that is productive to the Nigerian economy.
Are
And
you
you
kidding
do
yourself?
it
Don't you know the
transparently. Can you
Nigerian
let me
Can you
constitution?
finish?
let him answer the question?
Can you let me
No,
finish?
somebody need to be punctured this propaganda now.
No.
But
Yes,
there is
now he
no.
doesn't understand the
I'm gonna
Nigerian
put you guys
constitution now,
back
and it's
No,
just
I
debating
understand
right
the
now.
Nigerian constitution. He is supposed to go to
He
the
did not
states.
understand the
that is
constitution
not a
at all.
propaganda. It's giving
And
you
you are
its
saying,
own
see, if
solution.
it was
It's
the
giving
Nigerian
you
constitution,
solution.
if
How
it
is
was
that
just
propaganda?
exactly, if it was just the Nigerian constitution, why is it that the government have discretion on how much they give to the states? Because the
Oh,
money
okay.
that they got from fuel subsidy savings is higher than the one that they're giving to the
I think
states.
yeah,
Because if you take into account the depreciation of the currency, the money they are giving to the states is basically the same money they were getting before. If you take into account the depreciation of the currency. So where is the actual dollar that was saved from this in the subsidy removal, fuel subsidy removal? Where is that one? Do your own maths yourself.
So that is why I'm
So
saying you don't know about it. You are just
now,
jumping from
let me
left to
let
right.
me carry on.
You
Let me
don't
carry
know
on,
about it
please.
at
Of
all.
course, I
Go
don't know.
ahead.
You are the expert because the states get it. So my point is that if you wanted to this in kind of stop the currency
hold
from
on.
floating, you can manage
I think,
depreciation,
I think
you can reduce demand, and you can also increase this in value added manufacturing, which which was actually coming on stream with Dangote refinery, because the planning should have taken Dangote refinery into account that the demand for dollar was going to drop precipitously, because Dangote, from what I gather, the purchase of petrol from overseas takes about 30 something percent of Nigeria's, that's the demand for the dollar. So what was the rush to float the currency when the demand for the dollar was about to collapse in Nigeria? You tell me that. Why would anybody go and do that knowing that you have an instrument to collapse the demand for the dollar? And because of what they've done now, they don't seem to have any need to collapse the demand for the dollar anymore. They are allowing people to import petrol from overseas. The Nigerians have to buy petrol at a higher price because of their own policy, not because it was needed. They just chose it because his own priority is paying foreign lenders, paying all the people that they owe overseas all their money. That's his own priority, not the Nigerian people. And those people have been made very rich taking it off. Now,
Nigeria is the only country where petrol is cheapest. Do you know that?
I think I can come at this from so many angles and so many problems that he has created in that area. But this, we don't have enough time for that.
I think you are just basing your analysis on something that is not well
this is
proved.
obvious now. You know this.
You asked a question.
I can show you the chart. You can
asked
see
a
it for
question.
yourself.
You say, where is the dollar? You say, where is the dollar? You say, where is the dollar?
What is the dollar? What is the point of that question?
Okay.
The point I was, let me go to national security. I was the one that said it here that if Tinubu did what he promised us in terms of his policy on national security, if he did it, I will forgive all his sins. I will forgive everything else he has done wrong. I will not care.
He afraid you.
No. I will forgive everything else. Like this con that he has done to Nigerians with the currency manipulation and all the shenanigans he has done with the economy. I'll forgive him all that if he had just done what he said he was going to do with national security. Because I knew if he had done that, the Nigerian economy would gain more from it, no matter what other mess he's going to create. But he didn't do that. He didn't do it. Everything. No, hold on. Don't you find it peculiar that everything Tinubu promised you, he did all of them apart from that one?
Let us interject you, Judy. Do you know the Fitch rating and the World Bank? Do you know them?
Pardon, repeat that again.
Do you know Fitch and the World Bank? All those
of course,
rating
Fitch is
agencies.
a credit agency.
So, hold on. My question is simple. Are you telling me that all these rating organizations, they are all lying about the economy of Nigeria?
They are liars. They lie by omission and they lie by addition.
Because you did not
I
hear
can
what
tell you that
want
right
to
now.
hear.
See,
So
See, I'm in the country where the vice chancellor defied this organization for 8 straight years. They were saying one thing and he was doing something and he was succeeding. So if you follow this organization, you're going to walk into the wilderness.
No, now it's time that you don't follow them, but you are in that.
Why would you follow them? You have to use your own common sense. They will mislead you.
Because your common sense you are using today is not right. You are asking where is the dollar?
Nigeria has been following them for the last 60 years. Look at our economy.
I put a question to you that the country debt to revenue ratio was about 98%. That means you are making 1 million, you are servicing your debt with almost 900,000. The amount of money remaining in your hand is not even enough for your recurrent expenditure. The last government, all the previous government, they have been borrowing money to meet our recurrent expenditure. As we are talking today, we are no more borrowing money for that. Even some of Nigerians.
Are you kidding yourself? Are you kidding yourself?
Let me finish.
How much is Tinubu about to borrow?
Oh my God!
Let me
is he about to borrow?
Let me calm down, Mr. Kandu. Most of Nigerian states now they were able to pay off their debt. A state like Jigawa was able to pay 94% of their debt. Nasarawa was able to pay about 75% of their debt. Ondo, 53% of their debt. That means it freed them to have more money they get from the federal government and the internal revenue to generate. That is why you see some states that they were able to continue to construct more roads to provide more infrastructure for their states. And as we are talking today, Nigeria is in the sound footing. So what I mean by sound footing is that the economy is stable, not totally stable, but it has been stabilized, and we have more opportunity to even, if we want to borrow money, we can. This is a gradual process, not you condemn everything like that. I ask you some questions and you are just off and north and south, east and west at the same time. You want him to do this. I talk about floating. When you float your currency, most countries do manage floating. Some people do fixed. And when they fix it, there's nothing you can do. Example is like China. They just fix their currency against the dollar. Whether their economy is improving or not improving, their currency remain nearly the same thing for more than 15 years. But Nigeria,
so you know they can do that. Why did you think
they cannot do that?
Well, let me ask you now, since you have interjected me, let me
ask
you now.
We don't have the backbone to do it.
No, let me ask you now.
How much is our external
why do you just want to talk? You don't want to reach any clear knowledge of anything.
You too, because I want to complete all what you have been talking about.
I want to ask you straight questions. Why did they decide that it's a good idea to float the currency?
Yeah, it's a good idea to float the currency to know the reality of the economy of your country. Because what you have been doing for a long... No, relax. Relax yourself. What you have been doing for more than 2 or 3 decades is that we have been lying to ourselves. This is the reality of that country
I don't
today.
think you have a
That
clue
is
what
the
you're talking
true
about.
reality
If
of
you
Nigeria
think
you are saying
if you
today.
think the vanity of knowing
Do
the
you
value of
see?
the currency is the reason why you flow
Let
the
me ask
currency,
you. Let me ask you.
you don't know what
Do
you're
you see
talking
all
about.
those money siphoned, all those billions or millions of dollars taken to America, taken to UK, taken to
I will
everywhere?
ask you again. Why
Mr.
did they float
Mr.
the
Remy,
currency?
see, the reason China can do that is because when they devalue the currency, they're able to export. They have something to sell. You have
Exactly.
absolutely nothing other than crude oil.
We are importing petrol that we have in Nigeria. We
That
are
was
literally
not the
importing it, and
question.
you
That
go and
was
float
not
your
the
currency
question to
in that
Nigeria.
circumstance.
Don't even be mentioning
That
China.
was not the question to Nigeria asked me. Don't mix it up. I am trying to tell you that China have backbone. I've already
Exactly. So you
say
cannot be
something
saying
like that.
China
The
did
question,
something, so
and
you
China
can
can
do
So your
freeze their
president doesn't have
currency.
backbone. Your
Nigeria
president
does
doesn't
not
have
have backbone. We
China
don't
that has
have it. We don't have the
Are
backbone. We
are
don't
you
have
saying
it.
your president don't have backbone?
It is
Backbone.
not that we are
It's
just building on
it's
it
not
now. It's not that
backbone.
we are
It's not.
building
It's
little by
not
little.
backbone.
I'm
It
just
will take a
asking. I
long
want to hear
time.
him say his president doesn't have backbone.
Every country that has something to
He
export,
didn't, he
it is
didn't
in
say
your
the
own best
president. He's
interest.
referring to the
It
country
is
to Nigeria. It's not
in
individual.
your best
Don't
interest
mind
for
that
the
to
value of
Nigeria.
your currency to be lower, so that you can export. When you export, you're creating jobs for your people.
So can do for the first time in the history of Nigeria. Do you know that last quarter of 2025, our non-oil exports overshoot a lot, even more than the rest. For the first time in the history of that country, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, our export is more than our import.
Maybe because of Dangote refinery.
Come on, it's not because of Dangote refinery.
Have you
Talking about non-export. You're talking about
have you bothered to
export.
check or whether they are lying to you based on the value
They are
of the
not
currency?
lying. Go and change the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics.
Oh my God!
Is somebody
I
trying
can
to tell
check
me?
it and I'll find out that you are lying.
Somebody is trying to tell me that when we were exporting cocoa, when we were exporting palm oil, we have never had a surplus of export over imports until now. I don't even need to consult I don't even need to consult Google. My brain tells me that that's not possible.
Are you not listening? I said for a long time.
No,
When
you said
cocoa and the rest, is
ever.
it
You
not the
said ever.
1960s?
You didn't say long
Is it
time.
not
So
the?
that's not what I heard.
It's a long time. I said about 2 decades ago. The
Okay,
cocoa
then
you are talking
thank you.
about, you are
If you
talking
check
about
what he's
1960s.
if you check the figure of what he's actually talking about, you might find a hole in it very, very easily. They use these numbers that they give them. They don't actually look within the statistics they are being given, and this is how people they get fooled very easily. Like when they tell you now that the money that hold on, let me finish now. Let me finish what I'm saying. When they tell you, let me give you an example. Let me give you a quick example. When they tell you that they are giving a state governor twice the amount or 3 times the amount without taking into account that the currency had depreciated, you just misread the entire thing because you don't know how to read the statistics correctly.
Which is what they've repeated. Which is what they've repeated this morning. I mean, you give me double the amount. Is the reason why the budget, even though during Buhari's time, but the value of what you have has lessened by more than 200%.
You cannot look at it in that. You cannot look holistically like that way. Because
No. You see, when the Nigerian government,
Nigeria was not an import economy. If Nigeria was not an import economy, I would have agreed with you. But Nigeria economy is relying on imports. That's the problem. You have to use dollars to buy those things.
Okay. Let me ask you a good question again. I will continue to puncture you tonight. Look at all the projects being commissioned in Abuja and in some states in Nigeria. I'm not talking about the states.
Don't
Look
worry,
at what they are doing. So where did they get the money?
They're not going to slaughter you.
They borrowed a lot of money. And what are the projects that have been done? What projects are you talking about, please?
Go and check it by yourself now.
So you're talking about a few billion naira projects. That's what you're talking about. We are talking about billions of dollars here.
So
we're not talking about billions of naira. We're talking about billions of dollars.
Yeah,
I don't know why people just fall for all these scams.
Maybe it's the vice president's house. Maybe it's the vice president's house that they're rebuilding.
I don't know why I should have gone into a con business, you know, because there are so many people around to be conned. You see, people get conned easy. Look at, they don't even ask critical questions at all. You're like, oh, they increase this, they increase that one, they increase export. You don't look into the data. Have you never been told how to read statistics?
Your own data you want us to take as correct one. Did you see the new 2000 tractor they just imported?
I like to see that. I like that, but what's wrong with that?
What do you say about that?
It's a good thing now.
Is that not a good step?
As long as I don't mind if they import tractors for people to use. Why should I be against it?
Let me do this. You see, this is one of the things I don't like about Nigerians. The guy in Burkina Faso came in, imported tractors from everywhere. Nobody is saying, yeah, people are acknowledging it. But this government or any other government does something, and you start to make it as if they've reinvented gunpowder or something.
But you don't want to acknowledge that they do something now. You said
I don't need to acknowledge them for doing their job.
It's not doing anything.
When the state, when my
that is the problem. You have not acknowledging where they have done something.
You see, I live in North Carolina and Alabama. When my state governor does their job, I don't go about thanking them for doing their job. Your problem is you thank your governor, you thank your everything for doing what they're supposed to do. What's wrong with you people?
So,
as I
was saying, in terms of national security, he went to Chatham House and promised something that he was going to do in national security. He said he was going to recruit heavily into our security forces, which I was looking forward to him doing, because that would have changed something that we've never done since the colonization was actually try to take sovereignty of our territory by our own selves. He and all the presidential candidates promised to do the same thing. But Tinubu has done almost everything in his manifesto other than that one. It's very interesting, isn't it? The most important thing that I picked as the only thing I would forgive him if he had done that, that's the only one he didn't do. That should tell people that thing is important. There's a reason why he's not doing it. Because if he does it, he would have changed something that we have not managed to change since we lost this country to colonization. And till today, he hasn't done it. You guys should ask yourself, 200 people died just last week in Benue. And I heard that there was a bomb blast in Bonu yesterday or so. The insecurity is going to get worse towards an election, because that's when they try to truncate a country's this thing.
Yeah, because obedience already, right?
No. It's just in nature. I think it happens in every country, really. In America, you see that there's insecurity towards the election. It's always like that in most countries, because there are always people out there trying to cause confusion in your country. But the more you have control of your territory, the less chances are that these things are going to happen. And this president, for whatever reason, has chosen that he's not going to go on to the point whereby he's going to take control of his territory. Today, Nigeria can recruit only 12,000 a year into the security forces. Why would any nation do themselves like that? Because without life, everything else is up for grabs. Nothing else you can guarantee. That's why we are suffering. Why is it that? No, let me tell you this. Why is it that Egypt, Algeria,
you said it before.
Egypt, Algeria, and Morocco can spend more than $40 billion on their defense? $40 billion. Nigeria is spending $4 billion.
So and Nigeria outnumber
all those countries. Nigeria population outnumber all those countries. No, to be fair, I go to Nigeria all the time, so it's not.
You're waiting for 2 million.
I'm not one of those people that go to Nigeria and go and hire Bopo to come and save me. I'm not that kind of person. If I go inside Nigeria, you're not going to know me when you see me on the street, because I'm like everybody else.
You're one of those Nigerians in diaspora that are scared to go home because
I'm one of those.
You watch any social media when they tell you that
I just came from Akata.
We kidnap you in the airport.
I start mingling with everybody. No.
I hope Choma has motivated you. At least Choma just went and came back.
Oh, look at that.
So I hope you are no longer afraid that they will kidnap you in the airport.
You think I'm like you? You are the one that is afraid. That's why you're saying it. I'm not like you.
I don't do any
of those things that you're talking about.
Do you know I have relative here they haven't been back in about almost 40 years. And when I say, when you go, they say, they will kidnap you, they will kidnap you. I will say, what do you mean? They will not send me a video on social, where they saw somewhere on social media. Look, they kidnapped somebody. This thing. I'm like, why are you guys so paranoid, man? And usually the most religious people, the one that I will call Jesus is powerful. They are the one that are scared the most. I mean, I'm like, you are
there
the
is crime
people of
in
God, and
Nigeria
you're the
like
one afraid
anywhere
the most.
else. Your chances of getting kidnapped is just as high as anywhere else. I don't know why people are always scared of those things. What is going to cause problem for you is your own family members. They might be the ones that will cause problem for you. Just, if you go to Nigeria, for some reason, I just don't care. I don't know why. I just don't care about like I'm from overseas, because within 2 days, my Nigerian mindset is back. And
The
take
people that
normal
cry about Nigerian
downfall
insecurity
and
the most are
losses.
Nigerians outside of Nigeria. They are the only ones. When I go to a platform on Nigeria living in Nigeria, they are not even what they are talking about is something different. Whenever I get to a platform on Nigeria that live in Europe, America, they are the only ones talking about how Nigeria is the insecurity. Oh, it's God. Abba.
They are just scared when they go in. If you are a true Nigerian, once you go in, you just forget all your fears. It just goes away. You just become somehow. You just, for me anyway. Once I go, I just forget. At first, when I go, I do have anxiety a little bit. But the moment I land, I just, for a few hours, it's gone.
You become normal.
I'm now in Nigeria again, and I will try to. Although I struggle with the pidgin English, but I'm back. I'm back, and I will ride Okada. I will do everything that everybody else is doing, as if I was a pro. So let's move on from that. Anyway, like I said, this is not personal. Whenever I criticize Tinubu, it's not personal. It's
It
about
is personal.
what he has done to the country.
No, I know it's personal.
Why?
The moment you create lie and blackmail, I know it's personal.
Where is
and
the
I
lie?
will tell you this. I will tell you this. You have to agree with me. This is Midwest. Midwest is probably someone that can relate with this. This is the first time in Nigerian, I can say probably history or democracy, or let me just say since recent democracy started, where people that voted for a president, they are even scared to even criticize. It's like they like from 1999 on that I've known Nigeria. Whenever a president coming, people that even voted for the guy, they will start talking about what is not doing well. They're comfortable to do it. This is the first time where people that support Tinubu they're even comfortable to even say point that maybe something is not doing well. Because why? Because of the opposition. This guy. Calm down. Do you know why? Because of the opposition. You guys are playing opposition. You're playing some opposition of hatred and bigotry and just blackmailing, and to the point where I'm like, oh wow, it's like you've overdone it. Where now I'm finding it so difficult to even say, okay, Tinubu, you can do better here, because the way you guys are playing your policy is so goddamn. Because I supported Buhari. Hold on, I supported Buhari, right? And when he became president, I was still, even till today, I still kind of see him as someone that did well because he built some infrastructure. And to me, Nigeria, all I always want is good road, someone that can at least put effort into road. And he did that compared to others. And I still like him for that. But when he was there, I was okay to come and say, no, Buhari is screwing up here, screwing up there. Because there was no that politics of ethnic hatred and personal. Though we saw it with the secessionists, but it wasn't like opposition politics. It was more of people that don't like Northerners, kind of like that. But it was more of a opposition. But the kind of opposition you Obedient are playing is like a bitter hatred.
Bitter hatred. That's the
to the point where me sometimes I want to come here. Sometimes I want to come here. It's like some things Tinubu is doing that I don't agree with. I want to come here and talk about it, but I find it difficult to do it because you guys have already done it, like beyond doing it to the point I'm like, okay, let me just shut up. The Obedient already, they've done it and they overdo it, so there's no point of even coming here to
Mr. Mike, you see, well, maybe the average Nigerian or whatever you want to call it, like I said earlier, the second year of Buhari in office, the second of his first year, I listened to this guy a few times and I was like, I wish the Nigerian people could come to a consensus, including him, and say, please hand over the country to Lamido Sanusi. I don't care where the person is from. I've never cared where anybody is from. Never. And I never will. Whoever can do the job better is who I care about. I don't care.
Were you online during? Were you ever online during Buhari's president or any other presidency and spilling this kind of?
No.
Like
no. I can't.
Like when I see you talk, it's not really about pointing to me. I just see hatred. That's it. Honestly.
When you see me talk,
yeah, when I see you talk about, it's more like it's personal.
No. You see,
Like when I hear you, when I hear rational mind, I'm not
listen.
seeing people like when I hear Emeka. Listen, wait. When I hear Emeka talk about what Tinubu is doing wrong, I don't see hatred. I just see the man pinpointing things like what he see that he doesn't agree, that kind of thing. But when I see it, hold on. When I hear rational mind, when I hear you, it's not really about criticizing what the man is. It's just personal hatred.
No,
and then when I hear some,
let me tell you
hold on. Let me land. And then when I hear obedience, some of them is just tribal hatred. That's what it is. So I'm like, okay. We are not doing politics anymore. This is just hatred.
I don't do. You see, I don't do politics.
But before Tinubu presidency, hold on, calm down. During Obasanjo, even people that voted for Obasanjo, they come and we talk about what Obasanjo is doing wrong, and we don't sense any kind. It's nothing. And when people point about what Obasanjo is doing wrong, what Jonathan was doing wrong, what Buhari was doing wrong, it wasn't really. They don't make up lies. They tell you exactly what is not doing. They don't add propaganda. They don't say, they don't say, hold on now. They don't say yesterday, Obasanjo or Jonathan or Buhari and did something. They just make up something. But but with this guy, it's more like people, like Tuna just said earlier, just make up something. We're like,
Mike, but Tinubu was the king of propaganda now.
What do you want? I don't know. I can buy a politician. Let me respond to that real quick. Can you just give me 1 second?
Mike, you were saying something about me, and I'm trying to explain myself to you. My own thing, I don't care about politics. I'm not a politician. I don't care about the politician. I wasn't around when I came just before the election, and I heard Nigerians talking the way they were. I remember I was on Dr. Damages. I used to be like, where are these people from? Because I've never had this experience when I lived in Nigeria. I've never had the experience of Igbo, Hausa, Fulani. I was like, where are these people from the same country that I grew up in? So my own, I don't care whether it's Obasanjo, Buhari, whoever. I just told you, in the second year of Buhari, based on what I saw in this guy, and based on what I knew about the former CBS governor, same Northerner, please give the country to this guy. So it doesn't matter to me whether Tinubu is a personal thing, because as far as I'm concerned, he's a criminal. And I know this from Lagos. I know this from Lagos. So you see, me, if you're a criminal, I don't care if you can make me a trillionaire. I'm not interested. I don't care if
that's the point I'm making. A lot of it is personal.
If you turn me into if you were able to make me become worth 100 billion, I'm not interested. So is not because he became president. This is from Lagos. My own auntie Tinubu are from Lagos. I didn't even know anything about whatever he's been doing since then. So it's personal. It's just like Trump. There's nothing you can say to make me have anything meaningful about Trump. I don't care if he turns America. If he gives every American $10 billion, it wouldn't change where I stand.
Now you make it understandable now. So
you see, not just that. You see, one thing I do very well is economics. Okay, and when I follow it's not hatred. It's not hatred. It's not. Look, I told.
Can you agree with me?
Hold on, Mike. Hold on. When I came on Dr. Damages, when I came here to this one man, Naira was around 400 and something, and I said it on this platform. I said it to everybody. I said that Naira is going to be over 1,000. Over 1,000.
That's not what we all know now. Over 2,000.
No, you don't all know, because everybody told me. Everybody on here told me how much of an hatred of Nigeria I am, and I told you this is not hatred. This is currency. This is the way currency.
It's already close to 1,000.
How can you say it's not hatred when you're already preaching it doom right before?
No, I said the currency. I said the currency.
Yeah, you're already preaching it doom now. So
no, it's not doom. It's where something is.
The reason why we know it's hatred is because before we even started working, the hatred, this old rhetoric, all those propaganda hatred, was already going on with obedience.
This was when Buhari was there that I said this. Buhari was the president. I was talking about the currency, not the president. It doesn't matter who the president is. The question.
Well, I'm not limiting it on you. I'm just saying, like, most people, I know.
No, I don't. You see, I don't
Most
care
of
what.
the people, opposition people that
I
come,
don't care. I don't
it's
care
really
what
not
most.
about. It's
Mr.
really
Mike,
not about the.
I don't care what most people
the
do.
politics. It's
I
just.
don't care. I don't care about.
No,
the
I'm not saying
politics.
what you care about. It's not about you. Don't make it about you. Me, I'm just.
No,
I didn't even mention it.
no,
I'm just.
yeah,
But,
okay.
but the point I'm making is one thing I know about this administration that's far different from what I've known from the past is that in the past it was always APC versus PDP. People that usually talk about politics usually, and it was all friendly. The APC guy and PDP guy, they just go back and forth about APC. It was never that personal like that. But this somehow it wasn't
Mike,
even.
I think you're just
Hold on,
diverting
calm
this
down now.
conversation just
Allow me to talk now. I mean, I even came here and left. I came out. Allow me to just have a few minutes, please. What I'm and this is based on fact. What I used to know about Nigerian politics, it was always about the candidates and just APC, PDP, or when people talk, it was never so personal and so. But somehow, this administration, I don't know.
This
Maybe,
obedience.
and what I can say is the first time a Southeasterner got into it, became a front runner. And I don't know. And I think, personally, I'm sorry. Personally, I think some people have other issues, other vendetta that they need to hear about themselves. Because sometimes we hear some people having conversation about Tinubu, and in the same line, they're talking about civil war, talking about Biafra, talking about. So it's more of. Some of them already have this hatred over some other issue that they are just bringing into wrapping it up with the politics and everything and jumping it all together. So, so they'll be talking about Tinubu, it's my name, they can't. They talk. So this is all. It's not politics anymore. It's beyond that. It's just personal things.
You see, I don't have time. I don't have time for the Nnamdi Kanu or Sunday Igbos of the world. I don't talk about.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying. It's not you that I'm saying.
I think all these things, Mike, all these things just diversion. At the end of the day, right now, this guy said he wanted to become the president. He has done nothing. He hasn't changed anything.
Again, that's another thing we're talking about.
Do you understand? Let's be real. Okay, look at it. Look at it now. What are the issues of this?
When you make that kind of statement categorically, I can say he has done nothing. When we all can see how very hard he's doing things. We see road being built. We see highway, and he said nothing.
Which highway has he done? Insecurity. He hasn't done. Listen now. He's sharing money palliative.
I'm going based on your statement. Wait. I'm going based on your statement. He said
don't ask me. Let me finish. Let me finish my this thing. Then you can ask me questions.
You
wait
said
now.
Hold on. Definition of nothing means zero. And
okay, wait. Okay, let me finish my submission.
If you're saying he hasn't done some things, we agree with you.
Listen, I've not even finished. Let me give you the reasons.
Definition of nothing means zero. It means zero, and that's what we are talking about. And when you say zero,
let me give you my reason. Listen,
so you are wrong. Your statement is wrong.
Listen to me. I haven't even given my this thing. Let me tell you.
So what else do you want to give us?
All is done. Tinubu is a trickster. He's a scammer. Okay, you understand? Okay. In politics, in Nigerian style of politics, he knows how to do it. He's done it. Yeah, he knows how to play people. But in real governance, he hasn't. Ask me why. You're buying, for example, I'll give you my reason. This 8,000 or 10,000 tractors that some people are trying to act like it is something that is
so that's
good.
zero. See,
listen, that's a bad business. Why is he trying to buy tractors for people? Who is he buying it for? Is he going to buy it for Yoruba people? Or is he buying it for Hausa people? Or is he buying it for his APC people? Listen, let me tell you how it is, what people think about it. Yeah, that money is using to buy tractors. The money is using to buy palliative that is wasted and is switching governors. If he use that money to employ people to secure the country, everybody will be happy.
My brother.
Because at the end of the day, listen, me, I'm from one part of Nigeria that we have not gotten anything out of this Nigeria.
Okay,
do you understand? So maybe you can talk, but we provide all the oil. Listen to me. Make I tell you my
contradict yourself. You speak and contradict yourself. You say a man does nothing, and then use your you say man to say he bought tractors.
Men you trapeze still put something. Mike, wait. Make us
okay. Now I'm from this part of this Nigeria, that this tractor no go reach my site.
Tinubu, which part are you from?
Do you understand? This fucking 10,000, 8,000 tractors, they'll carry it and give it to all these agege economics people when they say they don't provide anything for Nigeria. Do you understand?
What does that mean? What does that even mean, sir?
Do you get me? So wait, where are you getting the money from? So why is he buying tractors? Use the money to save, use the money to employ people, get security and whatever, or do state police, share the money so that the states can protect themselves.
Is Agege not part of Nigeria?
No, I'm just saying this Agege economics people.
When you gonna become president and spend the way you want to spend, Abi?
He said what? Become president. Look at what you're saying. This guy has failed us.
So you cannot be using Agege economics without.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. I'm just joking. I just wanted to get them. I never. Yeah, it's the way some people will come. Sir, listen. Some people will come here and be telling you, "Oh, it's palliative." Look, listen. You take palliative and you're sharing around unsecured money.
Which part of the country?
Is that how they share money to people? If you talk, say, if you talk, say, if you have a farm, come and borrow this money, but it's secured, so that wherever tractors you've given out, you're giving, you know, you're going to get it. Now you're going to share it to people that will go and sell it, or people that don't even have interest in the business.
How do you know he's sharing it to people that are going to sell it?
He's going to do that because government has got nothing to do with business.
There's nothing you are saying that's based on any kind of facts or anything. It's just.
What do you mean nothing I'm saying? I'm giving you something. Look at, he did that.
You guys talking, just talking from a place of hatred.
Listen,
you're not making.
You're just defending this guy. He's rubbish. He's not going to do anything. You've been defending him for 3 years.
When you people don't make something that doesn't help, you don't have.
What you're doing is just blackmailing. That's all it is. There's no point.
What is blackmailing? Look at security. There's insecurity in the country. You're doing business to what? Who wants to do that? Why are you buying tractors? The best you can do, if you even brought the tractor company to Nigeria, that okay, guys, come and invest, come and buy. But you're doing this thing. You know what they do? This Tinubu tricks, is this thing they will say, oh, he did this for me. My daughter was sick. He gave me £1. He gave me 50p to go to hospital. That's how everybody that's come up to him. But in your country, everyone is suffering.
If they criticize Tinubu, everybody is Biafran. Why does it have to be like that?
I'm not even Biafran. He's a good. Listen, that's why this is the problem. Oh, it's Biafran. I'm not even Biafran.
Yeah, the one that say you're from a part of the country or something like that. I mean,
I'm a part of Nigeria that gives oil to this country. And at the end of the day, this 10,000 tractors you're sharing is not going to come to my side. And if you come, who is he coming to my village?
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Who is he coming to? I'm not even interested in that. This is what I'm saying. Your style of governance, this style of governance is a wrong style. That's what we're saying.
Talking all over the place. I'm not making any points, honestly.
This style of governance is the wrong style. How do you listen? This is what I say. You know what these Nigerians they like? Now slaves they like. They'll pick some of their men. They'll give them the 10,000. I don't give you the 10,000. No, you now 1,000. One for you. They'll use maybe the tractor. They use the clean their garden.
You can save your soul from hatred. Brother,
there's no hatred.
He's not hatred, man. That's what it is. Hatred. South, east. Majority of you guys on that side. It's not hatred.
No, be south. I'm not even from southeast.
You guys are
not even from southeast. Stop deceiving yourself. This is what I'm saying.
You hate Yoruba people. That's all. You know.
I never hate Yoruba people.
That's all it is. It's hatred.
No,
my brother, it's hatred. We know it.
He will give it to his people.
Yoruba man
there's no hatred for you. And so,
that's all it is. That's all this is all been all about. This Tinubu thing.
I beg you. You say you hate Yoruba. Look at you. You're defending him. Your country is in tatters. You know that this guy has got no idea to do anything in this place.
My brother, the politics is about hatred. It's not about any.
It's not hatred.
Because when it's hatred, because when you talk, you don't make points. It's just
what points you don't make. I'm explaining. Okay, if you're gonna give it to Mike and he'll give it to Remy and he'll give it to that guy, one guy that comes here, this guy, one other guy that's shouting, that's always jumping. You'll give it to all of you. Do you have experience in running farms?
If you are speaking from a logical view, you'll be making points. If you are speaking from a point of hatred, you won't take any point.
There is no listen. I'm not hating anybody. If you know me personally, you will know.
We know hatred.
You don't. You're just shouting here. You're there. You're confused. You're mixing everything with hatred. This guy is doing a bad job. You're mixing it with hatred, with the tribe, with this one.
Hold on, guys. How do you know that you don't reach your people? How do you know that that's your people?
Mike,
what evidence do you have?
Please, let's elevate this discussion. Let people be able to contribute freely. This idea of
we're all
Nigeria,
feeling now. What are you talking about?
When somebody is talking about government, then the people will come and say it's hate.
No, it's not making points. That's why we say it's from hatred.
But you said that to Nigeria earlier. You said that to somebody else earlier. Can we just stop
who else?
You said that to other people before him.
Who?
You said it earlier. You said it was hate when somebody.
I said this. Hold on. I make it clear. I give clear analysis of why I believe this Tinubu administration is by hatred, because
it's not.
No, I'm not saying from everybody. I know people when they speak. Hold on, calm down. When you speak, AY, I know it's not from hatred. And I also give you an example. I say when Midwest speak, I know it's not from hatred. When they make us speak, I know it's not from hatred. And I'm telling you that some people, when they speak, I know it's just from hatred. So I know when people talk, because when you speak, you can go straight to a point. You make point, and we talk about the point you're making, and we can see sense out of what you are saying.
And
right?
it's also
give me a second. When Midwest he speaks, we can see he's speaking to a particular point view, and it's not adding lies or propaganda to it. When you speak, you don't have lies and propaganda. You're talking straight to something you disagree with. And I see that I can't see here AY talk, Midwest talk, or Emeka talk, or some other people like that no talk, and say these guys are talking from hatred. But when I hear some other people talk, first of all, they will create a lie, something that never happened. They will, okay, why are you lying? It's hatred. If it's not hatred, they will just manner when they talk, they will not make a point. They say something, they contradict themselves in the same sentence. So we are not making points. So what are you talking? It's hatred. And we know from the beginning of this whole Tinubu election, everything started with bigotry, and we got a bunch of hypobians that are just coming in. In the same sentence, they're talking about Tinubu, talking about Biafra. So those kind of people, they're talking from hatred. They're not talking from any kind of logic or trying to make any points. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not accusing anyone
Mike,
that Tinubu as anyone talking from hatred.
Mike, in addition, his first statement is that Tinubu did not do nothing.
Exactly,
he says zero. Nothing. That was your first statement.
Exactly, and we point at something and it shifts to something else. And we're like, okay, we are not making point. You're just feeling hatred. That's what it is.
Okay, listen. What is hatred here? Explain what is hatred.
Okay, let me explain hatred. Let me explain hatred to you. Okay, wait. Let me explain hatred to you. Okay, you are here now, and I want to talk about you. And then I begin to tell everybody know you were in London yesterday. And I tell everybody that this guy here, he was in Canada yesterday. Oh, this guy here, he robbed a bank yesterday. And people know he didn't rob a bank. So what am I saying? Am I speaking to facts or point about you? Or am I speaking from his hatred? For me to be blackmailing you. Hold on. For me to be blackmailing you, it's hatred. It's
okay, so what have I said just now that is a lie?
You say it's zero. That's one.
I said it's zero. Nigerians are still suffering.
When AY talk, AY doesn't say, "Oh, Tinubu yesterday kill a woman." He tell you the truth.
No, I never said any of all that.
So we know that okay, this man is actually talking to.
I said it's zero. Look, listen. This is my own opinion, and a lot of Nigerians' opinion.
Mr. D, let me ask you this question.
And you start talking about the side of the country you come from.
Sorry, Mike. The South states are getting 30% derivation. Yes or no?
I beg, listen. Let me not start with that one, no. Yeah, listen. Let's not start with this. South Side, listen. Don't tell us those ones. Yeah, South 30% derivation that the head office is headed by Yoruba people and Hausa people and is in Abuja. What do you mean?
Exactly. That's what.
So you are biased.
No. So who should look? Listen. Who should be the 30% derivation? NDDC. Where is it supposed to be? Is it supposed to be? It's not supposed to be in South. Why should it be in Abuja? Why should it be in Kano? Why should it be in Lagos?
NDDC is not in Kano or Kaduna. What are you talking about, sir?
No, so the South. Why is it being? Listen. For you to get the payment and everything, why is it not in South? People are complaining. You know what I'm talking about.
I beg you. Give me 1 minute. You just 1 minute. I beg you. For more than 2 decades now, the South states have been receiving 13% derivation. That's a lot of money. The highest state that got a lot of money every state is Delta State. Can you tell us that this, and they have governor from Ibori to the present governor, and they are receiving their allocation year in, year out, running to billions of naira. What have they done with that money? Because when you continue to say this man that's there for over 2 years now He has not done nothing. What about all those presidents that have been there before? What about all those
Listen,
governors that have been there before? No, let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Why that money you are making as a state in Delta cannot be compared to a poor state like Oshun, or a poor state like Abia, or a poor state like maybe Kebbi or Sokoto or whatever? They are getting little money. You are running with about 20 billion, and they are running with 1 or 2 billion every month. That's a lot of money for more than 20 years. We do not see that visible infrastructure in those states, from Delta to maybe to Edo, only rivers. What about Akwa Ibom? So sometimes when you come here and you see what you're talking about, the NDC is not Hausa or Yoruba, that is hatred in your mind.
It is not even hatred. Listen, I don't listen. It is not, and I don't say I don't really even care. At the end of the day, you listen. At the end of the day, I don't
give
care.
me 1 minute, then you answer the question.
You don't. Your question is just going long. You're making a submission. You're saying your question.
Guys, hold on 1 second. 1 second.
I want to ask you, Mr.
Remy, you see you are the problem here. Yeah, I know you're going to ask your question, but you are the problem here. When you come to debate people, you're not able to provide superior argument, and you start asking question.
I'm not here to win any debate. I'm just.
It's not winning. It's about argument. It's about providing superior argument.
The question I want to ask the guy is very simple. You don't know where I'm going. So, Mr. D,
please be fast. Yeah, I'm listening.
I'll be fast. So the question I want to ask is very simple. The president to you has done nothing. Fine, we accept it. Now, tell me, all those South leaders that you have in your state, what have they done for 25 years?
Listen, okay. You want me to give you an answer? Yeah, I'm a Nigerian. Yes, and I'm not just talking about South. We're talking for everybody. Yes, we're talking for the Yoruba people, the less people. Listen to me. Listen to my perspective. How I say, at this point in time, Tinubu government, APC government has not done anything for Nigerians.
Are you talking
and it's
about
not propaganda. Listen, he's tried to do his things.
Are you talking about 10 years of APC or 2 years
these
of
2 years that he's been here.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Do you understand? These 2 years, listen, and I'm saying these 2 years that he's been here, he's been getting on, he's done some good policies. Yeah, I support some of the good policies that he's done, and he's done a lot of bad policies.
So which of the good policies do you support? Okay,
this good policy, I support the removal of first subsidy. I support the floating of the naira. I support it. I'm not those kind of this thing because I think it has to be what it is. It has to be real.
So do you support the student loan as well?
The student loan, I think, is half because you don't really know whether it's going to really reach to people. We don't know, but it's not a bad thing. But the policies that this guy hasn't done is the policies for security. He hasn't done it. And if he hasn't done security, everything that is done is down. Because if there's not security, how do people will come into the country to invest their money into the country? You can't be saying people are saying headsmen are killing. Okay, not even headsmen are killing. In Nigeria, anybody can get gun and kill and get away with it. Nobody want to go in that town where you go and invest. You could just die. You get there today, tomorrow. Why to say those Mike's family people where they say never come to Nigeria in 40 years?
Someone just came from Nigeria. So I go to Nigeria.
I went to Nigeria. I'm not saying, listen, Nigeria is by the grace of God. Listen, why you think say you have your let me talk now. Why you think say you have your family people that in 40 years they say they never come back? Because in real fact, let's be real, anyone can just take gun and go and kill anybody. Let's be real.
Well, it's anywhere
this is not got to do with government. It's not got to do with this thing because there's insecurity. There's no security.
One second. Do you have any idea what you think should be done when it comes to securing the country?
I think because right now there's corruption there's politics on this security. I believe if this guy, and I tell him, if he can do only state police, train up the people, because there's a lot now. This insecurity that's coming.
Brother, one second. You see that what you said now. I 100% agree with you on state police, but do you understand that it is not just wholly up to him to make sure we have state police?
Listen, any legacy that he wants to leave is going to be mashed up, because at the end of the day, if he doesn't have it, there's nothing else. because he understands that there is politics coming. Those killings, they're doing it because they're going to intensify. Nigerians are going to die more. And if he keeps his hands shut, people will die. And then doing things like all this kind of is giving people granola and rice and all those things that are meaningless.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is that it cannot unilaterally just sign a bill to introduce.
I thought he was the Jagaban. He did that when he was doing
but the system
loan.
is not.
He did that when he was doing national anthem.
The system is not structured like
and
that.
he
That's why we
broke up the people's arm. And in fact, all the regions will support him. The middle belt will support him at the moment.
Brother, look, for
the
me,
South will support him. The
believe
Southeast will support him.
Listen, let me explain something. I believe that we need state police, and I feel like state police is the only way we can secure that country. And I've explained it on this platform several times that when the governor is in charge of the police, they don't need to have police everywhere. They can concentrate on the hotspot area where insecurity is more a problem to them. So if a governor can only hire 5,000 police officers, and there's a problem in 2 local governments, so he can easily target those 2 local governments by putting resources into those local governments, by deploying more policemen, building police stations in those places. So the problem we have now is this centralized security architecture. It need to be decentralized.
Guys, and now all this buying of car, buying of this, they say, what has it done? You're refurbishing international conference center. All this is a bullshit. That thing don't affect the average life of Nigerians. What Nigerians want is an economy where people can have jobs and people will be employed and people go about their ways.
Yeah, but for me, in my opinion, because there's a channel online that I follow, that I watch a lot, it's Nairametrics. It's not just because of that, but I believe that economic policies that the government has introduced, in my opinion, are good. But they are not an economic policy that you expect Nigerians to benefit from now, because the whole idea, because this is why I don't understand when Nigeria. Hold on. Let me quickly say something. Well, you see, when Nigeria make a submission, sometimes it's almost like he's asking that it's almost you pause the system. There's no way, there's no logical way for you to pause the system. The system continues. When you come into office, you still have to pay the debt of the country based on the revenue that you generate.
I understand. That's general. That's nice. So we don't go into
you're not going to just pause. You're not going to pause.
Even the 60% or 40% is what you generate that you can pay.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, I don't mind. We don't mind any of all those things. But let's be honest, for an economy to grow, what do you want?
Why do you people say this as if these people? I mean, when you were going to vie for governor or for any office, don't you know these things ahead of time?
As if they knew now, but when it reached time now, they can't say nothing.
No, of course. Listen. You know these things ahead of time.
This is the problem with Nigeria. We'd like to make excuses for people. I don't make excuses.
No, we don't make excuses. We just accept. We just understand realities.
No, why didn't these people know that the value of the Nigerian naira was going to go down? Anybody that knew anything about currency knew that. Why didn't they know that 2 years before the last election? What were they thinking?
What can you say? I don't understand.
You see, before any company.
So you want a politician to go on the hold on. So you want a politician to go on the street and tell you that the naira is going to go down when I become president?
No, I didn't say that. When they
so what are you saying then?
What? Hold on. When they came in, what I heard them say was they didn't know. How can you not know?
Who said they didn't know? Who said they didn't know?
The Lagos boys.
Which Lagos boys told you they didn't know?
Economy. I beg. Don't be talking as if you don't know.
They told you that when they came into office, they found out that the situation was worse.
That means they're beyond stupid.
Why would you say that?
They should not be. If you are an economist, if you know anything, you should know the direction that that business is going, that country is going. Again,
even when you are not in government.
Well, I wasn't in government.
No.
I told you what was going to happen to the country. What do you mean when they're not in government? Why do you need to be in government? You should be able to know. You should be able to know what hold on. If you know anything, if you're running any economy, you say crude oil is your main money maker. You should be able to know where crude oil price will be 9 months from now. You should be able to detect that. Know that.
How are you going to know? How are you going to know where crude oil price is going to be 9 months from now? What kind of talk is that?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people that run
how
the
would
country.
How would anybody know
that? They will anticipate now. They will want to save some petrol.
Let me tell Mr. O, this is as I'm talking to you now. I can, if it was possible, I would tell you exactly where crude oil will be 9 months from now.
I think I think you're full of yourself, man. I'm telling you the truth, because nobody predicted. Let me say something to you. Those people who predicted the price of crude oil and they did not foresee COVID happening. So what happened after when COVID came and the price plummeted?
Because you don't. You see, I don't blame you.
Oh, you knew COVID was coming.
No, you don't have to know COVID. It's not the COVID or.
So you knew crude oil was going to go down to as low as $20 per barrel.
When it was 138, I said it was going to go below $60 a barrel ahead of time.
Who do you tell?
What is going to take it there is what we don't know, but we know where it's going to go.
So
basically, you just add a forecast. You know that come on, man. Let's this is why I say when we make argument, we have to be real. We have to make argument based on reality, not
logic. The point was not about me. The point was not about me. The point I was trying to make is that these Lagos boys, any person that is vying, you have economists, you have people that are part of your team.
You are just like
you guys who have an idea.
You are just like you see. Let me tell you something. Your argument is just like an Ashawo, okay? Who is coming from a very poor background and is telling the new a proposer who is going to marry her that he wants car, he wants this, he wants that, he wants. Meanwhile, where he's coming from, he has nothing.
Okay, both your Ashawo and your Olosho, you see, real people, real serious people, the World Bank, IMF, they make projections based on what your GDP is, based on what you produce. These are things that serious people sit down and do.
It doesn't make it the truth. It doesn't make it reality.
It's projection. It's based on something. It's not. People don't take it out of their asses. They don't pull it out of their ass.
Even with that argument, okay, even with that argument, the information you have when you are not inside government and when you are inside government, they are not the same.
Mr. Man, I am not Mr. Man. I just told you. I wish even I had the information. I came on this panel, this one, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I told everybody that based on the numbers that I have, Nigerian Naira was going to go over. Actually, I said it was going to go up to $2,000. Anybody that remembers it.
Can do. I remember you. I remember.
Yes.
You even said over 2,000.
Over 2,000. Yes.
But that's what we know it will come. Because that is why the president...
Mr. Remy, the point I'm making is
you might be right.
This is not about me. This is
the point right. The
point I was making was these people. It's not about them. It doesn't matter what group. These people should have known this and should have been prepared when they landed. Not to say when we came in we didn't know. How can you not know?
They did not say they did not know. They knew.
No, only that's what they said.
Only that what they are trying to do is that it's from the same party. You cannot just rock the party like that.
I don't care if you're my father. I'm going to rob you. I'm going to rubbish you if you don't know what you're supposed to know.
Can do. You know that Nigeria is in a serious mess before they swear this.
That is why it is painful to me. That is why I talk the way that I talk. It seems like we don't really understand. I don't think we understand the mess that we're in. It seems like.
What about now?
I don't think we understand. You see, what I'm thinking about.
Okay, tell us the mess. What is the mess that we are?
What about now? What about
now? What I'm thinking about is where are we going 30 years from now? I don't care about 2027.
Can you tell us now? Since you can see tomorrow.
We're not serious people, honestly.
Let me tell you the reality. Where society will go is based on the ingenuity of the people. What people can invent, innovate, all those kind of things. That's what determines the way society will go. When we have a population where people, first of all, orientation is what we need to change. We need to start talking about, because I saw a woman yesterday the woman have 9 children. She's pregnant again. She doesn't have a job. I mean, when people live life the way, it's not peculiar to Nigeria. It's just a black. I don't know what it is about black society, where we just we don't have this serious mind, where we believe just making babies, having. In Nigeria, there's some people I even helped recently. I gave them opportunity. This guy was sick. He didn't have anything. I gave him opportunity. He started making money. First thing he did before he even start saving, he still got 2 girls pregnant. So those kind of things are what create poverty. And so our problem is orientation. How we can orientate the mind of people. To me, those are the things we're talking about. I don't care how a politician can say he wants to direct the country, create a policy.
Yeah,
if people keep behaving the way they behave, I'm sorry, those are the things that create poverty.
I totally agree, Mr. Mike. I deal with this almost on a daily basis, talking to people in Nigeria and people that I deal with. It's like you've got to save your life depends on it. What do you mean? What do you mean? Somebody? What do I care if somebody's having a baby, or somebody wants to get married? Go to the courthouse, pay 20 naira or whatever they charge. If you don't have the money, you have no business having a party. I mean, do we really understand?
Not the one that we say people are suffering.
We're going to be 400 million people probably by 2050, 2060. How do we provide for that future? That is my point.
See, the reason why I made that point is in like when people like you sometimes you comment trying to tell us why Nigeria is wrong. You always give an example of somebody that's poor. And sometimes if you're going to give an example of what's wrong with Nigeria, give an example of maybe some roads that's not being built or things that are not being built for the people that want to do something with their life, right? That's a good example. But when people come and give me that example of one guy couldn't pay his rent or something like that, I'm like, oh, what are you talking about? Is that why you're telling me a government is not performing? In life, there will be some people that will be making responsible decisions. People, that's why even in America here, the richest country, where I see some people making responsible decisions, putting themselves down in poverty. Even when government create all the opportunity, they will still make poor decisions.
I agree with that. And
now, in Nigeria, there are people that are making responsible decisions, and they are finding way in life. Anywhere you go in this world, if you don't make that responsible decision, live responsible life, you're going to find yourself in poverty. It's got nothing to do with government. So when people come to tell me why government is failing, is because some people are poor. I'm like, I'm sorry, no. Government is not responsible for you to become.
Yeah, but Mr. Mike, I think we have had only God knows how many hundreds of conversations on this place. And again, my thing is the average Nigerian person. I'm not saying that the government needs to come and do everything for everybody. Nobody is saying that. Where there is inflation everywhere. I know how much we pay for eggs over here compared to how much we used to pay a year ago. I get that. You see, again, it is a problem of the individuals. It is a government of the institutions. It's a problem of the government. It's everybody. The problem is so multifaceted. Sometimes it's like, how do you even begin to find a solution? And that is, I'm not even the narrative I gave you earlier on about people in whatever these rural areas. Rent.
Yes. I'm sorry to interject you. Now, this particular senator, they call him Yayi from Ogun State. Do you know that this guy distributed a lot of empowerment equipment to his senatorial district, like cars, sewing machines, so many stuff. But I will tell you the irony of it. Do you know that some people, they get that sewing machine and they sort it off immediately? So, and some people get that car. The car I'm talking about, like that can carry about 4 or 5 people. It's about 300 of it. Some people got it. Some people used it to do transportation. Some people immediately sold it off. The people you are trying to even help so that they can make a meaning for their life, when they get this kind of opportunity, they also sold it off, or they just mismanage everything. And he's not the only one. Do you hear one representative saying that they are getting about 2 billion naira as constituency money to go and develop their own constituency. Our people should rise up and talk and hold these leaders accountable. But if you are fixated on only the one man as the president, it's not going to work that way. We have governors, we have senators. All of them are being, they voted money to them according to the constitution of Nigeria. Some of them are doing wonderfully well. Most of them are not.
I totally agree. And if you heard what I said is the citizens, is the leadership. It's not just one. But again, like I said, what I look at is when we cannot manage ourselves at 200 million. What is going to what does our future looks like in 2050, 2060 when we're 400 million? Where is how do we create that enabling environment for people to farm, for people to have a business? We can't expect government to come and create jobs.
Can do. Do you know what I noticed about? Like, I think all of us used to start. So there was one long time ago when I rode in a cab. There was one cab driver. You know, some of these taxi guys are the most wisest people in the world. The guy say, he told me something. He said, future is something you. I forgot he said it. It's something you create, right? So now, when he said we Africans, he said what we need to start learning from other civilizations. And that since then I began to like, oh wow, that thing hit me. So what I do a lot is I look at the other civilization, like the Chinese world. I usually go into their politics, their discussion, go into the white world, and I began to learn a lot of things. That's why I tend to come here to talk different. Like I see where our mind is, we as Africans. Now, what I find out is that if you notice when Americans, when there are people that usually discuss about what the future will look like, it's usually scientists. Like, for example, Elon Musk say, oh, what I see in the future is we're going to Mars. It's usually like social, the average white people. It's not the politicians that are discussing that. What politicians are usually talking about is the war they want to fight or some economy or things like that. But the people that usually discuss are the visionary. Exactly. Industrialists, all those kind of people. They are the ones that usually talk about, when they gather panel conversation, all those kind of things, and they start discussing what they envision. And then many of them, they see it as opportunities to become wealthy and things like that. But how come we, Nigerians, we black people, we never sit and have conversation about what we envision and how it can be innovated? All those kind of
never
things.
chop. We never chop. We're still hungry.
How many people on this planet is hungry?
All of us, like Nigerians, most especially, we're hungry.
It's not true. All of us living abroad, we are eating. Do you know the Nigerians are complaining most? The Nigerians that are not even suffering in Nigeria. They are the ones that are usually on the internet the most. And every conversation they're having about is why is it they don't, none of them have conversation about innovation idea or future, what we envision.
We've not got it, Mike. Let's not get it. We're not there yet.
Where I'm going is this. In other society, the Chinese man, the white man, they don't believe there is a government that will take them to the future. They don't believe that. In fact, many of them don't want nothing to do with government. They don't like government.
But at least it's not like the different, but the different with Nigeria one.
We are expecting one politician is one that will innovate the future and take us. Who the hell politicians are dummies? The politicians are dummies. Even politicians themselves, when American politicians or Chinese politicians wants to say, okay, where we want to go, what they do is call the people to come and tell them, like, oh, let's look for who knows what they call this. Trump, for example, we invite one guy to come and tell us what he thinks, to one expert, all those kind of things to tell us, physics to tell us what they envision for the future. Those kind of things. Politicians not respond. They're not built for that. They're not. It's not their only job is to come there and just see what is on ground and what to. In fact, politicians they can only perform with the tool they have, which is the people. What the people can do. If I become president of Nigeria and I want to do anything, I have to look into the people and say, okay, who do I give the contract to get it done? And that's why often they have to go abroad to give contract with Chinese and foreigners. Because the Nigerians themselves haven't advanced themselves.
Yeah, but Mr. Mike, you
ask the question about the future. That's what we should be discussing. As far as the direction we should be going is you and I that should be discussing that.
No.
It's not Tinubu.
Please don't mention anybody's name. It's not about Tinubu. At least for me, it's never about that. It's about, like I said, even all these things you have outlined. You see, those people that we're talking about in the abroads, right? They've gotten to a place. And like somebody just tried to you see, an hungry man An hungry man cannot be thinking about the future. It is those who have at least eaten, maybe they're not even fully belly full, that can be thinking about the future and what they want to do. Obviously, we have a number of
Can do again. Most Nigerians are complaining they are not hungry. Can do. You and I are not hungry. Can do. You know that. You are not hungry, and I'm not hungry.
I'm hungry. Can you not see the pain in my voice? You know they see the way I talk. I never
even Nigerians that live abroad. Most of us live in USA, England, and we are hitting that hunger issue has been solved, but we still don't discuss it.
Mike, do you know one of the problems of Nigeria is also we in the diaspora, because Nigeria have multidimensional poverty. It does not mean that everybody is totally hungry like that. And when you say most Nigerians are hungry, when you go to Nigeria, you see a lot of people are entrepreneurs. They have a small kiosk or a small shop doing something. Some of them are civil servants, and some have another job they are doing. When you continue to condemn and criticize your leader, what do you put on the table? You yourself. What have you done?
Remy,
let me your own business in Nigeria. No. Everything is about being power. We have bring food.
It's because our orientation. Again, that is why I've said it on this place a number of times. I think the Nigeria that we want to see, please, I beg, Mike, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
The Nigeria that we want to see, I don't think it's going to happen until maybe the next 30 or 50 years, because the orientation, even the mindset that the government has not given us job, that mindset will have to change. And I don't see it changing with the present average Nigerian today. So I think time is the only thing that's going to solve our problem.
Okay, let me say this. Do you guys know that the only continent that a food can grow year round is Africa and maybe South America? Everywhere else, they have something called winter. No food is growing. You know that, right? Now we're talking about people being innovative, and we're talking about all these other societies. That's why they are people become very innovative, figure a way. Even they have to send white people. One of the main reasons why the white came to South Africa is because they find out that wow, they can grow food year round, and the white South African farmers, they are feeding Europe. You understand? So, and these white South African farmers, it's not really, we can say the apartheid government give them whatever land, whatever, but these guys are not needing government to really figure that out. Like, I gotta grow food and the opportunity grow food to be able to even feed South Africa and beyond exports, right? Now, when I go to Nigeria, I see land everywhere, just green everywhere, like just there. And then you have citizens telling you that they're hungry.
And Mr. Mike,
you can't even innovate a way to feed yourself. Are you kidding me? When God already gave you the best man on the planet, the land that can grow food year round.
Mr. Mike, I think we have concluded that God made.
We don't even want. May they take the money go. Just give us security, please. We're not asking. Nigerians not even asking for more, because at the end of the day, right now, what this present situation is that, and security doesn't mean it has to be those bandits killing those people. Bro, in your area, wherever you are in Lagos, you can't. There's some places you can't even, like, once it's 10 o'clock, everybody don't go hide.
My brother, the neighborhood I live in the US, I'm telling you, it's more dangerous than everywhere I've lived in.
But maybe that's where you stay. But in life, that wasn't the Lagos that we had before. For example,
there's nothing.
No, these times around. Listen, these times, people are carrying guns. They will kill people. Unrecorded deaths is a lot more than these recorded ones that we have. And what is it? People are hungry.
Well, in Lagos, did you hear gunshots? Anybody shoot? The way we go for exaggerate this.
It is not over exaggerating.
I go to Nigeria, I go live in a village now. I spend time there. It's not that epidemic like that. Like the way you guys describe it, I think that country is just every corner there. People, listen, in Nigerian community, hold on, let me tell you, in Africa, one thing I respect about Africa is this: communities, they take care of themselves. If you in your neighborhood now, and neighbors will all know each other. No one will just come into your neighbor and say you want to come out. No, everybody once in your neighbor, they take care of each other. Where you become victim of crime in Nigeria is when you go to a place where you're not supposed to go. And we all know, and that's everywhere in the world. Even America here, I know, even my neighborhood, just 2 blocks down, I know that place, crackhead all over, drug addict are there. If I go there, they will stab me and rob me. So this over exaggeration of just Nigeria is just
see something now.
People are living there every day now. No one complains. I talk to people every day. They don't tell me insecurity is their problem.
If I was living in Nigeria, I don't have a problem. Should be land day. You go and farm your crop. You farm your crop. You and your children. You go carry them. They go take cutlass and hoe. That's how people used to do before. It was not this difficult. People go. You plant your yam. You wait for 6 months or 3 months, whatever. I don't know the time it takes for the yam to grow, and people are fine. They do their trade by barter. But right now, the Nigeria that those guys are in, first of all, they're with international standard of buying of petrol. So remember, they're buying petrol in international price. So their transportation is going to be expensive. Everything is expensive. It's difficult for the people. Do you understand? And this is what I'm saying. Like, if only this your guy, Una guy, he can do these other small things that he's doing is not hatred though. People say so is IPOB is this one is whatever.
That's what you're asking
yeah,
for.
if this guy can just sort out this security, then it's fine. But if he is not, everything that he has done, it will be zero.
Tell us the sorting out of insecurity. Explain what that means.
Huh?
Explain the sorting out of the insecurity. Explain it.
Sorting out security, sorting out a correct structure for Nigeria. Like, even if people not say, look, listen, even in this country, yeah, people commit crimes. But in Nigeria, people commit crimes and don't go to jail. Create a lot of jail. If it's me, if I become Nigerian, if I was Tinubu, I swear, the first thing I would do, now invest. You see all those ICC, all those things they build, they cancel everything. Build jails, prisons everywhere, prisons.
So you are telling me that most people in Nigeria living in Nigeria. Hold on. If I cannot come here, I can ask him when he wake up in the morning, what he's scared about is somebody coming robbing him there. They won't tell you that. People in Nigeria trust the last thing in their mind is
listen, the only people that make problem if it happens in Nigeria, they say it's grace of God. That's what God does say it go be. Is that no what?
Kenya has not come to tell us that he's scared though.
No. But you listen, in Nigeria, you have more criminals.
My brother, you know what I noticed? People that are coming from Nigeria, they don't come to tell us every day that their number one problem is that somebody is coming victim.
They don't know now. Life don't matter in Nigeria. Does it matter?
The only people that every day cry about insecurity in Nigeria are Nigerians that live abroad.
Yes.
I don't know why.
Hey, come and see you. Mike, how could you say this? Imagine they killed 300 people the other day.
He's never for once.
And you're saying that people shouldn't be scared.
Kenny has never come in on this show to tell us how much today I fear to go shovel. He's never said it.
He's got no option. Listen, he's got no option. He has not lived in a sane life. Listen, Kenny never lived for better life before.
Even when I come from Nigeria, a lot of time in Nigeria, I call into this show. I don't tell people.
Afraid. They are not
good. It's the people. It's just like when. If I go this way, you now say I'm going Sharia. People will be saying there's some things that is normal to people, but there's some things that is not normal to people. Some things people are not normal to.
You are used to involve white people all the time.
But that's how life is supposed to be.
That's what it is.
Yes, but that's how life is supposed to be.
How many of you, if you were going from Lagos to Kaduna, wherever you live, I've had to say special prayer?
But how often do you have reason to be going from Lagos to Kaduna?
No, I'm just saying, whether it's Lagos to Abeokuta, that you have to say prayer.
My brother,
sound like Mike. Now, if he's going to Lagos to Abeokuta, you go carry police.
No.
You go carry soldier.
Everybody know me here. Every time I go to Nigeria.
Mike, take Lagos to Benin. Lagos to Benin.
My brother, I go to Osho. When I go to Nigeria,
listen, when I enter Lagos to Benin.
No, the point is the sense of security. I mean, we're talking two different places, obviously. The sense of security that you have. Yeah, are there bad neighbors in America? Absolutely. But ordinarily, when you leave to go somewhere, you don't start to think about, certain things just don't come to your mind because the road works. There are, there are networks. There are things that work.
The reason these things come to your mind is because you guys put it in each other's mind every day on all this internet. That's the only reason. People put it in your mind every day. The way the human brain work is when they put something, even when they put lie in your head constantly, it's a lie. Eventually, your brain will start to accept it as the truth. It's what we consume. We consume this fear, this negative news about Nigeria. That's why many of us abroad are scared. But those that live in that environment, even if you are telling them every day that I don't want crime, they still fear. Even when I remember growing up in Lagos, I remember the 90s. in the 90s when they were talking about armed robbery everywhere. I hear it, but I'm there. I don't see it. I wasn't afraid. I was there in the middle of Lagos.
Well, it doesn't mean that
See,
it's not there.
Doesn't mean so. What about us? Where we say we get impact on the armed robbery?
Yeah, I go everywhere.
Do you understand? So don't say stuff like that. What about us that, okay, you know, armed robbery come in your house and they kill someone in your house. How would you expect us to think?
So guys, once I think but listen, I think you guys are just making the wrong argument. There's nowhere where there are no crimes. It's just that when people commit crime in Nigeria, they're more likely to get away with it. Like if somebody
they get away with it.
They're more likely to get away with it. So the problem is the system not able to correct whatever wrong is done to citizens. So if you in America now, somebody maybe commit a crime, the chances of that person going to prison is high. But compared to Nigeria, that's the problem. If you are a victim of crime, you want to see that something is done.
Nigeria is a third world country, so
that's the difference.
Nigeria to be able to crime the level of America, which is very advanced. We get that.
Yeah, but that is the problem there.
No, it's not really a problem. We have our own unique ways of. Hold on. For example, let me give you one example. Like when I go to my neighborhood in Nigeria, for example, the moment I step into my neighborhood, I feel safe because I know everybody in my neighborhood. You understand? And my neighbor, they check on me, and we, anything that everybody come out. You understand? We know what's up. If a stranger entered our neighborhood, we know say, "Oh, guys, they find what they look for." You understand? We all know that. That's one advantage of living in a Nigerian neighborhood. But in my neighborhood in America, nobody don't even say hello to each other. If someone can come into my apartment, my house, and just start robbing, my neighbor will not care. They won't even know.
Yeah, but in that same system, there's still no. Mike, let me explain something to you, right? The problem in the difference, right, is that even in that your neighbor where people do not communicate, they still cooperate with the authority more than in that neighborhood where people cooperate. So hold on one second. Let me explain something to you. So in that your neighborhood now. I remember in my area, right, when I left Nigeria, there was a little boy. There was a little boy there. Then I don't want to mention his name. So I remember after some years, I visited Nigeria and they were giving me a story that this guy is now in police custody. I say, what happened? They say even they showed him on Crime Watch. They say it became a big time kidnapper. He was very rich. He had money, built houses. He had transport business. He was just kidnapping people and making a lot of money. I was shocked. I said, like, that small boy? They say yes. So I'm like, how did this happen? But this guy, part of the story, this guy will come sometimes in the evening before they go for operation. In that same area, they will be testing the ammunition. That's the same neighborhood where he was born and raised. Why did they not hand him over to the authority? Why did nobody?
My brother, one thing I could tell you categorically, maybe a neighbor, maybe a few. I don't know what kind of neighborhood that is, but one thing I can tell you categorically is in Nigeria, for a fact, a neighborhood where it's particularly where in Nigeria, maybe a neighborhood where the people come from different parts of Nigeria and they really can't relate to each other culturally. Yeah, that kind of neighborhood. Yeah, that's why in Abuja, even when Abuja was more, look more safer than Lagos, right? I remember when I was staying in Abuja, right? I didn't feel that sense of neighborliness among my neighbors because in Abuja, everybody came from different part of Nigeria, just moving TV. That's the first time I met different tribes like I didn't even know exist in Nigeria. People from TV, people from Gwari, they will tell me I'm from this. So people don't really connect.
Was it not? Did you not feel safe?
Hold on, calm down. No. In Abuja, crime was like literally people get away with crime there. That neighborhood in Abuja at that time. Like we don't even know. Nobody even we don't even know until the family tell us they want. But for Lagos, typically once you land that neighborhood, they start speaking Yoruba. That culture of the Yoruba, this thing is there. So everywhere already. So it's more dominated by one ethnic. So they had that cultural structure in Lagos where when you move in, they start teaching you how the Yoruba people do things. We get that. So in some communities like that in Nigeria, yeah, I mean, say things like that can happen. But what I can tell you about America, I'm telling you, like if you go to poor neighborhood in America, they have a law called no snitch rule. If you witness crime and you tell the police, your life is in danger.
Yeah, but the police still solve crimes in those neighborhoods.
I'm telling you, no, a lot of it they don't solve. I'm telling you, no snitch.
Mike, why are you giving excuses to these guys now? They try to talk.
No, I'm just trying to tell you that.
But you just covering it. It's not the same reality now. You know what's up. You know everything.
But I'm just trying to tell you that culturally, we have the advantage in Nigeria. to really figure out crime, or even someone I want to go and commit crime in the neighborhood would think twice, that kind of things. Because the people, they mark, they everybody talk to each other, they communicate. So when something happens, Nigeria really talk about it. People know what's going on. But in America, I'm telling you,
let me explain
the only
to you,
advantage
Mike.
in America is that they are likely to use technology to find out who committed the crimes.
It's not just that. It's not
but in
just
Nigeria,
that.
they don't have that technology.
Mike, it's not just that. A lot of the police officers in that America live in the same neighborhood where they were born and grew up from.
Exactly.
They live locally.
Actually, that's no longer true. It used to be true.
A lot of them
live with the community.
A lot of them come from that community that they are working in.
The real stacks are the poorer neighborhoods. The police don't live in those neighborhoods any longer.
Exactly.
They don't that way. The richer neighborhoods, yes, they do.
Mm-hmm.
Like my neighborhood, you hardly ever see a police car. Hardly. What are they looking for?
Because you are a rich man.
No, it's not me that is rich. It's the neighborhood, not me.
But Nigerian one, they live in barracks.
Yeah, exactly. They transfer people from Zamfara. They transfer people from Zamfara to come and be police officer in Benin or in Kaduna.
No, but because they live in the barracks, so they know even the reality of the people.
It's stupidness. The police structure in our country is stupidity, man. It doesn't make that need to change. Let's have a look. We can all agree on that.
In Nigeria, the people actually do they say security is everybody's business. But one thing I can give to Africa
is, have you ever seen the barracks that some of these police officers live?
But why do they live in barracks in the first place? Why can they not live in people like why? Look, why can they not just wake up like you and I? Why can they not wake up like you and I and get ready and go to work from their home?
Progressive. I think one mistake you guys are making is you guys are thinking of police as surveillance or some kind of say maybe if you're police in the neighborhood somehow
as human beings.
They are all human beings, man.
They're not. Okay, what will be the difference? Tell us.
Hold on, my brother.
How is the African police?
Hold on. The difference between a police and the regular citizen is that when a crime has happened, the police will tell like, okay, it's your job, man, solve it. You understand? That's the difference. Now,
Mike, did you watch that new? Hold on, I want to ask you, did you watch that new Tyler Perry's movie, Straw?
No. I really don't watch movies like that.
Okay, you don't. Okay, so if you watch that movie, you will see what I'm trying to explain to you. People, right? They see themselves in you, whether they are police officers or not. If your police officers, like if a lot of your police officers are from local, all these police abuse, all this ransacking of when police officers deal with local people, you see it will reduce, because the first thing somebody will see if a police officer from your neighborhood now, he see these people as part of himself. But you go and bring somebody from another region to come and police you. He doesn't care.
There are so many different dynamics that is involved.
I think
he doesn't care.
Hold on. I think the part where that's relevant is the investigative part, investigation. Like a police that come from different society. When he stands to investigate, we don't understand the culture of
their language.
Exactly, language and way to interrogate or get a witness to explain things and things like that. Or even, that's where I can say, it's bad.
In every way, it matters. Look, it matters.
It does. But at the end of the day,
imagine all the crimes that they commit now, Mike.
My guy,
crimes that they commit now, and people get away with it.
Let me tell you guys what's making things bad in Nigeria is that our cultural shift is what that's been happening. This individualism, westernized culture that we're beginning to emulate.
It's not, Mike. I don't agree with that.
Let me if I get across, you get it. Because even Kandu agree with me. Back in the days, right? We didn't really need, before we involve police in the matter, I said we don't solve them because we have hierarchy. The elders in the communities, they literally are in charge of everything that takes place. You understand? Everyone is hold on, wait. Everyone is interconnected. There's nothing that happened in a neighborhood by the end of the night that the elders or people don't talk about. Even wrong state, even Peking, we spill drink or we even throw trash or ground. They don't report out to this. There's a chain. It's like a military. It's a chain of command among the people in the community.
Mike, back in those days that you're talking about, we had Lorenzanini. We had,
but that's different now. But
it's not. How is it different? Were the same structure not there?
My brother, we are talking. My brother. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going
Yeah,
to close.
I'm just getting home now.
Yeah, I'm going to close the show and take us backstage. Thank you all for watching and have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are talking about community issue, community policing. If Lawrence Anini was living in a neighborhood,